144. The boundaries of the country concerned. This does not mean that surplus necessarily determines investment. If investment is insufficient to absorb the potential surplus, either output falls or surplus must be diverted to current consumption. In a capitalist system, goods will not be produced if there is no demand for them. For the world as a whole, the actual surplus must equal net investment, plus additions to stocks of gold, which can be ignored, so any discrepancy for one country must constitute a transfer of surplus for investment in another country. In a capitalist world, this transfer can come about by exports of capital, which remain the property of capitalists from the capital exporting country, or by flows of profits, dividends, and interest as a result of previous acts of investment. It can also take the form of flows of tribute directly extracted from colonies by a dominant power. The potential surplus is the amount that a totally growth-orientated society could devote to investment without reducing current consumption below some minimum necessary level. It is thus the difference between the output that could be produced in a given natural and technical environment with the help of employable productive resources, and what might be regarded as essential consumption, peg. 133. There are considerable conceptual and practical difficulties of measurement here, Taylor 1979, 79, but Barron did not use the concept in a quantitative way, being content to indicate that a large gap exists between the potential surplus and the actual level of investment. Barron spent some time discussing which kinds of labor are productive and which are unproductive. From the point of view of the definitions, it is more relevant to think of the way in which different products are to be treated, since the definitions of surplus are cast in terms of the output and use of products. Put simply, any outputs that Barron disapproves of, that would be absent in a rationally ordered society, are to count as part of actual consumption, but not of necessary consumption. They thus account for part of the gap between the potential and actual surplus. I cannot resist the thought that the working class might, in a rationally ordered society, allot themselves a chromium-plated Cadillac each, if only to annoy puritanical intellectuals like Barron. Who, after all, is to decide what is rational? 145. The third concept of surplus is the planned surplus, a concept relevant only to a socialist society, which plays little part in the further development of Barron's arguments. It is the difference between an optimal level of output, perhaps less than the maximum possible output because of shorter working hours, etc., and an optimal level of consumption. It thus represents the outcome of a deliberate and conscious collective choice between consumption and investment. Barron's procedure is now fairly obvious. The planned surplus represents the use that a rational society would make of its potential surplus. In a capitalist society, the actual surplus falls short of the potential surplus, and it is the size and use of the surplus, the relation between actual and potential surplus, that is the focus of investigation. 7.3 The developed countries. Barron's discussion of the advanced capitalist countries was really a discussion of the USA, though he did not say so. Virtually all of the examples and evidence that he gives are American, and the whole story makes much more sense in that context than it would apply to, say, Japan or West Germany. It is worth noting that the concept of a nation-state or a national economy is taken for granted as the unit of analysis, with no serious discussion. It becomes clear, from the discussion of concepts like surplus, investment, and so on, that they are aggregates at a national level. For the advanced capitalist countries, the argument turns on a contrast between competitive and monopoly capitalism, though it is presented, rather confusingly, in terms of a contrast between the idealized model of competition held by the classical economists and the reality, as Barron saw it, of monopoly capital. The idealized model indicates, at least approximately, the essential principles of the mechanism that has actually provided for an unprecedented development of productive forces, peg. 165. In this account, competitive capitalism maximizes the surplus by depressing workers' consumption to a minimum, encouraging capitalists to save, and eliminating unproductive spending. The surplus is 146. Directed mainly into investment because of competitive pressures to innovate and to expand. Competitive capitalism is thus a powerful agent of growth. The evolution of the surplus under monopoly capitalism proves rather difficult to pin down. The economic surplus generated under monopolistic capitalism is, however, as large as is possible in the only relevant sense of the notion, that is, taking into account the prevailing level of output, the market mechanism responsible for the distribution of income under capitalism as well as the more or less steady rise of conventional standards of subsistence. Peg. 177. In other words, it is what it is. It is, however, large and rising. Baron seems here, it isn't very clear, to have used a concept of surplus as total profit plus other property income. He returned, in other words, to Marx's concept, though in terms of prices, not values. He concentrated on the use of the surplus, arguing that monopolies will tend to invest less than they might, so there is a chronic lack of demand unless other stimulating factors take over. I have already described, and rejected, this picture of monopoly as a cause of stagnation, which is the heart of Baron's case against monopoly capitalism. If surplus is not used, however, it will not be realized in money terms at all. Goods that cannot be sold will not be produced. The resulting unemployment will reduce consumption, cutting total sales and output still further. The central problem for monopoly capitalism, therefore, is to avoid a slump of the dimensions of the 1930s or worse. This is achieved, in Baron's account, by the absorption of surplus in various forms of waste, some a response to the lack of demand, some a fortuitous result of other developments in capitalism. Because of the chronic lack of demand, sales effort is stepped up and part of the potential surplus is diverted into advertising, wasteful product differentiation and so on. This argument is more fully developed in monopoly capital than in the political economy of growth. Another part of the surplus is devoted to a proliferation of unproductive activities within the giant firm, for reasons not directly connected with the lack of demand, but tending, all the same, to relieve it. 147. State spending absorbs large chunks of the potential surplus in various wasteful ways, notably through military spending. Baron discussed the possibility of useful state spending, but judged it unlikely on political grounds. The ruling class is, first, ambivalent about state spending. It wants demand to be maintained, which requires that the surplus be used, but at the same time wants to retain ownership of the surplus and resents parting with it in taxes. Second, there is fierce opposition to any collective provision that competes with private provision. The state will, in any case, not aim at genuinely full employment, since a certain amount of unemployment is necessary to maintain labor discipline and keep wages down. These arguments allowed Baron to accept the substance of a Keynesian analysis of unemployment while rejecting the Keynesian argument that state intervention can produce a stable and conflict-free capitalism. In the same way, Baron rejected the argument that an increase in wages or in transfers to the poor could relieve the problem by raising consumption. This was Hobson's prescription, but Baron joined Lenin in arguing that it was not a possible way out in a capitalist framework. Military spending, with related forms of expenditure, such as spying, military aid to allies, and so on, emerges as one of the few forms of state spending which can absorb the surplus without harming the interests of any powerful fraction of the ruling class. Military spending is, in Baron's analysis, intimately tied up with imperialism. Baron did not give a definition of imperialism, nor is it clear from his use of the word exactly what he meant by it. He used the word broadly to indicate a policy and an ideology of expansionism, like Bukharin, rather than a stage of development, Lenin. It does not necessarily imply a policy of formal territorial expansion, but includes more general policies designed to forward the interests of the country's citizens and, specifically, its giant corporations, all over the world. It does not necessarily imply rivalry between imperialist powers, though Baron did mention rivalry in a rather muted form, Peg. 242-3. To put it very briefly, Baran's account of the origins of imperialism follows broadly classical Marxist lines, but he argued that its effects in the advanced countries were mainly felt through the military and other spending involved, in effect. 148. Imperialism ends up virtually as an excuse for state spending. This rather surprising conclusion needs further examination. The export of goods does not help to absorb surplus, since it must be balanced by a corresponding import of goods or export of capital, or the balance of payments is disturbed and will force a readjustment, by revaluation of the currency or by other means. This does not prevent individual enterprises from trying to alleviate their own problems of deficient demand by seeking export markets. The export of capital, on the other hand, leads to a balancing export of goods, to keep the balance of payments in line, and thus does help to absorb surplus. At the same time, individual monopolistic enterprises, unwilling to expand at home for fear of spoiling the market, are anxious to expand abroad. The world market is not as thoroughly carved up as national markets are, Peg. 240, though the same desire to avoid competition that holds them back at home is at work here too, Peg. 239. Baran was very ambivalent. On the one hand, he needed capital export as an important link in his argument, but on the other hand he wanted to retain his picture of monopoly as a force holding back investment on a world as well as a national level. For reasons which will be examined later, he maintained that underdeveloped countries only offer very limited scope for profitable investment. In any case, as his critics have pointed out, the export of capital only helps to absorb surplus in a very temporary way, since he argued that the return flows of profits and dividends, which augment the surplus, soon outweigh the outflow of capital. This does not really damage his argument, since it is individual corporations that decide to invest abroad, and they are trying to maximize their profits. Baran argued that corporations call for, and get, government support for their activities abroad, in the form of military, economic, and diplomatic pressure on the government of the host country, leading to massive spending on the maintenance of a military establishment, on foreign aid, technical assistance, and so on. This is the real significance of imperialism. What matters here is not whatever increases in income and employment an imperialist country may derive from foreign trade and investment. These need not be very large, even if of 149. Vast importance to the individual corporations involved and the groups associated with them. The issue appears in an altogether different perspective when not merely the direct advantages of imperialist policies to the society of an advanced capitalist country are taken into account, but when their effect is visualized in its entirety. The loans and grants to so-called friendly governments, the outlays on the military establishment, all assume prodigious magnitudes. Thus the impact of this form of utilization of the economic surplus on the level of income and employment in an advanced capitalist country transcends by far the income and employment generating effect of foreign economic activities themselves. The latter assume actually only incidental significance compared with the former, an errant stone setting in motion a mighty rock. Peg. 245-6. At first sight it is difficult to accept this argument. It is surely irrational to incur all the real risks, of war, for example, involved in an imperialist policy purely to gain the benefits of state spending which could be gained anyway by redirecting state spending to more useful ends. This is precisely Baran's point. It is irrational, but, he claimed, it happens, because capitalist politics is not rational, and because certain powerful interests gain from this policy while others would be threatened by any alternative. The argument is in fact a neat inversion of an old radical critique of colonialism. It has often been argued that the possession of colonies gives advantages to a favored few, but that on balance the costs to the nation exceed the benefits. Radicals have therefore argued that the people as a whole should oppose imperialist policies. Given his underconsumptionist stance, Baran can argue that the costs of imperialism are, in fact, benefits, since they help to maintain demand and employment by absorbing the surplus. There is thus a coincidence of interests between the direct beneficiaries of imperialism and the mass of the people, as long as the only alternative to monopoly capitalism with imperialist policies is monopoly capitalism without these policies. Hobson, of course, considered exactly the same argument, but claimed that income 150 redistribution could remove the need for an imperialist policy within a capitalist framework. Baron mentioned Lenin's idea of a labor aristocracy in this context, but it is clear that his ideas were not the same. All he took from Lenin was the possibility that the policy of imperialism may actually be of benefit to the ordinary man in an imperialist country, Peg. 245. Lenin, however, saw the benefits as a sharing of monopoly profits in the form of higher wages for a minority of the working class, while Baron saw them primarily in terms of better employment prospects for the working class in general. Baron's case depends, first, on the general presumption that monopoly capital has difficulty in absorbing the surplus and that waste is therefore, paradoxically, good for monopoly capital and for the population as a whole, so long as the basic framework remains unchanged, and, second, on the existence of a particular political constellation that permits some forms of state spending while barring others. Both of these presumptions looked more plausible in the USA in the 1950s and 1960s than they would in other places and at other times. A final comment: Baron's argument, as presented in this section, was virtually a carbon copy of Hobson's. Regrettably, Baron did not give Hobson his due credit. 7.4 The origins of underdevelopment. Baron divided the world economy into two parts: advanced capitalist countries and underdeveloped countries. Socialist countries were only discussed as models for others to follow, as long as they engage only in planned and balanced trade with the rest of the world. They have little direct economic effect on the capitalist world. Countries in an intermediate stage of development are also largely ignored. The interactions between advanced and underdeveloped countries can be gathered under three headings: flows of trade, flows of surplus, and political military influence. Trade flows serve to provide cheap sources of primary products to the advanced countries, while the development of industry in underdeveloped areas is discouraged by the competition of manufactured products. 151. Imported from the advanced countries. Surplus flows, in the form of profits and dividends, deprive the underdeveloped countries of much needed resources for investment, though they might not be used even if they were available, while adding to the problems caused by an excessive surplus in the heartlands of monopoly capital. The political influence of the advanced countries helps to maintain governments in underdeveloped areas which are well disposed to foreign investors and which hold back indigenous development. All these forces, as they affect the underdeveloped areas, will be discussed in more detail in subsequent sections. To set up this bipolar model of the world system, Baron had to explain the origins of the massive discrepancy in accumulated capital, wealth, and power between advanced and underdeveloped areas. The high level of development in the heartlands of capitalism was no problem. According to Baron, competitive capitalism was a force for rapid development, and the advanced capitalist economies had been dominated by competitive capitalism during a long period. The problem is to explain why the same process did not occur elsewhere. Baron argued that before the period of European colonialism, there was everywhere a mode of production and a social and political order that are conveniently summarized under the name of feudalism, Peg. 268. Despite differences between areas, this order had entered at a certain stage of its development a process of dissolution and decay, which created the possibility of capitalist development. Marx, by contrast, thought that there were major differences between the mode of production in Europe, feudalism, and that in Asia, Asiatic. Baron identified three preconditions for capitalism: an increase in agricultural output accompanied by the displacement of peasants from the land, a growth of commodity production and of the division of labor, and the accumulation of capital by merchants and rich peasants. Of these, he assigned strategic significance to the third, the accumulation of capital in the form of merchant capital, on the grounds that the other two were proceeding at a roughly even pace everywhere. The development of merchant capital in Europe was the basis of European expansion, and of a process in which European capital siphoned off surplus from the rest of the world. The world economy, starting from a state of near parity between its different parts, was divided into rich and poor areas by a redivision. 152. Of surplus. This explanation is set out mainly in terms of a comparison of India, massively looted and exploited by its British conquerors, with Japan, which remained independent and became a major capitalist power. In addition, Baron stressed state support for capitalist development. Independent states took measures to protect new industries from competition, to provide infrastructure, and so on, while the colonial administrations of subject territories systematically discriminated against local producers who might compete with the ruling country. Baron's work represents a move towards seeing capitalist development as the development of one area at the expense of others. Ultimately, this can lead to a view of history as a zero-sum game, a struggle for the division of a fixed world income. It would be unfair to accuse Baron of this, given his stress on the progressive character of competitive capitalism and its creation of an unprecedented development of productive forces. A gigantic advance in technology, and a momentous increase in output and consumption, peg. 165. His successors, notably Frank, moved further away from the classical Marxist analysis. 7.5 The persistence of underdevelopment. Whatever the origins of underdevelopment, Baron argued that a fairly uniform and characteristic social and economic structure had come into existence in the underdeveloped countries, where it blocks further development. The main elements of this structure are, a large and very backward agricultural sector with small-scale peasant production and a parasitic landlord class, a small but relatively advanced industrial sector, partly foreign-owned, producing for the restricted local market, a number of enterprises producing for export, typically foreign-owned and producing primary products, and finally a large sector of traders, including large-scale merchants who control foreign trade and have close links with foreign capital, as well as petty traders who penetrate into the remote rural areas. Baron described this a capitalist order, peg. 300, but the agricultural sector seems to be characterized by pre-capitalist relations of production. Baron did not in fact differentiate at all. 153. Clearly between capitalist and pre-capitalist modes of production in his discussion, the correct way to draw this distinction has since become a matter of fierce debate. Read in terms of an articulation of modes of production, Baron's description would amount to identifying a capitalist urban industry and export sector and a predominantly pre-capitalist rural sector, with merchant capital forming the principal link between the two. This is, I think, how Ammon interprets it. On the other hand, we could regard these as being different levels in a chain of metropolis-satellite relations in which towns are satellites of the imperialist countries, and the villages are satellites of the towns, as Frank did. Cf. Barone 1985, ch. 4. Baron made the internal structure of underdeveloped countries into a central issue in Marxist theory, but his rather descriptive and practical approach leaves the way open for a number of different interpretations. The starting point of the analysis was, naturally, the economic surplus in underdeveloped countries. He argued that the surplus, while small in absolute terms because of the low level of output, is large in relative terms because mass consumption is depressed to the lowest possible level. The economic surplus is therefore large enough to permit a fairly rapid rate of growth, although from a low starting point. The explanation for lack of growth in underdeveloped countries must lie in the use of the surplus, not in its size. He put forward a double explanation for the lack of productive investment in underdeveloped countries. The surplus is not available for investment because it is either drained away to the advanced countries or absorbed in unproductive uses, but even if it were not diverted it would not be used for investment, because the incentive to invest is too low. Baron did not separate these two arguments, and so did not explain why he put both forward. Presumably, if the surplus were available for investment but was not invested, This would show up in a chronic lack of demand, falling prices, and an outflow of capital, while if the investment opportunities were there without the available surplus, there would be a permanent boom and a capital inflow. With both a low available surplus for investment and a low incentive to invest, there is a sort of low-growth equilibrium. The two arguments are, in any case, not wholly separable, since the low incentive to invest is, in 154 some instances, the cause of the diversion of surplus into other uses. Savings and investment decisions are not entirely separated. I shall follow Baron by going through the different sectors in turn, looking at the generation and use of surplus. The largest sector in most underdeveloped countries is agriculture. Baron described two ways in which agricultural production may be organized: small-scale peasant production or a system of large estates. These may be combined in different proportions in different areas. Where subsistence peasant farming predominates, productivity is very low because of the small scale of production and the archaic methods used. Despite this, a large fraction of total output is taken by landlords, demonstrating the existence of a substantial surplus. Peasants do not invest in improved methods of production, because they cannot afford to, the surplus is being drained away from them, and because there are, in any case, few opportunities for mechanization as long as the land is subdivided into very small holdings. Landlords do not invest in improvements because they cannot be sure of getting a return in the form of higher rent, because the smallness of holdings makes many forms of investment impossible, and because the surplus that they control is largely absorbed by the necessity of maintaining the style of life appropriate to their status in society. Peg. 304. What savings they do carry out are diverted into money lending or into the acquisition of additional land, and thus, presumably, into consumption by impoverished peasants who are driven to borrow or to sell off their land. Here it is clear that it is the social relations of production that are the obstacle to development, and that these are essentially pre-capitalist relations. This point has been argued more explicitly and forcefully by subsequent writers. Where there are large estates worked by hired labor, where, in other words, agriculture is capitalist, Baron did not say this, investment is deterred because labor is cheap and machinery relatively expensive, while the returns on investment are typically uncertain and slow to materialize. Here we see a different argument. Capitalism in underdeveloped areas suffers from difficulties which hamper its full development. This line too has been followed by a number of writers, on the effect of low wages, see Chapter 9. 155. Baron was not enthusiastic about agrarian reform as an answer, if all it does is to relieve the burden of rent and subdivide the larger estates. Since they are so poor, peasants spend any increased income on consumption, while the barriers to progress caused by subdivision of the land are intensified. In the, now, advanced capitalist countries, the development of capitalist agriculture centralized agricultural production, and expelled peasants from the land, raising productivity and providing simultaneously an industrial proletariat, a market for industrial products and a supply of agricultural products to feed the industrial workers. See Marx's account of primitive accumulation. Baron argued that agrarian reforms can only succeed in the context of industrial development, and of state policies to encourage the expansion of capitalist industry. They are not, by themselves, any answer and may make matters worse. The exact reasons why the capitalist road in agriculture can only be followed if there is simultaneous industrial development are not clear. It is true that laborers expelled from the land by capitalist agriculture will only find jobs in industry if there is industry to employ them, but need that be any concern of the capitalist farmer? Capitalist agriculture has in fact developed fairly rapidly in many underdeveloped areas, with a corresponding growth of urban unemployment. Baron's hostility to small-scale farming may have stemmed from a preference for collectivization in agriculture. If so, few will now agree. An important part of the surplus accrues to merchants, money lenders, and intermediaries of all kinds, who can be described collectively as merchant capital. Baron avoided this convenient term. Merchant capital can exploit the many opportunities for monopoly profit in the disorganized and isolated markets of underdeveloped countries, but, at the same time, monopoly profits attract new recruits to the stratum from déclassed landlords, rich peasants, and so on. Intensified competition leads not to an erosion of monopoly profit but to the creation of ever smaller and more local monopolies. The result is a large, and parasitic stratum of traders, absorbing large parts of the surplus despite the relative poverty of many of its members. The subdivision of merchant capital, like the subdivision of land, is a barrier to progress. Baron recognized that large-scale merchants exist too, just as large plantations do in agriculture. They are deterred from investing there. 156. Profits productively by the relatively low returns on productive investment and the attraction of alternative uses of funds. Baron's description of the parasitic hold of merchant capital is convincing, Peg. 308-13, but his explanation of this stage of affairs is sketchy. In the advanced countries too there was a stage in which merchant capital dominated, but it was thrust aside by industrial capital. The persistent hold of merchant capital in rural areas of the underdeveloped world must be explained by the restricted development of both agriculture and industry, especially, in Baron's account, the latter. Baron's explanation for the lack of industrial development is the crux of his explanation of underdevelopment, and has several interconnected elements. Competition from abroad stifles infant industries, narrow markets discourage development, and what industrial development there is rapidly takes a monopolistic form and becomes a barrier to further progress. These handicaps applied, to a degree, to present advanced countries in the initial stages of their growth, but were overcome with resolute state support. The lack of equivalent support from the state is a further factor in holding back similar development today. Competition from abroad is a factor many Marxists, and others, have emphasized in explaining lack of industrial development. Ammon developed this argument in more detail, so I will postpone discussion to the next chapter. Competition from abroad can, in any case, be prevented by protection. State support is therefore the critical factor. The narrow home market is a result of the generally low level of output and income. Baron did not put forward an underconsumptionist argument here. It is the low general level of development that is to blame. His argument is slightly odd though. Under such circumstances there could be no spreading of small industrial shops that marked elsewhere the transition from the merchant phase of capitalism to its industrial phase, Peg. 314. A narrow market can hardly prevent the spread of small-scale production. The real importance of narrow markets, to Baron, was that larger-scale production leads to an early development of monopoly, the real villain of the piece throughout. Completing swiftly the entire journey from a progressive to a regressive role in the economic system, the industrial firms. 157. Became at an early stage barriers to economic development rather similar in their effect to the semi-feudal land ownership prevailing in underdeveloped countries. Monopolistic industry on the one hand extends the merchant phase of capitalism by obstructing the transition of capital and men from the sphere of circulation to the sphere of industrial production. On the other hand, providing neither a market for agricultural produce nor outlets for agricultural surplus labor and not supplying agriculture with cheap manufactured consumer goods and implements, it forces agriculture back towards self-sufficiency, perpetuates the idleness of the structurally unemployed and fosters further mushrooming of petty traders, cottage industries, and the like. Peg. 315-16. I have already described Baron's argument that monopoly deters investment, and its weaknesses. The case he puts forward may be stronger in an underdeveloped country where a large part of total demand derives from a rather static and inflexible agricultural sector, since, as I have argued above, it is the expansion of the market that must be the main stimulus to development in a monopolistic system. Foreign firms catering for the domestic market are even more likely to operate on a large scale and to have a monopoly position. The fact of foreign ownership makes no difference to the stifling effect of monopoly on investment. They are additionally charged with sending surplus abroad and with importing many of the things they buy. Neither charge is very convincing. Szymanski calculated that there has been a net flow of wealth from the advanced to the underdeveloped countries, 1981, ch. 9. Foreign firms would presumably reinvest profits locally if it were profitable to do so, and would buy goods locally if they were cheaper or better. More important is the political backing they can get from their home countries, and the fact that by displacing local firms they retard the growth of a national bourgeoisie. There are also firms producing for export, mainly producing primary commodities and mainly foreign-owned. Baron claimed that they typically pay out only a small part of their revenue in wages, that the surplus is correspondingly high and is predominantly taken out of the country. There is thus little stimulus. 158. To consumer demand, which might stimulate investment, nor is there a large contribution to the local investable surplus. I will reserve the main discussion of these questions for later chapters. Again, Baron is the source of ideas that have been developed further. Since Baron's time, manufactured exports from newly industrializing countries have boomed, a development he did not foresee. The political structure of underdeveloped countries is shaped, first, by the enormous weight of foreign capital, because of its economic and political power within the country and its ability to call on the support of its home country. Foreign capital is opposed to economic development, Baron claimed, because it would threaten cheap supplies of labor, and because it would involve higher taxes and a diversion of state support to the promotion of internal development to the detriment of the needs of the export sector for specialized infrastructure. Second, there is a powerful block of mercantile interests attached to foreign capital, enterprises acting as suppliers, agents, and subcontractors, as well as those who handle import and export business. These Baron calls the comprador bourgeoisie. In representing their own interests, they represent, to a large extent, the interests of foreign capital as well. Third, there are feudal or semi-feudal landed interests, who have their own reasons for opposing any disturbance in the status quo, and for lining up with foreign capital. Finally, industrial capital, although it has a relatively small weight in the economy, is concentrated into a few powerful monopolies which oppose any developments which threaten their position. These are not the only class forces. Workers, peasants, and intellectuals have their own interests, opposed to those of the ruling oligarchy, and must be represented or somehow bought off, or both, while a progressive industrial bourgeoisie, though weak, may exist. It is clear that there are many possible alignments that could arise from this complex web of classes and class fractions, and Baron's importance in the development of the political analysis of underdeveloped countries, as in other aspects of his writing, is largely in the possible lines of analysis suggested by his work. His own stress was mainly on the role of foreign capital, and the imperialist states that lie behind it, in stifling development. This makes sense, since if we take away the element of foreign dominance. 159. We are left with very much the same classes and fractions as were contending for power in the advanced countries at an early stage in their development. We may doubt Baron's presumption that mercantile and feudal classes must be uniformly hostile to development. They were not always so in the countries where capitalism first emerged. Baron discussed three different kinds of government in underdeveloped countries, which he called colonial administrations, comprador regimes, and New Deal governments. This division looks less relevant now that decolonization has almost eliminated formal colonial rule. Colonial territories are, of course, directly dominated by foreign capital, interested in natural resources, cheap labor, and cheap government. Comprador governments were described by Baron as little different from colonial regimes. The job of government is farmed out to local interests that can be relied on to support their paymasters, or be thrown out if they give trouble, so privileged sections of the local population get hold of substantial chunks of surplus which they squander ostentatiously. He cited oil sheiks as examples. This was before OPEC, of course. New Deal governments are more interesting. Baron described, without very deep analysis, the formation of a popular coalition to demand independence. At the time he was writing, only a few colonial territories had achieved formal independence, and they were at an early stage in their development. He did not wholly rule out the possibility that some of these countries might achieve genuinely independent economic development on the lines of Japan, but he foresaw enormous difficulties. The central point is that it is not only foreign capital which is threatened by economic development. There are powerful interests within the country which also have much to fear. Once independence is attained, the nationalist movement splits into a right and a left wing, and the outcome depends on the precise balance of forces. If popular pressures for reform are strong, Baron argues, there is likely to be a rapid reconciliation between reactionary local interests and foreign capital. Independence will become a sham and the pretense of democracy will be abandoned. It is not difficult to think of examples. The prospects for capitalist development are better. 160. Where the working class is weak and the industrial bourgeoisie relatively strong. Although capitalist development was not impossible, Baron thought it unlikely, and expected it at best to be slower than the potential surplus makes technically possible. The only sure road to development is by the adoption of socialist planning. He advocated a Soviet model of development with the surplus in agriculture used to develop heavy industry first and consumer goods industries afterwards. Since Baron made a clear prediction that monopoly capitalism will lead to slow growth in both advanced and underdeveloped areas, one might try to test this prediction against the facts. It does not fare well. In almost every country in the world, total output has grown more rapidly since the Second World War than in any previous epoch. Industry has grown more rapidly in underdeveloped than in developed countries, Warren 1973, 1980. Per capita output in underdeveloped countries, especially in the agricultural sector, has, it is true, grown more slowly than might have been hoped, but even here it is doubtful whether any previous period has a better record. It might be argued that Baron was comparing monopoly capitalism with socialism, which would have done even better, but this is not my reading of him. In any case, socialist countries do not have an impressive record. The prospects for capitalist development will be discussed further in Chapter 11. 7.6 Summary. Baron argued that monopoly leads to a diversion of the surplus of output over necessary consumption away from productive investment towards wasteful uses. It is thus a cause of stagnation in both advanced and underdeveloped countries, an argument that is theoretically weak and conflicts with the facts. Underdeveloped countries are dominated by foreign capital with its local hangarson, and by mercantile and landlord interests. All are hostile to development. He directed Marxists' attention to the analysis of underdeveloped countries, and provided many of the ideas built on by subsequent writers. 161. 8. Dependency theories. André Gunder Frank's most influential book, Capitalism and Underdevelopment in Latin America, Frank 1979a, cited below as Kula, starts with a sentence which sums up his position admirably. I believe, with Paul Baron, that it is capitalism, both world and national, which produced underdevelopment in the past and which still generates underdevelopment in the present. Kula, 11. It is essential to realize how drastic a break with the classical Marxists this is. Compare it with Marx. National differences and antagonisms between peoples are daily more and more vanishing, owing to the development of the bourgeoisie, to freedom of commerce, to the world market, to uniformity in the mode of production and in the conditions of life corresponding thereto. Marx, Manifesto, 49. Frank's claim that capitalism causes underdevelopment is characteristic of the dependency theories which dominated Marxist, and radical non-Marxist, thinking on the world economy from the late 1960s to the late 1970s. These theories see the world capitalist system as divided into a center and a periphery. Terminology varies. Metropolis and satellite, or core and periphery, are alternatives. The normal processes of the system cause the gap between center and periphery to widen, as the center develops at the expense of the 162 periphery, while the periphery is reduced to a state of dependence. Imperialism, in the usual sense of political and military dominance, plays a secondary role in dependency theories, which were intended to explain what was seen as a continued failure of development in the Third World, in the era of decolonization. Insofar as dependency theorists discuss the history of underdevelopment, one can distinguish a strong form of the theory: Europe found countries that were developed for the time, and made them underdeveloped, and a less common weak form: Europe prevented underdeveloped countries from developing, Griffin and Gurley 1985. During the 1970s, dependency theory came under increasing fire, and by the 1980s those writers still working in the dependency framework were visibly on the defensive. I shall concentrate on a few of the most influential writers in the dependency tradition, primarily André Gunder Frank, Immanuel Wallerstein, and Samir Emin, with the emphasis on the works which were most discussed and emulated. By contrast with the earlier period surveyed in this book, a great variety of work in the dependency framework exists, so the discussion has to be selective. This book is about Marxist theories of imperialism, not about modern theories of economic development, and topics for discussion have been selected accordingly. Dependency theory emerged from debates on development economics, and by no means all of its adherents claim to be Marxists. Were I writing the history of dependency theory in its own right, I would have more to say about writers like Cardoso and Dos Santos. Frank is sometimes treated as the inventor of dependency theory, Simon and Ruxio 1986, though others could dispute the honor with him. His work has typically taken the form of essays, subsequently collected and published in book form. The most important collections are Capitalism and Underdevelopment in Latin America, Kula, 1969a, first published in 1967, and Latin America, Underdevelopment or Revolution, Lore, 1969b. Lumpenbourgeoisie, Lumpendevelopment, LL, 1972, was a reply to his critics, and represents a minor modification and restatement of his position. Dependent Accumulation and Underdevelopment, DAU, 1978, represents a further shift on some issues, and was influenced by other writers, notably Amin. DAU contains a historical account of the world economy interspersed with more theoretical essays. Of Frank's many subsequent publications, 3. 163. 1981, 1983, 1984, deserve mention. I shall concentrate on the earlier works, since they have become part of the intellectual history of the period, even where Frank has subsequently changed his views. Frank was criticized by Lacan, 1971, among others. Wallerstein's The Modern World System, MWS, 1974a, is the first installment of a promised 4-volume analytical history of the capitalist world economy, continued in The Modern World System 2, 1980, between them they cover the period from 1450 to 1750. A more accessible introduction to his views is to be found in Historical Capitalism, 1983, and in an article, 1974b, which is included, with others, in a useful collection, The Capitalist World Economy, CWE, 1979, see also 1984. Wallerstein's views, and those of Frank, have been critically analyzed by Brenner, 1977. Amin's major works are Accumulation on a World Scale, 1974, cited below as AWS, Unequal Development, 1976, cited as UD, and Class and Nation, Historically and in the Present Crisis, 1980, which all cover very similar ground. Imperialism and Unequal Development, 1977, cited as IUD, is a collection of essays, one of which, The End of a Debate, sets out Amin's main ideas very clearly. He has also written a considerable amount about particular areas, notably North Africa, 1966, and West Africa, 1971. Addo, 1984, contains useful essays by Frank and Wallerstein as well as Amin. Amin has been criticized for eclecticism, Barone 1982, C.F. Griffin and Gurley 1985, though it is not clear why that should be a vice. 8.1 Frank identified capitalism with a system of worldwide exchange, characterized by monopoly and by exploitation. He also, implicitly, argued that any part of the world which is affected in any fundamental way by capitalism, exchange, is capitalist. He had little difficulty in showing that the effects of the capitalist world economy have penetrated so deep into Latin America that no part of the continent has been unaffected. Even areas substantially devoted to self-sufficient, subsistence farming, such as northeast Brazil, Cicula, 153-4, are the products of the decay of earlier export industries, while latifundias, large estates worked by 164 peasant cultivators, originated as a response to commercial opportunities even where they have subsequently declined into almost self-sufficient isolation. Incorporation into the world capitalist system leads to development, in some areas, and to the development of underdevelopment elsewhere. Underdevelopment, as Frank uses the word, is not an original state. He coined the name undevelopment for the state of affairs before capitalist penetration, though neither he nor his followers have used it much, on the grounds that all vestiges of older forms have long since been reconstructed by capitalism. The development of underdevelopment occurs because the world capitalist system is characterized by a metropolis, satellite structure. The metropolis exploits the satellite, surplus is concentrated in the metropolis, and the satellite is cut off from potential investment funds, so its growth is slowed down. More important, the satellite is reduced to a state of dependence which creates a local ruling class with an interest in perpetuating underdevelopment, a lumpen bourgeoisie which follows a policy of underdevelopment, passim. I shall first discuss Frank's conception of the structure of the world capitalist system, the chain of metropolis, satellite relations, then the transfer of surplus from satellite to metropolis and its consequences, and finally the economic and political structures that result. Consider first the idea of a chain of metropolis, satellite relations. The monopoly capitalist structure and the surplus expropriation/appropriation contradiction run through the entire Chilean economy, past and present. Indeed, it is this exploitative relation which in chain-like fashion extends the capitalist link between the capitalist world and national metropolises to the regional centers, part of whose surplus they appropriate, and from these to local centers and so on to large landholders or merchants who expropriate surplus from small peasants or tenants, and sometimes even from these latter to landless laborers exploited by them in turn. At each step along the way the relatively few capitalists above exercise monopoly power over the many below, expropriating some or all of their 165 economic surplus, and to the extent that they are not expropriated in turn by the still fewer above, appropriating it for their own use. Thus at each point, the international, national and local capitalist system generates economic development for the few and underdevelopment for the many. Kula, 7-8. Similar statements may be found throughout Frank's work, e.g. Kula, 146-8, about Brazil. This chain of metropolis-satellite relations has existed, according to Frank, since the 16th century. Changes since then represent only changes in the forms of dominance and exploitation of the satellite, not changes of substance. This is the principle of continuity in change, cf. Addo 1986. As a description, Frank's chain of metropolis-satellite relations is plausible. Relations of dominance and surplus extraction exist not only between the direct producers and their immediate exploiters, but at all levels in the world system. The idea is essential to Frank, since the chain serves both to channel surplus to the metropolis and to create the class interests that sustain underdevelopment. As an analysis, however, it raises more questions than it answers. I shall criticize Frank primarily for conflating very different kinds of relations on the basis of purely superficial similarities. In particular, I shall argue that merchant capital and modern monopoly capital are quite different. The basic idea is of an exchange relationship in which the metropolis has a monopolistic position because each metropolis has several satellites, while each satellite confronts only one metropolis. The concept of monopoly used here is familiar from economics textbooks, a single seller facing a multitude of small buyers or, conversely, a single buyer facing many sellers. The monopolist can set the terms of exchange, and capture any surplus controlled by the other party. Frank, however, generalized the idea to cover any exploitative or unequal relationship. The source or form of this monopoly varies from one case to another. Kula, 147. One can say, for example, that landlords monopolize access to the land, capitalists monopolize the means of production, and so on. But if one does not distinguish between different forms of monopoly, and in particular between class monopolies and individual monopolies. 166. Between monopoly control of the means of production and monopoly in exchange, then the assertion that exploitation is the result of monopoly becomes an empty tautology. At the international and interregional levels of Frank's hierarchy, there are two distinct kinds of monopoly involved. The first, and the one that fits Frank's account best, is the monopolistic system of merchant capital, established in Latin America following the Spanish and Portuguese conquests and dominant into the 20th century. Merchants collect products for export and for interregional trade, and distribute foreign and urban products. They are usually not involved directly in production, where they are, their activities in organizing production are secondary. Mercantile monopoly may be associated with either pre-capitalist or, small-scale, capitalist relations of production. The second kind of monopoly, which Frank does not distinguish clearly, is modern monopoly capital, characterized by large-scale capitalist production. In underdeveloped countries, it typically appears in the form of multinational companies, though national monopolies also exist. In contrast to merchant capital, modern monopoly capital exercises direct control over production and normally introduces fully capitalist production relations and the most modern technology. To confuse the two is a major mistake. It is true that some cases are hard to categorize, for example where multinational firms are engaged in buying agricultural products from small-scale producers, or where they organize production on a relatively primitive technical basis, e.g. plantation agriculture, but the existence of borderline cases does not invalidate the classification. At the local levels of the hierarchy, closer to the direct producers, Frank mentions merchants, landlords and, occasionally, capitalists. These must be clearly distinguished from each other. Frank argues that it is often difficult to disentangle these relationships in practice, but this surely makes it even more essential to be clear in analysis. I am not arguing that these different exploitative relations exist independently of each other. In each different historical period they have interacted and reinforced each other. This is what gives Frank's account its descriptive verisimilitude. The next major point to note is that Frank identifies an economic hierarchy of individuals or classes, the relatively few capitalists. 167. Above exploiting the many below, with a spatial or geographic hierarchy, world and national metropolises, regional centers, local centers. This coincidence of economic and spatial relations is characteristic of some, but not all, systems of exploitation. Merchant capital, for example, sometimes creates a geographical hierarchy, when the output of scattered production units is gathered in regional centers for export in bulk, or for shipment to urban markets. This is the case that fits Frank's picture best. The economic and geographical hierarchies coincide. Modern monopoly capital is often administered through a superficially similar geographical hierarchy. The head office is in a major world center, regional offices or local subsidiaries are established in large cities, while productive activities are located wherever manpower, markets, and raw materials supplies dictate. See Heimer 1972. Chandler and Redlich 1961. This hierarchy of administration is not in any real sense a chain of metropolis-satellite relations. The intermediate levels of management are no more than agents of the corporation, with no independent economic base. There is a direct wage relation between the workers and the corporation as a unit of capital. Another kind of hierarchy is created by the existence of subcontractors and the like, subordinate to the large corporations. This was discussed by Hilferding and is still important, Friedman 1977. As with merchant capital, it involves exchange relations, but the units involved are producing units, and are often located within a single urban area. All of these hierarchical structures differ from competitive capitalism, which is characterized by a chain with only one link, the relation between workers and capitalists. There are superficial similarities between Frank's chain, and also Wallerstein's core, periphery relation, and the classical Marxist theories of imperialism. Lenin said that finance capital spreads its net over the world, and Bukharin wrote of a few consolidated, organized economic bodies confronting an agrarian periphery. However, for Bukharin and Lenin, this was part of a process of internationalization that was transforming the world system by concentrating power and wealth at the center, but simultaneously developing production and creating a true proletariat in the periphery. Where Frank and Wallerstein saw an essentially static system of redistribution persisting for centuries, the classical 168 Marxists saw a process of development that was transforming the world. The essential difference between these views is to be found in the classical Marxist emphasis on the relations of production. Frank is only able to argue that the chain has remained essentially unchanged by ignoring the real changes in the relations of production which followed the displacement of merchant capital by modern monopoly capital. The chain of metropolis, satellite relations is, according to Frank, the cause of the development of underdevelopment. This latter phrase is not very clearly defined, but part of its meaning seems to be a quantitative retardation in the growth of output, employment, and productivity. The other aspect of its meaning is a qualitative deformation of the system. I now turn to the argument, used, in rather different forms, by Baron, Frank, Wallerstein and others, that the transfer of surplus from the satellite to the metropolis leads to a retardation of development in the satellite. First, consider the concept of surplus. Frank referred to Baron's definitions, chapter 7 above, but there are additional difficulties in using this definition in Frank's framework. Baron defines surplus as the difference between output, actual or potential, and consumption, actual or necessary. For a self-sufficient producing unit, the surplus is simply the physical excess of what is produced over what is consumed. Frank, however, was explicitly concerned with production units that are not self-sufficient, but are involved in a network of exchange relations. In this case, the goods that are consumed are not produced within the unit concerned, so production and consumption must be valued in comparable units before the difference between them can be calculated. The problem of valuation was a major preoccupation of the English classical economists. Marx tackled it by using labor values. Neither Frank nor Baron suggested any solution. It is not a mere technicality. To argue that there is exploitation in exchange, it is necessary to compare the prices that are actually paid with some reference set of correct prices. At the prices actually paid, obviously, producers get the value of what they sell. I know of no simple or universal solution to this problem, which greatly reduces the usefulness of the concept of surplus. Labor values make sense only in a relatively homogeneous system, in which competition leads to a certain 169 uniformity in levels of technique by eliminating inefficient producers. This is the context implied by Marx in his discussion of value. As Frank himself insisted, the world economy is not now, and has never been, homogeneous in this sort of way, so the concept of surplus can only be used in a rather loose and qualitative fashion. If we accept a concept of surplus, we must still ask, what are the effects of a transfer of surplus from satellite to metropolis? Here Frank's conflation of the economic and geographical dimensions of exploitation adds powerfully to the confusion. To say that one region extracts surplus from another suggests strongly that some physical goods are being seized from one place and shifted to another. Within a system of exchange, however, what is happening is that an exchange of goods of unequal value, in some sense, is taking place, and that control over the use of certain sums of value is being transferred from individuals, or groups, who live in one place to individuals, or groups, or corporate bodies, who live, or have their head offices, in another. Without analysis of the use of the surplus, this tells us nothing about the geographical location of new investment. The whole point of Barron's concept of surplus is that surplus represents potential investment and hence economic growth. As a starting point, consider what determines the geographical pattern of investment in a fully developed, ideal, capitalist system. Here, investment will be directed into the activities that yield the highest profits. This is what leads to the formation of a general rate of profit. See Marx, Capital, 3, ch. 10. In geographical terms, investment will be located where costs are lowest, allowing for transport costs, and thus, other things being equal, investment will go to low-wage areas, i.e. underdeveloped areas. I do not argue that these ideal conditions have ever existed, nor that an allocation of investment according to profitability would be desirable. The real point is that the geographical pattern of investment need not correspond at all to the geographical location of the owners of the surplus. If anything, the super-exploitation of underdeveloped countries should mean more rapid development, as the classical Marxists expected. A large part of Frank's argument is therefore misdirected. The transfer of surplus from satellite to metropolis cannot in itself explain the lack of development in the satellite. The 170 pattern of development depends on the factors that govern the use of the surplus. Part of Frank's answer to this criticism would no doubt be to refer to his discussion of the distortion of the satellite's economy as a result of economic dependence, to be discussed below. He could also argue that the structure of the chain of metropolis-satellite relations impedes the return flow of investment from metropolis to satellite. Here, the distinctions between merchant capital and modern monopoly capital are relevant. In the case of a mercantile hierarchy, there are very real barriers to the productive use of the surplus in the satellite. The production units are separate from the capitalist enterprises that exploit them. If mercantile profit is plowed back into the expansion of the mercantile enterprise itself, this does nothing to expand actual production. Where production is in the hands of pre-capitalist producers, there may be no way in which investment funds could be channeled into production, at least without transforming the social relations of production, a task which merchant capital may have neither the means nor the desire to undertake. Where production is organized in small capitalist firms or in pre-capitalist units which can absorb money capital productively, for example, slave plantations, the problem is that investment funds will not be forthcoming unless production is profitable, and production is not profitable if the potential profits are being creamed off by mercantile middlemen. In the case of modern monopoly capital, especially in the form of multinational companies, the case is different. It has been argued by many commentators, e.g. Heimer 1972, Adam 1975, that multinational companies look over the whole world to select sites for investment, potentially profitable markets, and so on. They have no special reason to concentrate investment in their home countries, indeed they are multinational precisely because they have not done so in the past. The investment decisions of multinational companies should approximate more closely to the pure capitalist pattern than those of any preceding form of capital. Frank cited evidence showing that the outflow of profit from Latin America to the USA in various forms greatly exceeds the return flow of investment funds from the USA. This is not really surprising, since it is generally true that only a small part of profit is 171 reinvested, whether the profits are generated in advanced or underdeveloped countries, by local or foreign capitalists. In all these cases, a large fraction of profit is consumed. This may be an indictment of capitalism, but not particularly of foreign capital. Baron argued that monopoly capital is particularly prone to waste the surplus. I have criticized this view, and in any case it is a charge directed against monopoly capital in general, not foreign or multinational corporations as such. The relevant question is whether multinational companies reinvest less than locally owned capitalist enterprises. In Frank's treatment of foreign firms, nationalist rhetoric often supplants sober analysis. My conclusion, then, is that the transfer of control over surplus to the metropolis is not, in itself, an explanation for lack of development in the satellite, which must be explained by looking at the uses of surplus. Of course, the fact that surplus is in different hands may be relevant to determining its use, but it is not the only factor. In particular, the relations of production and of exchange are crucial factors. Where production is in the hands of multinational corporations, the scope for productive use of surplus is far greater than it is where production is pre-capitalist and surplus is captured by merchant capital. In all cases, however, the incentives and opportunities provided by the economic environment are critically important. The transfer of surplus is not the only cause of the development of underdevelopment. Frank also claimed that participation as a satellite in the capitalist world system leads to a distorted and dependent economic structure. This idea was developed independently by a number of writers, and led to them becoming known as the dependency school. The point is that even a nationalist government cannot succeed in promoting capitalist development because of the constraints imposed by the international environment. Dos Santos, 1970, defined dependence as follows. By dependence we mean a situation in which the economy of certain countries is conditioned by the development and expansion of another economy to which the former is subjected. The relation of interdependence assumes the form of 172. Dependence when some countries, the dominant ones, can expand and be self-sustaining, while other countries, the dependent ones, can do this only as a reflection of that expansion. The story runs as follows: underdeveloped countries produce a narrow range of staple raw materials for export. This is the result of earlier stages of development. Incomes are very unequal and much of the surplus flows out of the country, so the mass market for consumer goods is limited. Import substituting industrialization involves capital-intensive techniques, so employment is low, as are wages, leaving a large part of the population marginalized, either unemployed or in low productivity traditional activities. The concept of marginalization has much in common with dualistic theories, except that here it is the lack of dynamism of the modern sector that excludes people, forcing them back into low productivity activities, where theories of dualism originally saw the modern sector as held back by the traditional sector. The market remains narrow, further constricting development. Furtado, 1973, suggested a further factor: consumption patterns among the elite are copied from those of more advanced countries, and the result is to bias demand towards imports or towards goods produced by capital-intensive methods, reinforcing the problem. Modern production methods require imported capital goods, imported components and materials, while multinational companies remit profits abroad, openly or by devious means. The balance of payments is therefore a constant problem, halting growth and compelling the retention of traditional export industries as foreign exchange earners. Consider, first, the problem of narrow markets. There are two issues: the absolute size of the market and its rate of growth. A small market limits the opportunities for use of modern large-scale techniques. There is no doubt that small underdeveloped countries are at a disadvantage here, though larger underdeveloped countries, Brazil, India, etc., are not. Production for the, potentially almost unlimited, export market can overcome both this problem and the problem of a slowly growing market. Relatively slow growth in the market for consumer goods is the result not of a high rate of 173 exploitation, but of a rising rate of exploitation. Correspondingly, the market for means of production could expand relatively rapidly. This is the standard argument against underconsumptionism, an argument Frank accepted, DAU, Chapter 5. It is argued, however, that means of production are predominantly imported, so the growth of local industry is limited by the slow growth of the market for consumer goods. The case thus hinges on assumptions about the pattern of international specialization. Exports, which generate income, and hence demand, are assumed to be confined to traditional exports. Production for the local market is assumed to be limited to consumer goods. An explanation of the pattern of specialization is needed to give these arguments a solid foundation. What of the balance of payments? Suppose a country exports a limited range of traditional staples, and cannot easily expand its exports. Growth in export earnings is limited, so import growth must be limited too, since imports must, in the end, be paid for by exports. If imports, say of capital equipment or materials, are essential for growth, the growth of the whole economy can be limited by the balance of payments constraint. The argument is familiar to development economists, it is a form of structuralism, see Little 1982, and is perfectly coherent. The problem is that it, like the narrow markets argument, rests on the assumption that nothing can be done about the pattern of specialization. Indeed, it is just a variant of the narrow markets argument, for the special case in which export markets are narrow. What is needed to add some substance to these arguments is some explanation of why a country should be so limited in the range of goods it can produce and export. All the evidence is that many third world countries have, in fact, widened the range of goods they produce, either to replace imports of manufactures, this is called import substituting industrialization in the jargon, or by exporting manufactures themselves, export-oriented industrialization. Some countries which shifted to exporting manufactures became net importers of primary products themselves, creating markets for exporters of primary products. The benefits have not been evenly spread, of course, but what is needed is an explanation of why some countries have succeeded while others, as yet, have not. To deny the possibility of something which is visibly happening is not very helpful. 174. Finally, Frank stressed the political consequences of dependency. The ruling classes in underdeveloped countries owe their position to their place in a chain that runs from the countryside to the imperialist metropolis, and thus have an interest in maintaining it. This colonial and class structure establishes very well-defined class interests for the dominant sector of the bourgeoisie. Using government cabinets and other instruments of the state, the bourgeoisie produces a policy of underdevelopment in the economic, social, and political life of the nation and the people of Latin America. LL. 13. This part of Frank's argument is at its best in his historical analysis of a crucial turning point in Latin American history, the period after independence in the 19th century. At this time there was a bitter conflict between the Europeans, the advocates of free trade, and the Americans, the advocates of protection for domestic industries. The Europeans were led by merchants who handled the export and import trades and by agricultural export interests, and they were the stronger party precisely because the preceding centuries of dependence had created an economy dominated by the groups that stood to gain from continuation of the system. Free trade made imported manufactured goods available cheaply to the export agriculturalists, and the weakness of the local currency increased the value of exported products in terms of the depreciated currency, transferring income to those who sold goods for export. Local manufacturing industry was unable to compete with imports without protection, so perpetuating the imbalance. LL. 61. State policy was geared to the needs of the export sector in other ways as well: taxes, distribution of land, immigration policy, ports, railways, and so on. Frank summarizes, the European lumpen bourgeoisie built national lumpen states which never achieved real independence but were, and are, simply effective instruments of the lumpen bourgeoisie's policy of lumpen development. LL. 58. By contrast, the United States did not offer suitable conditions for export agriculture except in the South. 175. Consequently, the class structure which developed there, based at the start on small farmers, did not present any obstacle to a development policy which permitted the northern bourgeoisie to become strong enough to use independence to promote integrated development, to defeat the planters/exporters of the South in the Civil War, to impose a policy of industrialization and arrive at their own industrial take-off point. LL, 58-9. Frank was surely right to argue that state policy is a critical element in economic development, that state policy is the outcome of conflict between classes and fractions of classes with conflicting interests, and that classes and fractions which benefit from an existing economic structure have an interest in perpetuating it and are in a strong position to succeed. However, his political analysis was radically impoverished by the presumption that international trade is bad for development, and self-sufficiency good, so classes and fractions were classified by whether they were for or against trade. The issues in development policy are far too complex to be captured by this simple opposition. In any case, the idea that state policy since the Second World War has been hostile to industrial development is simply ridiculous. In the majority of Third World countries, levels of industrial protection have been very high, absurdly high in some cases, and state investment has been poured into infrastructure and heavy industries. It can be argued that some countries, at least, have lost out by neglecting agriculture and primary production, not the reverse. The interesting question is, how did industrial capital succeed in enlisting such wholehearted state support, when it was, to begin with, so weak? This, and related issues, will be taken up in chapters 10 and 11. A final comment: Frank's arguments were presented in a distinctive way, which seems to me to be an important source of weakness. His normal procedure was to make brief, sloganistic assertions, and then to justify and expand on them by giving a series of historical examples, frequently quoting at length from other writers or from original sources. The problem with this style of argument is that it leaves no room for systematic theoretical exposition. One is left repeatedly saying, yes, it happened like that in those cases, but why, and must it be the same everywhere? In 176. Addition, crucial terms, development, underdevelopment, metropolis, satellite, capitalism, and so on, are never explicitly defined. The reader is left to infer their meaning from the essentially descriptive uses they are put to. They often have a spectrum of meanings rather than a single precisely defined sense, blurring the logic of some of his most important assertions. 8.2 Wallerstein. I shall summarize Wallerstein's arguments briefly, since they have a great deal in common with those of Frank. He insisted that any social system must be seen as a totality. Nation-states, in the modern world, are not closed systems and cannot be treated as if they were. We take the defining characteristic of a social system to be the existence within it of a division of labor, such that the various sectors or areas within are dependent upon economic exchange with others for the smooth and continuous provisioning of the needs of the area. CWE, 5. The only kinds of social system that have existed are many systems, closed local economies, world empires, defined by the extraction of tribute by a central authority, and world economies, formed by a market exchange. A world system does not necessarily have to cover the whole globe, it is a unit with a single division of labor and multiple cultural systems. A world economy, then, is a world system without a single central authority. The modern world system is capitalist, since it is a world economy, as defined. Capitalism and a world economy, that is, a single division of labor but multiple polities, are obverse sides of the same coin. One does not cause the other. We are merely defining the same indivisible phenomenon by different characteristics. CWE, 6. The capitalist world system is divided into three tiers of states, those of the core, the semi-periphery and the periphery. The 177. Essential difference between them is in the strength of the state machine in different areas, leading to transfers of surplus from the periphery to the core, which further strengthen the state machines in the core. State power is the central mechanism since actors in the market attempt to avoid the normal operation of the market whenever it does not maximize their profit by using the state to alter the terms of trade. The link with imperialism in the traditional sense, the dominance of one state over others, is obvious. At least in origin, the core, periphery division is explained through a sort of technological determinism. Western Europe specialized in manufacture and animal raising, activities which require relatively high skills, and are better carried out by relatively well-paid free-wage labor. The resulting social structure is the foundation of relatively strong core states, able to manipulate markets to their advantage. Hispanic America, mining, and Baltic East Europe, grain, specialized in activities requiring relatively little skill, hence capitalists chose, through state intervention, forms of coerced labor, and a difference of interests emerged between manufacturing and primary product export interests. Local states were weak, and readily subjugated by the core, so these areas became peripheral. Once in existence, the core, periphery division is maintained by the ability of the core states to manipulate the workings of the system as a whole to suit their needs. They deliberately weaken peripheral states or eliminate them altogether by conquest, and also alter the workings of markets by imposing monopolistic restrictions, protecting their own industries, forbidding corresponding protection in the periphery, and so on. The semi-periphery is a sort of labor aristocracy of states or geographical areas. Without it, a world system becomes polarized and liable to revolt, while an intermediate tier diffuses antagonisms. This argument is hard to accept as an explanation of the existence of a semi-periphery. Was the creation of a semi-periphery deliberate? The particular cases Wallerstein cites, Italy in the 16th century, Russia later, including the USSR, do not seem to have been deliberately created by the core states. In any case, if the core is divided into distinct national states, by definition, who is there to oversee the interests of the system as a whole? The notion of a semi-periphery is rather convenient for the theory because it provides, so to speak, a site for change. New core states can emerge. 178. From the semi-periphery, and declining core states can sink into it. On the other hand, the notion of a semi-periphery can easily become an excuse for ad hoc explanations. Core states are expected to succeed, so any core state that does badly can be redscribed as semi-peripheral, and so on. There is a risk of leaving the theory with no substance at all. At this stage, one might well ask what has happened to relations of production and to classes in the ordinary Marxist sense. Wallerstein seems to count anybody who produces for profit in the market as a capitalist. Labor power is indeed a commodity, but wage labor is only one of the modes in which labor is recruited and compensated in the labor market. Slavery, coerced cash crop production, sharecropping, and tenancy are all alternative modes, CWE, 17. Marx's concept of capitalism in terms of a relation between free labor and capital is ruthlessly ditched. Class analysis amounts, in Wallerstein's view, to the analysis of the interests of syndical groups within particular states, and is legitimate provided we look at the structural position and interests in the world economy of these groups. At the same time, classes have no permanent reality and are no more fundamental than ethno-nations. That, at least, is my interpretation of some more than usually opaque passages in Wallerstein's writings. CCWE, 24, 224-6. The central point, which has been the subject of much debate, is that modes of labor control, wage labor, slavery, etc., are secondary results of the functioning of a world system defined by the existence of market links. The situation in the core is such that free wage labor tends to be chosen, by the ruling class, with state support, while in the periphery more coercive systems are used. Overall, Wallerstein's primary assertion is that a world system must be analyzed as a whole. Few are likely to disagree. Beyond this, I find little more than a series of definitions and phrases, with a mass of detailed historical material that often seems to have little connection with his overall generalizations. What is lacking is a level of theory that would connect the two, by specifying exactly how, and under what conditions, the structure produces the results he claimed for it. 179. 8.3 Lacan's critique. Both Frank and Wallerstein defined capitalism as a system of exchange relations. They did so, quite deliberately, to include relations of exploitation such as those between landlords and peasants, which do not involve wage labor in the strict sense. This approach has been criticized by a number of Marxist writers. Lacan, in an article which has been the starting point for much debate, 1971, reprinted in Lacan 1977, stated his essential point as follows. Of course, Frank is at liberty to abstract a mass of historical features and build a model on this basis. He can even, if he wishes, give the resulting entity the name of capitalism. But what is wholly unacceptable is the fact that Frank claims that his conception is the Marxist concept of capitalism. Because for Marx, as is obvious to anyone who has even a superficial acquaintance with his works, capitalism was a mode of production. The fundamental economic relationship of capitalism is constituted by the free laborer's sale of his labor power, whose necessary precondition is the loss by the direct producer of ownership of the means of production. Lacan 1977, 23. Marx regarded exchange, and the development of merchant capital, as perfectly consistent with the persistence of pre-capitalist modes of production. I have already described this aspect of Marx's analysis. Lacan distinguished between modes of production and economic systems. A mode of production is an integrated complex of social productive forces and relations linked to a determinate type of ownership of the means of production, 1977, 34. The feudal and capitalist modes are the only two that are relevant. The feudal mode of production is one in which the productive process operates according to the following pattern. 1. The economic surplus is produced by a labor force subject to extra economic compulsion. 2. The economic surplus is privately 180. Appropriated by someone other than the direct producers. 3. Property in the means of production remains in the hands of the direct producer. In the capitalist mode of production, the economic surplus is also subject to private appropriation, but as distinct from feudalism, ownership of the means of production is severed from ownership of labor power. Lacan 1977, 35. An economic system consists of the mutual relations between the different sectors of the economy, or between different production units, whether on a regional, national or world scale, 1977, 35, so an economic system can include, as constitutive elements, different modes of production. Similar ideas were developed by a number of writers in the 1970s, and will be discussed further in Chapter 10. Lacan's version is discussed here, because it was presented as a critique of Frank and Wallerstein. According to Lacan, feudal production for exchange is not ruled out, so Frank's evidence that supposedly feudal areas of Latin America have been deeply influenced by exchange becomes irrelevant, and to affirm the feudal character of the relations of production in the agrarian sector does not necessarily involve maintaining a dualist thesis. 1977, 32. Wallerstein responded, the substantive issue, in my view, concerns the appropriate unit of analysis for the purpose of comparison. Sweezy and Frank better follow the spirit of Marx if not his letter, CWE, 9. The essence of his reply is that the system must be viewed as a totality, and that the only totality that actually exists is the world economy. This brings out the key point very well. Both Frank and Wallerstein were looking for descriptive generalizations, based directly on the observed facts. Marx, by contrast, insisted on the necessity of abstraction. The capitalist mode of production was not, for Marx, a directly observable empirical thing, like the capitalist world economy. It was instead a conceptual object, the product of thought. The aim is to pick out key relationships and examine them in isolation before elaborating the analysis to deal with the complexities of the real world. Wallerstein's reply, therefore, misses its target, since Marx was not looking for a totality that really exists. However, an appeal to the authority of Marx only settles the issue for dogmatists, cf. Foster Carter 1979. Marx did indeed define a mode of production in terms of relations of production, but it 181 remains to be shown that this approach gives better results in explaining reality than any other. I have argued that major weaknesses in Frank's analysis follow directly from his neglect of relations of production. If this is accepted, then it strengthens Lacan's case. On the other hand, Lacan's own explanation of underdevelopment and of the persistence of pre-capitalist modes is most unconvincing. Lacan wrote, Frank shows us how the advanced countries have exploited the peripheral countries. What he at no time explains is why certain nations needed the underdevelopment of other nations for their own process of development. Lacan 1977, 35-6. And again, if we want to show that development generates underdevelopment, what we have to prove is that the maintenance of pre-capitalist relations of production in the peripheral areas is an inherent condition of the process of accumulation in the central countries. Lacan 1977, 37. There is a clear logical fallacy here. Lacan claims that if development requires underdevelopment, then underdevelopment will happen, but not otherwise. This is the crudest kind of functionalism. Whatever is necessary for capitalism will happen. It cannot be sustained. If underdevelopment were necessary for development, it might still fail to happen, either because owners of metropolitan capital, not having understood Marx, fail to realize the necessity, or because they lack the means to enforce their wishes. On the other hand, underdevelopment might not be necessary, but could happen all the same, just as an innocent bystander might be killed in a shootout without his death being necessary to anybody. Then again, underdevelopment might contribute to development without being necessary to it. It could be the jam on the bread. I stress this point, perhaps too heavily, because this logical fallacy is all too common in Marxist writings. Lacan tried to show the necessity of underdevelopment to development through the theory of the falling rate of profit, which I have already criticized, Chapter 2. The organic composition of capital, he claimed, rises in the advanced countries, bringing down the rate of profit, which must be offset by expansion into areas where the organic composition is low. Even if true, however, this would not explain the persistence of pre-capitalist modes. Rather, one would expect investment in underdeveloped areas to lead to the replacement of pre-capitalist modes by capitalism, as Lenin, for example, expected. 182. Brenner, 1977, developed Lacan's critical points and added a very thorough critique of Wallerstein, while advancing quite different positive arguments. His central point is that capitalism is unique, above all, for the way in which it promotes technological development, increased productivity, and hence increased profits, through relative surplus value. This tendency to develop the forces of production is one of Marx's main conclusions. Brenner showed that other modes of production, modes of labor control in Wallerstein's terms, do not have the same dynamic. Equally, modes of labor control are not freely chosen by ruling classes. They are the result of class struggle. Different parts of the world economy, therefore, have their own tendencies that derive from the modes of production installed there. This does not mean that they evolve independently of each other, but that analysis should start from the workings of distinct modes of production, and then go on to analyze how they interact with each other. This line of argument will be developed further in Chapter 10. Note, incidentally, that if increasing productivity is the essence of capitalist development, the prosperity of the core, or the metropolis, does not have to be at the expense of anybody else. Development is not necessarily the other side of the coin of underdevelopment, which is not to deny that international flows of surplus can and do take place. This is not a new idea, it is a reassertion of the classical Marxist perspective. 8.4 Emin. Amin's guiding vision is summed up by the titles of his two main works, Accumulation on a World Scale and Unequal Development. The process of accumulation, of development, must be analyzed as a single process on a world scale, but it takes place in a world divided into many distinct national social formations, containing different modes of production. Accumulation does not tend to create uniformity between these social formations, but divides them into two categories, those of the center and those of the periphery. Accumulation at the center is autocentric, self-centered, it is governed by its own internal dynamic, as analyzed by Marx. In the 183 periphery, by contrast, accumulation is dependent or extroverted, constrained by the center-periphery relation. At the heart of a means analysis, as I read it, is an explanation of unequal specialization, to be discussed in detail below. Put very simply, he argues that the pattern of international specialization is determined by absolute cost levels, not by comparative advantage, as Ricardo thought, and that cost levels depend on productivity and on wages. The countries of the center developed capitalism earlier, or under especially favorable conditions, and got a huge lead in productivity during a period in which wages were held down to something close to physical subsistence levels in both center and periphery. This established a pattern of unequal specialization. Later, wages started to rise at the center, but the center's lead in productivity remained enough to ensure lower costs at least in most sectors of industry. Unequal specialization is thus both cause and consequence of unequal development, both are anchored in the conditions of production and reflected in exchange relations. Given this pattern of unequal specialization and development, capitalism at the center evolved as the classical Marxists predicted, driving out pre-capitalist modes of production, while capitalist development in the periphery was blocked, since the periphery could compete only in resource-based activities, minerals, tropical agriculture, and there could only be limited development oriented to the narrow domestic market. The larger part of the population was excluded from the capitalist sector, so pre-capitalist modes of production were not eliminated. This provides an explanation for the typical structure of underdeveloped countries, peripheral capitalism. After a certain stage of development, wages started to rise at the center, while massive unemployment and the persistence of pre-capitalist modes of production held wages down in the periphery. Means explanations of increased wages at the center are both obscure and inconsistent. I shall not go into detail here, see Brewer, 1980a, 1980b, 250-6. High wages at the center and low wages in the periphery lead to unequal exchange, as analyzed by Emmanuel, discussed in Chapter 9 below. Very briefly, Emmanuel argued that low wages in the periphery mean low prices for its products, while the products of the high-wage center sell at high prices. Some care is needed here. According to Ammon, the center has advantages in 184. Productivity that more than outweigh its higher wages, so one might expect its prices to be low. However, he argued that although the center has relatively high productivity in most lines of industrial production, thus maintaining unequal specialization despite the wage gap, the periphery has relatively high productivity in the few lines of production in which it specializes. In its export industries, therefore, the periphery combines high productivity with low wages, the recipe, given international equalization of profits, for unequal exchange. Ammon criticized Emmanuel for treating wages as an independent variable, without adequately explaining them. In Amin's words, which is cause and which effect, the international prices, or the inequality in wage levels? The question is pointless. Inequality in wages, due to historical reasons, the difference between social formations, constitutes the basis of a specialization and a system of international prices that perpetuate this inequality, UD 151. There are thus no independent variables, only a self-perpetuating process, see also Ammon 1977, 185. The social formations of the periphery are characterized by disarticulation between sectors, since most of the industries producing means of production are absent. The links between industries producing means of production and consumer goods, analyzed by Marx in his schemes of reproduction, exist at the world level but are incomplete within the national economy. The periphery is also characterized by unevenness of productivity. Export sectors operated by foreign capital on the most modern lines coexist with primitive pre-capitalist sectors. The capitalist mode of production is dominant but does not tend to become exclusive, and the tertiary sector becomes overexpanded as a result of the pattern of demand and the lack of opportunities for investment in industry. These features of peripheral capitalism are not at all characteristic of traditional pre-capitalist societies, they are the product of the development of underdevelopment. How does Amin's account of the world system fit in with those of other writers? He took the analysis of international prices from Emmanuel, adding his own account of unequal specialization to complement it. Together these theories amount to the first serious analysis of international trade in the Marxist tradition. Other 185. Writers have, of course, described the destruction of industries in the periphery by foreign competition, Marx on the destruction of Indian handloom weaving, etc., but Amin developed the idea and made it the center of his analysis. Unequal specialization provides a foundation for an analysis of peripheral capitalism that has much in common with Baron and with dependency theories. On the other hand, Amin analyzed social formations in terms of the interaction of different modes of production, like a number of writers discussed in Chapter 10. Monopoly, as such, plays very little part in his analysis, but the mobility of capital is of central importance. Amin argued that economic laws of the sort elaborated by Marx in Capital only apply to a pure capitalist system, while capitalism, in fact, coexists in the world system with other modes of production. An economistic analysis which deals only with quantitative relations between narrowly economic variables can only be a subordinate part of the story. Real history can only be understood by the analysis of concrete social formations and cannot be reduced to a preordinated succession of modes of production. A major part of his work is therefore devoted to historical analysis, UD, chapters 1, 5. I cannot hope to give an adequate account of this aspect of Amin's writing here, and I will not try to do so. I will only pick out some points of theoretical interest and try to indicate the main outlines. Amin's discussions of the Arab world and of Africa are especially notable for their combination of wide-ranging knowledge and analytical insight. He defined 5 modes of production, of which 4 are familiar: the primitive communal, slave-owning, simple petty commodity and capitalist modes. The one that stands out as unusual is the tribute-paying mode, which adds to a still existing village community a social and political apparatus for the exploitation of this community through the exaction of tribute. This tribute-paying mode of production is the most widespread form of pre-capitalist classes, and I distinguish between a. its early and b. its developed forms such as the feudal mode of production, in which the village community loses its dominium eminens over the soil to the feudal lords. UD 13. 186. The tribute-paying mode is clearly an old friend, the Asiatic mode, under another name. It covers a spectrum of social structures, from African societies little removed from the primitive communal mode, though the great Asiatic cultures, to feudal Europe. The all-inclusive nature of this concept rather reduces its usefulness, though it has to be said that this is an area in which it is hard to make any very firm distinctions. Pre-capitalist societies can incorporate several modes of production and, as a result, a very complex class structure. A formation dominated by the tribute-paying mode may contain commodity production and exchange, though the pure form of the tribute-paying mode does not. Different social formations interact, for example by trade, which can form the basis for societies living on a surplus produced elsewhere. The key to the analysis of any social formation is the production and circulation of surplus, defined, much as in Baron, as an excess of production over the consumption needed in order to ensure the reconstitution of the labor force, UD 18. This amounts to a rich and flexible framework for historical analysis. Amin described a pre-capitalist world made up of 3 central tribute-paying formations: China, Egypt, India, with a periphery around them which was much less stable and was influenced more by the center than vice versa. The Mediterranean periphery produced a society dominated by the slave-owning mode, and dependent on its own periphery, Europe, for supplies of slaves. The collapse of this society faced with barbarian invaders produced European feudalism and, finally, capitalism. On the far eastern periphery of China, Japan evolved a feudal society and thus an indigenous capitalism. All this bears a suspicious resemblance to Marx's, now usually derided, judgment that Asiatic societies have no real history, but with the reversal that these Asiatic societies are now called central. One point is that progress took place on the periphery. Ammon argued that today the transition to socialism must start from the periphery. It is an interesting thought, though the feudalism-capitalism transition is so different from the transition to socialism that the analogy cannot really be regarded as a proof of anything. Amin's treatment of feudalism is somewhat inconsistent. It is the most developed form of the tribute-paying mode, when well. 187. Developed. The tribute-paying mode nearly always tends to become feudal. This happened in China, India, and Egypt, AWS 140, so that the central tribute-paying formations are described as moving towards feudalism. On the other hand, feudalism is peripheral because it is a borderline case analytically, IUD 16, and because it develops on the borders, geographically, in areas where natural conditions were less favorable and centralizing tendencies weaker, UD 55-6. This may represent a shift in position between the two works cited, but I suspect that it is a reflection of the unsatisfactory state of the definitions. The point, of course, is that capitalism emerges from peripheral feudalism, so the erstwhile periphery becomes central. The emergence of capitalism from its feudal origins is a familiar story, explained both by the formation of a landless proletariat and by mercantile accumulations of loot. Which is the determining factor is not clear. It is clear, however, that capitalism emerged where it did because it was preceded by feudalism. The new capitalist centers of the USA, Canada, and the like, were byproducts of proletarianization at the center, which led to emigration and to the formation in areas of settlement of societies which had an unusually large element of petty commodity production, and thus an unusually favorable context for capitalist development. Ammon divided the development of the capitalist world economy into three, familiar, stages. The first, mercantilist stage, is marked by the emergence of capitalism in its homelands and by the establishment of a net of exchange relations connecting capitalist with pre-capitalist formations. The next stage is that of developed pre-monopoly capitalism, competitive capitalism for short, though relations with the periphery were often monopolistic, lasting from about 1800 to about 1900. This stage, according to Ammon, was characterized by approximately equal exchange between center and periphery, since wages were still low at the center. Productivity increases were passed on as price reductions under competitive conditions. It was a pause of a century while Europe and the United States withdrew into themselves, UD 187. Again, there are inconsistencies in Amin's phraseology, if not in his story, in that his pause was also a period in which external extension of the capitalist market was of prime importance as a 188 means for realizing surplus value, p.188, i.e. the following page. During this period, in any case, the foundations of a new pattern of international specialization were laid, and the dividing line between center and periphery was established. Ammon was, of course, mainly interested in the imperialist stage, from 1900. Wages started to rise, with productivity, at the center, capital became fairly mobile, and world markets became closely integrated, creating the conditions under which unequal exchange takes place. In the emerging periphery, capitalist development was blocked by the competitive strength of the center, and pre-capitalist modes of production survived. Peripheral social formations developed in a variety of ways, according to the pre-existing social structure, the date of capitalist penetration, the opportunities offered by natural conditions and so on. It is in the analysis of these different paths to peripheral capitalism that Amin's skills as a writer of analytical history are most evident, and I will not try to summarize. All of these varied peripheral formations, however, move towards a common pattern of peripheral capitalism. There is some ambivalence in Amin's account. On the one hand, peripheral capitalism is defined by the persistence of pre-capitalist modes of production while, at the same time, pre-capitalist modes have become a mere shell, whose content has become the sale of labor power, IUD, 191. We too often confine ourselves to looking for the capitalist relation at the microeconomic level, that of the firm. In peripheral capitalism, the petty commodity production mode may appear to be integrated within the capitalist market, but in reality capital dominates the direct producer. The latter is not a petty commodity producer. In fact, he is very like the cottage industry proletarian as he formerly existed in Europe, that is exploited by capital to which, in fact, he sold his labor power rather than his product. Here the failure to see that it is the sale of labor power which gears the system is a failure to understand the unity of the world system. IUD, 90-1, see also UD, 361. 189. The absorption of pre-capitalist modes by capitalism, as opposed to an articulation between distinct modes, has developed very rapidly recently. Amin also conceded that the rise of multinational companies could change matters drastically, as they shift their activities to sources of low-cost labor. Taken together, these hints could be the basis for a prediction that peripheral capitalism is in the process of changing very fundamentally and rather rapidly. At the heart of Amin's argument is an economic process. The development of capitalism in the periphery is blocked by the superior competitive strength of the industries of the center, manifested in an ability to undercut the industries of the periphery or to establish a price level which prevents new industries emerging at all. This mechanism works, according to Amin, at all stages of development, both of the center and of the various social formations of the periphery, at least from the Industrial Revolution onwards. The distortion towards export activities, extraversion, which is the decisive one, does not result from inadequacy of the home market, but from the superior productivity of the center in all fields, which compels the periphery to confine itself to the role of complementary supplier of products for the production of which it possesses a natural advantage, exotic agricultural produce and minerals. When, as a result of this distortion, the level of wages in the periphery has become lower, for the same productivity, than at the center, a limited development of industries focused on the home market of the periphery will have become possible, while at the same time exchange will have become unequal. The subsequent pattern of industrialization, though import substitution, together with the, as yet embryonic, effects of the new international division of labor inside the transnational firm, do not alter the essential conditions of extraversion, even if they alter the forms that it takes. UD, 200. The destruction of craft production and the blockage of capitalist industrialization force the population into pre-capitalist agriculture, in the first instance, and later into an overexpanded 190. Tertiary, service, sector, forcing down wages and reinforcing the hold of landlords and other pre-capitalist exploiting classes. Both low wages and the persistence of pre-capitalist modes follow from the absence of a fully fledged industrial sector. There are other mechanisms at work as well. Capital never scorns extra economic coercion when it is the most cost-effective means to maximize profits, and coercion is absolutely necessary to break into societies where commodity production is not well established. State power, and the economic power of monopoly, also play a role at all stages of development. However, Amin stressed the convergence of the formations of the periphery towards a common path, despite their very different histories. The economic mechanism summarized above is his general explanation of the persistence of underdevelopment. Amin's line of argument can be related to the theory of comparative advantage or comparative costs. There are two elements to it. First, for simple geographical reasons, the peripheral formations have a comparative advantage in the production of exotic agricultural produce and certain minerals. This is not difficult to accept. Second, the employment created is not sufficient to absorb the whole labor force. Historical experience suggests that this may be true, but the exact mechanisms involved are not clear from a means account, and need further examination. A preliminary point must be dealt with at the start. In mainstream economics, the productivity of labor in different branches of production in different countries is taken as given. Ammon, rightly, criticized this. The periphery is not ordained by nature to be a supplier of raw materials. The productivity of labor in different activities is the result of a historical process of development. What a theory of specialization can do is to show how unequal development manifests itself in trade relations. These relations, in turn, modify the subsequent pattern of development. Standard post-Ricardian theories of international specialization are based on an assumption of full employment. This is not so obvious in the usual Ricardian example with only two goods, since if one country specializes in one, the other country must specialize in the other. In practice, of course, there are a multiplicity of commodities. Suppose there are two countries, A and B. If one, say A, has twice the labor force of the other, then it must specialize in 191. The production of commodities that absorb 2/3 of the total labor of the two-country system. If we think of a spectrum of commodities, arranged in order, with those in which A has the greatest comparative advantage at one end, a dividing line must be established between A's exports and its imports, at a point that allows full employment in both countries. How could this happen? If there is unemployment of resources in A, then factor rewards, wages, profits, etc., must fall there, until A is able to undercut B in some additional branches of production. The dividing line is moved along the spectrum of activities until full employment, or at least equal unemployment, is established everywhere. In a means account, by contrast, the industries assigned, by the invisible hand, to the periphery are not enough to absorb the productive resources available there, so there is massive unemployment and, at the same time, money capital is diverted away from productive uses. It seems that his argument is incomplete. Falling wages, and other factor rewards, should restore the periphery's capacity to compete in enough areas to offset the fall in demand. In fact, his analysis is in an even worse position. He claimed that trade with a more advanced economy will create unemployment. Ricardo's classic analysis, 1951, Chapter 7, is intended to show that trade will raise incomes in the less advanced as well as the more advanced economy, so there is no need to force down wages in order to restore full employment. The point of the Ricardian argument is simple: exchange of commodities can only transmit a structure of relative prices. If one country can produce every commodity with, say, 100 times lower real costs than the other country, this makes no difference at all provided that relative costs are the same. I will examine the analysis. To begin with, for the case where both countries are wholly capitalist, the basic point applies to any commodity-producing system. There are two distinct cases in which a means account can be rescued. First, there is the case in which the comparative advantages are such that the less developed area is excluded from activities which are relatively labor-intensive given the techniques used in that area. This is exactly a means case. The periphery was excluded from industrial activities, which were carried out by labor-intensive, craft, methods, and forced to specialize in agriculture. 192. Land-intensive. The result is increased pressure on the land, raising rents and either forcing down wages or creating unemployment. This is an application, in different circumstances, of the Stolper-Samuelson, 1941, argument. Here, it is the pattern of comparative costs that matters. The second case is quite different. The Ricardian argument assumes that only commodities are mobile between different countries, so only, relative, commodity prices are equalized. Suppose, instead, that capital is mobile as well. Capitalists set up production wherever costs are lowest. Costs depend largely on unit labor costs, and hence on wages relative to productivity. This is still not enough to ensure that there will be deindustrialization and unemployment in the periphery. If the wage differential matches the assumed productivity differential, there is no reason for the periphery to be uncompetitive. Ammon considered this possibility. New light industries are established in the periphery once wages in the center have risen far enough, but it plays only a subsidiary part in his argument. We therefore have to assume that wages are, at least to some extent, fixed in real terms. For example, in the 19th century wages were close to subsistence in both center and periphery, so wages could not be cut in the periphery. On the theoretical argument underlying this paragraph, see Brewer 1985. It follows, then, that trade can cause unemployment, as Ammon claimed it did, when capital is mobile and productivity differences outweigh differences in wages. The more advanced country has the higher rate of profit, lower costs, so capital flows out of the less developed country, leaving unemployment. Specialization is determined by absolute and not comparative costs. Ricardo commented on this possibility in a passage cited by Ammon, Ricardo 1951, 136. Ammon referred to the outflow of capital from the periphery to the center, which fits in with this analysis, though he also argued that profits are higher in the periphery than in the center as a result of superexploitation, which is not consistent with the analysis presented here. The level of productivity in different activities, and its evolution, are clearly crucial to the argument as I have presented it. Ammon discussed the pattern of relative advantages under the guise of a discussion of sectoral unevenness of productivity, in the periphery. 193. It is not, of course, possible to compare productivities in the strict sense of the word except between two enterprises that produce the same product. Between one branch and another one can speak only of different profitabilities, as Emmanuel has reminded us. All the same, if, with a given price structure, conditions are such that labor, or capital, or both, cannot be rewarded in one branch at the same rate as in another, I say that productivity is lower in that branch. In the capitalist mode of production, the effective tendency is for labor and capital to be rewarded in all branches at the same rates. If, however, this price structure of the center is transmitted to the periphery, the result will be that factors cannot be rewarded at the same rate in the different branches if the technical conditions, and so the productivity, are distributed otherwise than at the center. UD 215-16. Note the assumption here that the price structure of the center determines world prices. This rules out unequal exchange in Emmanuel's sense, since the point of unequal exchange is precisely that low wages in the periphery are incorporated in low prices for the periphery's products, see Chapter 9 below. Ammon could, perhaps, argue that prices are intermediate between those corresponding to the costs of the center and of the periphery, giving both unevenness of productivity, as defined, and unequal exchange. In IUD, Ammon went much further in rejecting Emmanuel's analysis, asserting that the same products are produced at the center and in the periphery, and even denying that the productions exchanged on the world market are specific, that they have irreducible use values, IUD 209. The point seems to be that it doesn't matter what is produced, since a demand can be created for anything, save for plastic flowers. However, even if the goods produced are constantly changing, they must still be distinct from each other, or there is no basis for exchange or for a social division of labor. In particular, if use values are not specific, there is no room for unequal specialization, and a means analysis evaporates, along with the theory of unequal exchange. If the periphery produces the same range of goods as the center, they must sell at the 194 same prices, and superexploitation must appear as super profits for firms producing in the periphery, rather than through unequal exchange. Super profits and unequal exchange could coexist if capital were only partly mobile. Ammon did not specify the assumptions involved clearly. Levels of productivity, and their evolution, remain to be explained. Ammon largely took them for granted. At an early stage in the evolution of the world economy, when commodity exchange was the only integrating factor, productivities in different areas would differ according to the level of development reached. Specialization would depend on comparative, not absolute, costs. Given a pattern of costs such that the periphery was excluded from the main lines of industry, the pattern would tend to persist, or to be reinforced, since there would be no opportunity to gain experience in industry. Once capital becomes mobile, it is difficult to see why technology, and hence productivity levels, are not transferred, along with capital. They clearly have been in some cases, as Ammon knew, IUD, 212. A major part of the answer must surely lie in external economies, conditions of production that an individual enterprise either cannot provide for itself or need not provide where the industry is already well established. Examples are a skilled labor force, a network of suppliers, suitable transport services, and so on. These are, of course, all reasons why it is difficult, i.e. in a capitalist context, costly and hence unprofitable, to establish production in a new location. In the earlier parts of the imperialist stage, say around 1900, when wages in the center were still fairly low and technology was still largely in the hands of skilled workers rather than being systematized and brought fully under the control of capital, cf. Braverman 1974, it is easy to see that there was little incentive for established capitalist firms in the center to shift production to the periphery. In the present stage, however, wage differentials are large, and multinational firms have great experience of transferring technology, so it is much harder to see why a productivity gap should persist. Without it, Amin's main arguments would collapse. He admitted that transfer of industries from the center to the periphery is indeed the tendency, but gave a number of reasons why. 195. This tendency does not dominate. First, it takes time, and is only beginning. This is true, but why should it take much more than, say, the turnover time of capital equipment? Second, capitalism needs the high wages of the center to provide a market, IUD, 213. Even if this were true, it is yet another version of underconsumption, which I have already criticized at length. It would still not explain why individual companies should continue to produce where wages are high. Third, he referred to the need for balance of payments equilibrium, IUD, 213. This is no argument. Large-scale capital outflows from the center would not disturb its balance of payments, if accompanied by exports of capital goods. Once industries have been transferred, the center's capacity to pay for imports would be reduced, but so would the general level of activity and hence the demand for them. Ammon was willing to accept this argument for the periphery, why not for the center in its turn? Fourth, development in the periphery must be blocked and distorted in order to reproduce its own conditions of existence, IUD, 218. This simply restates the problem. Why and how does it reproduce itself? He finally, rather desperately, asserted that if, say, Mexico were to become a fully developed province of the USA, the contradiction would shift from the economic to the cultural and political domains, UD, 381. To sum up, Ammon provided a plausible account of the evolution of a periphery which is integrated, by stages, into a world market, while retaining a distinct wage level, a distinct social structure, persistence of pre-capitalist modes, and a lagging productivity level, at least in some sectors. He did not, however, have an adequate explanation of the evolution of productivity, especially in the era of multinational companies. De Janvry, 1981, 9, treated Ammon as part of the revival of classical Marxist ideas. To some extent, his overall framework, however, was recognizably in the dependency tradition, even if his use of the concept of a mode of production was more sophisticated than most. 196. 8.5 Dependency Theory, the balance sheet. The essential elements of the dependency approach seem to be, 1. The capitalist world system is divided into a center and a periphery, or equivalent terms. 2. The societies of the periphery are dependent, while those of the center are not. 3. Dependency restricts or distorts development in the periphery in some harmful way. I will consider these three elements in turn. Dependency theory divides the world system into center and periphery. Frank, it is true, allowed for a chain of satellites, satellites of satellites, and so on, while Wallerstein introduced a semi-periphery, but the terminology clearly shows the underlying bipolar model. If such a classification is to be useful, there must be important features shared by all peripheral economies which differentiate them from all the center economies. It is very hard to see what they are. Consider, for example, Korea, Ethiopia, India, Singapore, and Argentina. All would, I think, be counted as peripheral by most dependency writers, but what is gained by lumping them together? The only way to justify classifying them all as peripheral, is to claim that all are dependent. It is surprisingly hard to discover what dependence means. The root meaning seems to be that the countries of the center are in some sense masters of their own fate, while the dependent countries of the periphery are not. In any simple sense, this is clearly ridiculous. In the modern world, no country is unaffected by external events. Size matters, of course. The USA clearly relies less on external markets, for example, than Singapore does, but equally, Belgium is more dependent, in that sense, than India. Something more must be meant. One possible meaning is that the countries of the center gain from their involvement in the world system, while the countries of the periphery do not. I postpone discussion of this possibility for a moment. Another element in the idea of dependence, I suspect, is the notion that the world system is somehow shaped by the center countries to suit their own purposes. This might reasonably be said of the political role of the major countries. Imperialism in the traditional sense was exactly the reshaping of the world to suit the dominant imperial powers, and it is entirely possible to claim that imperialist powers continue to exert political dominance after formal independence, or over countries that have never been formally subjugated. The point of dependency theory, however, 197, seems to be that the impersonal mechanisms of the market maintain the dependence of some countries on others, without the need to use state power overtly. Wallerstein is an exception to this rule. If this is what is meant, it betrays a failure to understand how capitalism works. There is no central planning agency in a market system, no overall purpose. Huge numbers of individual businesses and households, in many different countries, make their separate plans, which interact through the market. In the absence of state intervention, countries are not relevant units, at this level of analysis. The crucial element in dependency theory, then, has to be the claim that development in dependent countries is restricted or distorted in some way, while development in the center countries is not. This is not an easy claim to assess, since it presupposes some standard rate and pattern of development which the dependent countries are unable to attain. Early writers in the dependency tradition were fairly clear about what they meant. The periphery would lag even further behind the center, would be unable to develop a significant industrial sector, and would continue to depend on primary product exports to pay for their imports of manufactures. This is not what has happened. I postpone fuller discussion to Chapter 11, merely noting here what any standard statistical source will show. Output has grown more rapidly in less developed countries than in more developed countries. Population has also grown faster, but even so per capita output has at least kept pace. Industrial output and exports have grown even more rapidly. A widespread process of capitalist industrialization is underway. The point is not that capitalism is doing a good job. In some abstract or ideal sense, there is poverty, working conditions are often very bad, and so on. The point is that dependency theory gives no useful guidance to the analysis of these problems. There were some attempts to define a concept of dependent industrialization, but this impressed few apart from those with an intellectual investment in dependency theory to protect. An even more telling indictment of dependency theory is the gross unevenness of capitalist development in the Third World. A few countries have experienced extremely high rates of growth, and will clearly join the center countries soon. The most widely discussed examples are in East Asia, though there are examples in Southern Europe and elsewhere. By contrast, other parts of the 198th Third World have grown very slowly, and in some cases per capita incomes have actually fallen substantially over decades. Growth of manufactured exports has been even more heavily concentrated into a few exceptionally successful places. To force these very different cases into the single category of dependence is simply not helpful. It is slightly difficult to understand how dependency theory came to dominate radical thought in the way it did, given its visible weaknesses, and even harder to explain why Marxists accepted a framework of analysis so alien to the mainstream of Marxist thought. It can be argued, Harris 1986, ch. 7, that dependency theory, and related ideas, served the interests of the emerging middle classes of the Third World. Certainly, a system of thought which blamed all ills on foreigners, and legitimized state intervention to support domestic industry, was very convenient both for the personnel of the state apparatuses and for emerging industrial capital. Dependency theory emerged at a time when classical Marxism was very weak, and had its roots in development economics, from which it inherited the concepts of national interests and national development. It has come to look like a blind alley, and attention has switched to examination of the differences in the internal structures of different peripheral countries. 8.6 Summary. Both Frank and Wallerstein identified capitalism with a network of exchange relations, on a world scale, that channel surplus from satellite, periphery, to metropolis, core. Both insisted that the internal structure and development of different parts of the world economy is primarily determined by their place in the whole, and that the organization of production at a lower level, enterprise, sector, nation-state, is secondary. Both asserted that development and underdevelopment are opposite sides of the coin, that one is the result of the other. My main criticism of both writers is that there is little connection between their grandiose general statements and their, sometimes illuminating, discussion of particular historical cases. What is lacking is real theory. Frank and Wallerstein did, however, make an important contribution by insisting on the 199 importance of underdevelopment and the necessity of analyzing it in terms of the development of a world system. Ammon argued that the capitalist world economy is divided into two distinct types of social formation, those of the center and those of the periphery. In the center, the capitalist mode of production eliminates other modes, and generates a process of development of the sort analyzed by the classical Marxists. In the periphery, capitalist development is blocked by the competition of the more advanced industries of the center, so pre-capitalist modes persist for a long time, and an economic and social structure quite distinct from that of the center arises. Amin's explanation of unequal specialization hinges on relative levels of productivity in the center and the periphery, which he did not explain fully. His is the most sophisticated version of dependency theory, and contains many valuable insights. On a more general level, dependency theory fails, because it cannot explain the burst of industrialization in the so-called periphery in the decades since the Second World War, nor can it help to account for the extreme unevenness of capitalist development in the Third World. 209. Emmanuel. Argyri-Emmanuel's theory of unequal exchange is in complete contrast to the main traditions of Marxist thought on imperialism and the world economy, and is equally distant from conventional non-Marxist theories. It is a genuinely original contribution. Marxists have generally identified the mainspring of imperialism either with the development of monopoly, in exchange or in production, or with the expansion of capitalism at the expense of pre-capitalist modes of production. Emmanuel's break with these traditions is indicated by the subtitle of his book, A Study of the Imperialism of Trade. He claimed that free trade between two wholly capitalist countries can still be unequal, and that this unequal exchange is the foundation of the massive inequalities that exist in the world economy. His explanation does not rest on any monopoly by capitalist firms, nor does it involve any exercise of state power in international relations. Note that imperialism, in this context, refers to exploitation and inequality, but not, as it usually does, to military or political domination of some countries by others. Immanuel extended Marx's theory of prices of production to the determination of international prices, making the key assumption that goods and capital are internationally mobile, while labor is not, so prices and profit rates are equalized internationally by competition, but wages are not. This seems at least a reasonable starting point. I shall argue that Immanuel's theory provides a potentially useful component of a theory of the world economy, but cannot be regarded as complete in itself or as a complete account of the way the world system works. 201. The term unequal exchange is not new, and has often been used by other writers, usually very loosely. Unequal exchange, so called, may be ascribed to monopoly pricing, to transfer prices used to evade tax, and so on. Alternatively, it may be argued, following Marx, that high productivity labor in an advanced country produces more value, in the terms of the labor theory of value, than lower productivity labor in more backward areas. The product of an hour's labor in an advanced country will then exchange for the product of a great deal more labor in an underdeveloped country. In this case, unequal exchange is merely a reflection of divergences in productivity that have other causes. Mondale, 1975, ch. 11, seems to combine all of these arguments at once in an account which is both eclectic and lacking in rigor. Romer, 1982, 55-60, presented a model in which returns to capital are equalized, even without capital mobility, so countries with more capital have higher average incomes. Lewis, 1969, is more interesting, and will be discussed briefly at the end of this chapter. Immanuel's theory is set out in his book Unequal Exchange, 1972, cited below as UE, which also contains, in the edition cited, a debate between Immanuel and Bettelheim. See also Ammon, 1977, Part 4, and Gibson, 1980, for discussion of Immanuel's theory. An article by Immanuel, 1974, which is really a contribution to a different debate, elaborates some of his views, especially on demand and capitalist development. His more recent work has taken a rather different direction, e.g. Immanuel 1982, I shall concentrate on unequal exchange because of the influence it has had. 9.1 Unequal exchange. The statement of the theory in the body of Immanuel's book was modeled on Marx's solution to the transformation problem, so international exchange was presented first in terms of labor values, which were then transformed into prices of production. Following Bettelheim's criticisms of some of his statements, from a more orthodox Marxist standpoint, Immanuel counterattacked by elaborating a consistent treatment of prices of production rather than retreating under fire. I will, therefore, present the theory in its more developed form, as set out in Appendix V to the English 202 edition, without using labor values at all. In this section the presentation will be informal. For a more formal statement, see the appendix to this chapter. Immanuel defined a factor of production as an established claim to a primary share in society's economic product. Criticized by Bettelheim for looking at production only in terms of monetary magnitudes and not at the material basis of these magnitudes, he replied that the social relations of production are precisely relations of property ownership, of appropriation, and hence of claims to a share of the product. In a capitalist economy, there are two factors, two classes. Mobility of labor tends to equalize wages between industries, while competition between capitals, mobility of capital, tends to equalize profit rates. Prices of production, equilibrium prices, are thus made up of money costs, wage costs, materials, depreciation of fixed capital, plus a profit margin sufficient to give the general rate of profit on the capital invested. Prices and the rate of profit can only be determined simultaneously, since the prices of materials and capital goods enter as costs, while profit must be calculated on the capital required, which depends on the price of capital goods. This is a standard problem in Marxist economics, and the algebra is now well understood. CUE, Appendix V, or any modern text on Marxist economics, e.g. Howard and King 1985. The first complete solution was by Bortkiewicz. Immanuel's solution is modeled on Sraffa, 1960. The formal statement is in the appendix to this chapter. In Immanuel's story, as in Marx's, the real wage is assumed to be fixed. I will discuss the determinants of wages later, in section 9.2. In simple terms, we can think of the profit rate as determined by the gap between what is produced and the fixed wage level, together with the methods of production used and hence the capital intensity of production, and we can think of prices as determined by costs, of which wages are a major component, plus profits, determined in the way just described. Turning to the world economy, Immanuel made the key assumption that capital is mobile internationally, so a single rate of profit is formed at the world level, while labor is not mobile between countries, so workers in different countries are not, directly, in competition with each other, and different national levels of wages may be formed. Products are assumed, at this stage. 203. In the argument, to be freely traded, transport costs are ignored, so a single set of prices of production exists for the whole world. If two countries, or groups of countries, have different wage levels, there are two ways in which the profit rate can be the same in both, without any product having two different prices. Free trade and competition rule out multiple prices for the same good. First, if they produce the same products, profits can only be equalized if the high-wage country has higher productivity, so costs are the same, or, more strictly, so labor and other costs plus the general profit rate add up to the same price of production. In this case, differences in wages correspond to, and are explained by, productivity differences. Although Immanuel accepted that this explanation applies to some goods, he did not treat it as the normal case, on the grounds that there is an international division of labor in which countries, or groups of countries, advanced and underdeveloped, specialize in different goods. The second possibility is the one in which unequal exchange can occur. The two countries may produce wholly different commodities, so they are not in direct competition with each other. If one good is produced only in the high-wage country and the other only in the low-wage country, the price of each must incorporate wage costs, so their prices reflect the differences in wages. To put it simply, the products of the high-wage country are dearer and the products of the low-wage country cheaper than they would have been if wages were the same in the two countries. This is what Immanuel calls unequal exchange. 2 points should be noted here for later discussion. First, it is assumed that wages are given independently of prices. Wages are the independent variable, so wage differences are the cause of unequal exchange. Second, there must be some barrier that prevents all production moving to the low-wage country and enjoying lower costs of production. The theory thus assumes a predetermined pattern of international specialization. Exchange is unequal because the low-wage country has to pay more for its imports than it would if wages were the same in both countries, without getting higher prices for its own exports. It thus has to export more to get a given amount of imports. Correspondingly, the high-wage country gets more imports in return for a given amount of exports. Whether the actual amounts 204 traded would stay the same at different prices is another matter. The argument is concerned only with the terms of trade. To see how the theory works, I will take a very simple and unrealistic numerical example, to illustrate the principles involved. I have deliberately set it up so that the two countries are as alike as possible. Suppose there are two countries, A and B, and two goods, 1 and 2. Country A produces only good 1, while country B produces only good 2. I will compare two cases, with wages the same in the two countries, and with wages higher in A. I assume that the production of 5 units of good 1, in country A, requires 1 unit of labor, together with inputs of 1 unit of good 1 itself and 1 unit of good 2, as means of production, at the beginning of the period. For good 2, in country B, conditions of production are exactly the same, 5 units are produced by 1 unit of labor and 1 of each commodity. Wages are assumed to be fixed in real terms. In the first case, with wages the same in A and B, each worker must be paid enough, at the beginning of the year, to buy 1 unit of good 1 and 1 unit of good 2. For each worker employed, a capitalist must lay out, at the beginning of the year, enough money to buy 1 unit of each good to use as means of production, plus a wage enough to buy 1 unit of each good. To calculate profits, we must know the money costs and money receipts. We cannot, in general, calculate costs without knowing the prices of the goods, and we cannot calculate the price without knowing the costs and profit. What we must do is to find both simultaneously. In this case we can get to the rate of profit directly since it is obvious that the two goods must sell for the same price. This is not so in general. In this particular case, all costs are in the form of capital outlays at the beginning of the year, so annual costs are the same as capital employed. We can write selling price equals cost plus profit. But rate of profit equals profit slash capital equals profit slash costs. So, writing R for the rate of profit. Selling price equals 1 plus R, costs. 205. The price equations follow directly, given that the rate of profit must be the same in both countries. 5P1 equals 1 plus R, 2P1 plus 2P2. 5P2 equals 1 plus R, 2P1 plus 2P2. Where P1 is the price of good 1, and P2 the price of good 2. From these equations, it follows immediately that P1 equals P2 and R equals 0.25 or 25%. The actual levels of P1 and P2 cannot be determined, but this does not matter, it is only the terms of exchange that count, together with the real purchasing power of the wage, already fixed by assumption. Now suppose that the wage rate in country A goes up, so it will now buy 1.5 units of each commodity, while the wage in B is enough to buy 1 unit of each, as before. Following exactly the same procedure, the price equations can be set out again. 5P1 equals 1 plus R, 2.5P1 plus 2.5P2. 5P2 equals 1 plus R, 2P1 plus 2P2. The rate of profit, R, falls to 1/9 or 11.1%, add the equations and P1 plus P2, cancels out, and relative prices follow, P1 equals 1.25 P2. The low-wage country, B, now has to export 1.25 units of its export, good 2, in order to buy 1 unit of its import, good 1. Its terms of trade, export price divided by import price, have worsened by 20%. Since real wages have gone up, if only in one country, and productivity is still the same, the profit rate is reduced. Nothing has been said about the amounts produced and traded. To say anything about this would require additional assumptions. The theory of unequal exchange is, in the first instance, a theory of prices, of the terms of exchange, which depend on costs per unit of each product and on the wage rate for a unit of labor power. As an illustration, I will set out a possible outcome, in terms of production, consumption, and trade, of the example of pricing given above. Suppose that goods 1 and 2 are always used in fixed proportions, 1 unit of good 1 to 1 of good 2, both as means of production, and when they are bought as consumer goods by workers or by capitalists, regardless of their relative price, and that all wages and profits are spent on consumer goods with no net investment. Both assumptions are very restrictive, more realistic. 206. Cases will be discussed later. Suppose that 100 workers are employed in each country. With wages equal, as in the first set of price equations, we get the pattern of production and consumption set out in Table 9.1. In constructing the table, I have assumed that profits are consumed in the country in which they originate. With free mobility of capital this need not be so, since profits in one country may accrue to capitalists elsewhere, but this is a rather different matter from unequal exchange, and will be discussed later. Table 9.1 Sources and Uses of Goods, Equal Wages. Notes: 1. Sources of goods, production, imports, shown as plus, uses as, 2. Assumptions given in text. Table 9.2 Sources and Uses of Goods, wages increased in A. Notes as for Table 9.1. Now compare Table 9.1 with the situation where wages are higher in country A, as in the second set of price equations above. The results are given in Table 9.2. Since country A's product now 207 exchanges at a higher price, consumption in country A can be higher without any increase in production and productivity. Instead of importing 250 units of good 2 in exchange for 250 units of good 1, they import 277.78 units and only export 222.22. Although wages have gone up in A and not B, the total profit in country A now exceeds that in B, where they were previously equal, because the rate of profit is equalized, and the capital advanced is increased in A by the wage increase. Remember that wages are paid in advance, so the capitalist expects profits on the advance of wages. Before leaving the example, consider how the cases shown in the tables would be recorded in conventional national income measurements. These figures are normally shown in money terms, so let the price of good 2 be fixed at $1. In the first case each country would have a gross product of $500, and a net product, output, replacement, of $300, $500, $200. In the second case, country A's gross product is valued at $625, 500 units at $1.25, and its net product, net national income, at $400, $624, $225, while country B's gross product is still $500 and net product $275. Just looking at national income figures, therefore, gives the impression that the high wages in country A are justified by a higher level of productivity, but this higher productivity is an illusion produced by the prices at which the output is valued and is a result, not a cause, of the higher wages. Physical productivity is, of course, the same before and after the wage increase. The prices of production calculated in the example are equilibrium prices, determined by the equilibrium condition that the profit rate should be equalized. Actual prices fluctuate around these levels, but always tend back towards them because whenever the price of, say, good 1 is above the equilibrium level, profits will be higher in country A than country B, and capital will flow into A, expanding supply and pushing the price down. An objection to the theory that will occur to many economists is that a wage increase will lead to a balance of payments deficit, and hence to a devaluation of the currency of the country concerned. However, exchange rate changes make no difference, because of the key assumption that wages are fixed in real terms, as a given quantity of commodities. A devaluation can only affect equilibrium prices if wages are fixed in money terms, and can be reduced in real terms by reducing the value of the currency. As for the balance of payments, a deficit on the current account can only arise if domestic 208 investment is greater than domestic saving, but, with freely mobile capital, any excess of investment over saving is financed by an inflow of capital, and any current account deficit is matched by a capital account surplus. To give some impression of what this theory might mean in reality, consider an example given by Emmanuel, UE, 338, 367-8. I have made some of the calculations more explicit. His critics had pointed out that imports into the advanced countries from the Third World amounted to $25 billion, in 1965, which was only 2.5% of the advanced country's national income of about $1,000 billion. In reply, he argued that if wages account for 50% of the cost of these imports, and if wages in the Third World would have to increase by 20 times to bring them to the level of those in advanced countries, then the price of Third World exports would have to rise roughly tenfold. There would be repercussions on profits to take into account, to $250 billion, 25% of the advanced country's national income, a very considerable amount. One can, of course, doubt whether anything like the same volume of trade would take place at these prices. Emmanuel's argument is concerned only with prices, and not with the amount traded. Note that it does not matter what kind of goods are produced in the high-wage countries, so long as they do not face competition from low-wage producers. There is no presumption that high-wage, high-price goods are high-technology products, or anything of the sort, though they might be. Emmanuel's example is the price of timber, since wages in Sweden, Canada, and other softwood exporting countries have been high and rising. Softwoods have sold at high and rising prices, while African hardwoods have not. 9.2 Wages. The key factor in Emmanuel's theory of international prices is the difference in wages between advanced and underdeveloped countries, so an account of wage determination is needed. It is essential for wages to be independent of market forces, over the time span required to establish equilibrium prices, since wage costs could not underpin an equilibrium set of prices if they were themselves liable to fluctuate. This rules out any market theory of wages. The classical wage theory, Ricardo, Malthus, in which wages are 209. Determined by physical subsistence needs, would not help either, since there is no reason for these needs to differ markedly between countries. Instead, Emmanuel's starting point was Marx's famous, if rather cryptic, statement that the quantity of commodities necessary for the worker contains an historical and moral element, which may therefore differ between countries and over time, but nevertheless, in a given country, at a given period, is also given, capital I, 171. This can be interpreted as meaning that the real wage is very resistant to downward pressure in the short run, even over decades, since workers have adopted a certain pattern of life and entered into commitments which cannot easily be changed, the historical element. So, for example, the layout of cities may compel certain spending on transport, the physical character of the stock of housing may be such that it requires certain spending on maintenance, heating, and so on, if workers are to be able to function at all. The moral element can be read as a claim that once a certain standard of life has become the norm, there will be great resistance to changing it. The wage may fluctuate around this given standard of living according to market influences, but any fluctuations are too short-lived to be incorporated into it, hence wages are the independent variable. According to Emmanuel, historical and moral factors operate relatively uniformly within each country, but not between different countries, so unequal exchange operates between countries. On a purely analytical level, his pricing model could just as well describe relations between high and low wage industries in a single country. He still had to explain how the historical and moral element changes over time and why it differs between countries. He argued that trades union pressure and political action can change the equilibrium wage by sustained action over a long period of time. Economic development does tend to raise wages, but not directly. Rather, economic development, by centralizing workers, creating needs for higher levels of skills and so on, makes conditions more favorable for trades union and political action to raise wages. Emmanuel also claimed that high wages are good for development, for reasons to be considered later, so a circle is set up in which relatively high wages lead, over a long period, to higher wages still, and so on. Emmanuel's model thus divides economic forces into three groups which act over different time scales. In the short run, prices 210 and wages fluctuate around their equilibrium levels. In the longer run, equilibrium prices are determined in the way that has been described, while equilibrium wages are relatively fixed and act as the independent variable. Given an even longer time scale, there is no equilibrium state, since the process is cumulative. Is this account of wage determination acceptable? The difficulty in forming a judgment is that although Emmanuel's arguments are plausible enough, there are other theories that are equally plausible. The factors involved are so ill-defined that it is difficult to settle the issue by using historical or empirical evidence. Indeed, it is not clear that the theory has any real content at all, beyond acting as an excuse for treating wages as given. Suppose prices in international trade are systematically biased in favor of the high-wage countries and against the low-wage countries. Why does it matter? In Emmanuel's basic model, with products and capital freely mobile between countries, it is not clear that it matters at all. There are three classes, the working class in each country and a single capitalist class. It is clear that no distinct national capitalist classes with distinct interests can exist when capital is freely mobile between countries and a single profit rate is formed. If workers in one country succeed in raising their equilibrium wage, they do so at the expense of profits. This clearly follows from the idea, on which Emmanuel insists, that wages are the independent variable, so a wage increase in one country cannot reduce the given wage in the other. All that happens is that a wage increase anywhere harms capital on the world scale, and a wage reduction anywhere benefits capital. If capital were not freely mobile, the effect would fall on the national capitalist class alone. Can we say that the high-wage country benefits as a country? Clearly not, since there is no national interest, but two diametrically opposed class interests. High wages benefit the workers, of course, but no one ever supposed otherwise. They are not gaining from unequal exchange but from high wages. 9.3 Demand and Development. Emmanuel claimed that unequal exchange acts as the basis for a process of unequal development, on two different counts. First, capital is attracted to demand, so the high incomes generated by 211. Unequal exchange attract further investment, and start a cumulative process of development. Second, high wages lead to the use of capital-intensive methods of production, which raise productivity and promote development. The argument that demand attracts capital investment is clearly out of place in the models discussed so far, which assume free movement of goods and a predetermined pattern of specialization between countries. High incomes in a country as a result of high wages and unequal exchange may mean more demand, but this demand is just as likely to be demand for the products of the low-wage countries as for home-produced goods and, correspondingly, the low-wage countries' low level of demand will also be divided between both countries' products. There is, in fact, one good reason to expect the opposite, that high wages and prices will repel capital. If the products of the high-wage country sell at high prices, as the theory requires, then this will generally mean that less will be sold, and, correspondingly, income and employment in the high-wage country will be reduced. The critical factor is the elasticity of demand for the country's products, the percentage fall in the quantity demanded when price increases by 1%. If this is greater than 1, then the fall in the quantity sold will outweigh the increase in prices, and total sales revenue will be lower. If it is less than 1, then a price increase will lead to increased receipts and an increase in national income. In the numerical example of section 9.1, I assumed that demand was independent of price, elasticity of demand, 0, to get the result that a higher wage level corresponds to a higher level of national income and expenditure. There are complications. A change in output will also affect spending on imported means of production and, in addition, income changes will affect the composition of demand. Increased demand for particular products from countries with increased income may not exactly offset reduced demand where income has decreased, but the basic principle should be clear. Price increases have a double effect: they increase income for each unit, but they reduce the number of units sold. The overall effect may go either way. Is anything then left of Emmanuel's argument that high wages and prices generate increased demand which attracts capital? If we 212. Accept his, implicit, assumption that high wage and price levels mean increased incomes, then his argument can be rescued by a simple change in the assumptions, a change implicit in his arguments. Suppose some goods are traded internationally but others are not. Non-traded goods include perishable and bulky goods, construction, and many services. Protective tariffs can also artificially prevent certain goods being traded which otherwise would be. In this case, high incomes in a country will mean high levels of demand for non-traded as well as traded goods. Since non-traded goods can only be produced locally, capital will flow into a high-wage country to meet this demand, generating more employment in these industries, more incomes, and hence more demand. If, for example, half of income is spent on non-traded goods, then each dollar of income from the production of traded goods will generate another dollar of income for producers of non-traded goods, taking the repercussions into account. This model, which Emmanuel did not make explicit, is reminiscent of a Keynesian foreign trade multiplier, or of the theory, in urban economics, of a city's economic base of exports. It is essential to the argument that each country should produce both traded and non-traded goods. Traded goods are necessary for unequal exchange. To have something to bite on, you must trade to benefit from favorable terms of trade. Non-traded goods are essential to convert high incomes into an attraction to capital from outside. High prices reduce employment in the export industries by reducing the quantity sold, but the increased demand for non-traded goods may offset this. If, on the other hand, the fall in sales as a result of increased prices outweighs the increased income per unit, the mechanism works the other way round and multiplies the reduction in income and employment through a reduction in demand for non-traded goods. Non-traded goods must, of course, be produced by local labor. Their prices are determined in the same way as those of traded goods, so identical non-traded goods will have higher prices in high-wage than in low-wage countries, since their prices incorporate higher wage costs. This introduces a complication, as Emmanuel realized. If real wages in one country are to be, say, twice those in another, then money wages, translated at current exchange rates, 213, will have to diverge much more, perhaps by 4 or even 10 times, since high wages and a high cost of living, high price of non-traded goods, go together. To put it another way, if productivity in non-traded goods is the same everywhere, and so is the rate of profit, then higher standards of living in one country compared with another can only come from a high purchasing power in terms of traded goods, whose prices are the same everywhere. So if the fraction of traded goods in workers' consumption is rather low, it will require a large difference in money wages to generate a moderate difference in living standards. The divergence in money wages determines international prices, since capitalists' production decisions are governed by money costs and not by what money wages will buy. Relatively moderate divergences in real wages may thus be the foundation for extreme inequality in exchange. In discussing the role of unequal exchange in creating local demand and attracting capital imports, I have assumed that demand depends on the total incomes generated locally. It is not clear that this is correct, since with international mobility of capital we cannot specify in advance where capital has come from, nor can we predict where profit incomes will be spent. Profits accruing to British capitalists from production in Africa may well be spent in the Bahamas. Workers, on the other hand, must clearly spend the main part of their wages in the locality where they are employed. Emmanuel, rightly, stressed the importance of wage incomes as generating a local demand which attracts capital. If the stress is laid on workers' demand for consumer goods, however, the role of unequal exchange is altered. It is high wages, rather than unequal exchange as such, which create an enlarged market. The role of unequal exchange is to permit the equalization of profits between countries, so that the effect of high wages falls on profits everywhere, not just in the high-wage country. Without this equalization of profits, high-wage countries would be low-profit countries and could not attract capital. I should stress that the model built up in this section is mine rather than Emmanuel's, though I think it embodies the essential points of Emmanuel's arguments. I have tried to indicate the points taken directly from Emmanuel by linking his name clearly with them. 214. It is worth pausing to take a general look at the picture of the world economy built up in this section. It might appear to be an underconsumptionist model, in that development is made to depend on demand, and specifically on workers' consumption demand, but it is not. There is no assumption that demand is lacking on a world scale. The question under discussion is, where does growth take place? With free mobility of capital between countries, the critical factor is the division of new investment between different locations. With a predetermined pattern of specialization between countries in the production of traded goods, which is essential to the theory, as presented so far, the scope for expansion is determined outside any given country, on the world scale. What the pricing mechanism of unequal exchange does, is to determine the terms on which a country participates in this world division of labor, and that, in turn, governs the scope for expansion in the non-traded goods sector. In this model, then, unequal exchange does not generate a cumulative growth of inequality between countries unless there is a cumulative growth in wage differentials. Emmanuel did indeed predict a cumulative enlargement of wage differentials, which turns out to be crucial to his whole argument. Again, his theory of wages emerges as the heart of his whole theory. 9.4 Methods of production. The second main plank in Emmanuel's argument linking unequal exchange to real development, is that high wages lead to a high organic composition of capital and also a high organic composition of labor. The latter phrase is Emmanuel's own invention. Again, unequal exchange is important primarily as a mechanism that permits relatively high wages in one country without a corresponding relative depression of profits. As far as the organic composition of capital is concerned, the basic point is simple. Capitalists try to minimize costs, competition forces them to do so, by substituting means of production for labor when wages are high. More exactly, they use more of those means of production produced in low-wage countries, since those 215 produced in the high-wage area itself will also be increased in price. The effect, therefore, is to reduce employment in the high-wage country in much the same way as substitution of lower-priced for higher-priced products does, and to reduce the attraction of capital to the production of non-traded goods in high-wage areas. It is not, then, at all clear why mechanization caused by wage increases should be beneficial to capitalist development in the country where the wage increase takes place. One can, of course, say that mechanization is development, and thus define the problem away. I don't think Emmanuel quite did this, though he came close to it at times, but the real question is whether it provides a further impulse for sustained or cumulative development. Emmanuel's answer is to argue that mechanization alters the social character of work and of production and thus lays the foundations for further wage increases. This links up both with his theory of wages, above, and with the organic composition of labor, to which I now turn. High wages, according to Emmanuel, bring about a high organic composition of labor. By this he means a high proportion of skilled workers, professionals, and so on, in the total labor force. Even if basic wage rates and the scale of wages were the same everywhere, areas with a large proportion of high-paid skilled workers would have a higher level of per capita income and therefore larger markets. Why should there be a connection between high basic wage rates and a high proportion of skilled workers? A casual comparison of rich and poor countries suggests that these two factors do, in practice, go together, but what is needed is a relation of cause and effect, not just a statistical association which might well be the result of some third factor. It is possible to argue that mechanization is the result of high wages, see above, and that mechanization, in turn, leads to the training and employment of engineers, technicians, and so on. However, Marx argued that mechanization tends to eliminate skills, and Brewer, 1974, has re-emphasized this aspect of Marx's thinking. Brewer also argued that conventional classifications of skills are seriously misleading. Farm workers and others usually classified as unskilled, are, in fact, highly skilled. This does not directly undermine Emmanuel's position, since he was concerned with the proportion of socially recognized skills. 216. Recognized by being paid above the rates for other workers. It does, however, suggest the possibility that certain skills are recognized and rewarded because they are particularly important in high-wage countries, while traditional craft skills may be badly rewarded precisely because they are practiced in low-wage areas. If this is so, then a high or low organic composition of labor becomes merely the way high or low wages are manifested, rather than being a distinct result of high or low wage levels with its own distinct effects. I conclude that Emmanuel has not succeeded in demonstrating this part of his case. 9.5 Critique of the theory. Before going on to the main criticisms of the theory, it is worth looking at some historical examples which Emmanuel presented to show how the theory can be elaborated to deal with the complexities of the real world. First, consider England in the period of the Industrial Revolution. England made a decisive advance during this time, laying the foundations of a century of dominance in the world economy. Real wages, however, did not rise to any substantial extent until after the major advances had been made, contrary to Emmanuel's theory in which wages are the independent variable and high wages lead to development. Emmanuel claimed that wages in England were relatively high even before the Industrial Revolution got underway, and that the Corn Laws, import restrictions on grain, by raising the price of subsistence goods, raised money wages even though real wages failed to rise. The mechanism of unequal exchange depends, as we have seen, on relative levels of money wages. Instead of the workers being the beneficiaries of unequal exchanges, the benefits went to landowners in the form of a super rent. This is an ingenious argument, but there are still criticisms to be made. First, the conquest of world markets for cotton textiles, which provided a crucial opportunity for industrialization, was the result of reduced prices, not high prices. The price cuts were made possible by technical advances, and while Emmanuel can say that the Corn Laws held prices higher than they would have been. 217. Otherwise, this still leaves technical advance, increased productivity stemming from mechanized production, as the main driving force of the Industrial Revolution. High money wages followed the breakthrough in development, they did not cause it. Second, it is not clear how the super rent accruing to the landlords fueled economic development. Insofar as it was saved, and became a source of capital accumulation, it should not have contributed to a relative advance in England if capital were internationally mobile, which it was not, to any great extent, at that date, but which the theory requires. Insofar as the extra revenue was spent, it created extra local demand, though how much of landlords' extra revenue was spent on industrial products must be doubtful. A second example is the colonies of European settlement. Emmanuel argued that the USA, Canada, and Australia became rich, while Latin American countries did not, mainly because the social conditions under which migration took place, together with the form of appropriation of land, which was relatively freely available in the USA, by comparison with Latin America, favored high wages, and this set the mechanisms of unequal exchange into operation. South Africa, he argued, developed to a lesser extent precisely because of the availability of cheap local labor. Tariff protection, according to Emmanuel, played an essential role, but only in excluding imported goods, especially industrial products, from the enlarged market created by high wages. This argument is attractive, since the relative success of the USA, Canada, and Australia is a major historical problem that calls out for a Marxist analysis. There must, however, be doubts about this explanation. The major export products of the USA, Canada, and Australia were also produced in other parts of the world where wages were much lower. Where countries with different wage levels produce the same commodities and trade them on the world market, the high-wage country must have correspondingly higher levels of productivity, or lower profits. So, again, advances in productivity appear as the driving force, with high wages the result rather than the cause of development. High productivity in agriculture, in these cases, must have been at least partly the result of favorable natural conditions and plentiful land. In any case, U.S. exports in the early stages were 218. Quite largely produced by cheap, slave, labor in the plantations of the southern states. Emmanuel's theory of unequal exchange can be viewed on two levels. One could argue simply that he has filled a gap in the Marxist analysis of the world economy by providing an analysis of the determination of international prices and by developing some of its consequences. This is my view of it, and it amounts to a substantial and important contribution. Emmanuel, however, made a stronger claim. Even if we agree that unequal exchange is only one of the mechanisms whereby value is transferred from one group of countries to another, and that its direct effects account for only a part of the difference in standards of living, I think it is possible to state that unequal exchange is the elementary transfer mechanism and that, as such, it enables the advanced countries to begin and regularly give new emphasis to that unevenness of development that sets in motion all the other mechanisms of exploitation and fully explains the way that wealth is distributed. UE 265. As Emmanuel knew, the disparities in standards of living and productivity between advanced and underdeveloped countries are far larger than can be explained by unequal exchange in itself. There are many commodities that are produced in both groups of countries and there are enormous differences in productivity between countries. We must therefore look at the connection between unequal exchange and the process of capitalist development in a broader sense. I have argued that Emmanuel's arguments mainly come down to asserting that high wages are the key to development, and that unequal exchange is important in permitting wage disparities to exist without corresponding inverse differences in profit rates. High wages, we are told, promote development, first, by creating a larger local market and, second, by encouraging mechanization. There is considerable merit in both of these arguments, though it is not clear that either would explain a cumulative growth of inequality between countries. Cumulative divergence can, however, be 219. Explained if we follow Emmanuel in saying that wages will increase further in high-wage countries as an indirect, long-delayed response to industrialization and that they will remain low in low-wage countries in the absence of the stimulus. His wage theory is therefore critical, and I have argued that it is plausible, but by no means beyond criticism. There is a further major criticism of Emmanuel's model. I have presented it throughout in terms of a given division of activities between countries, or groups of countries, so high wages in a particular country mean a correspondingly high price of production for its products. The objection is very simple: why should the high-wage, high-price products go on being produced in the high-wage countries? Given free mobility of capital between countries, why should any investment go to the high-wage countries at all? For some products the answer is clear: oil will be extracted from Alaska, the North Sea and so on because it is a scarce natural resource which must be extracted where it is found. But the advanced countries specialize mainly in the products which are least tied to the location of natural resources, manufactured goods, especially high-technology products whose raw material content is very small relative to total cost. Emmanuel was aware of this problem, and made several attempts to meet it. One attempt is to argue that there are so many different products that a high-wage country can never find itself in a position where it cannot discover a specialization that is free from competition on the part of the low-wage countries. Thus India, having taken up textiles, displacing Britain, could now move into producing textile machinery, and so on, but if India were to specialize one day in metallurgy and engineering, Britain would find no difficulty in taking up textiles again. UE 145-6. This argument is simply wrong. Countries do not choose what to specialize in, and if they did, they could choose to do everything. In Emmanuel's model, production is in the hands of competing capitalist enterprises, which are free to move capital between countries, and are driven by the blind forces of competition to produce wherever costs are lower. If they are free to produce all goods in low-wage countries, with productivity and other costs equal, then they will do so. Emmanuel met this problem in a rather 220. Roundabout way, he recognized that, on his own arguments, the underdeveloped countries would do better if they only traded amongst themselves, and discussed whether they might decide, collectively, to do so, concluding that they would benefit by not trading with high-wage countries and, instead, producing the goods that they, collectively, import at the moment. However, he thought that this would involve setting up a state monopoly of foreign trade, while his theory assumes free competition. However, as I have argued above, the real problem is to explain why free competition itself should not produce the outcome without any need for a foreign trade monopoly, cf. Brewer 1985. Free competition clearly has not done so, but it remains to explain why. His strongest argument is presented almost as an afterthought. The rich countries are benefiting from an existing specialization. If production is to start up in poor countries, it will have to suffer the handicaps of an infant industry. During this acclimatization period of the new branch, the ratio between the costs of the old producers and the new is not one that can be deduced from merely calculating the effect of the difference in wages, UE 151. During this time, he says, the high-wage countries have time to adjust their aim. These points are still rather doubtful, since the establishment of prices of production, the theoretical basis of his whole argument, requires a sufficient time span for the mobility of capital to take effect, and if it is difficult and costly for a poor country to take up a new branch of industry, it should be equally hard for a high-wage country. In practice, it is probable that the advanced countries have more flexible economic structures, but this implies a greater technological capacity, not simply a difference in wages. Emmanuel's final argument does carry conviction. The period of adaptation when a new branch of industry is introduced into a country is too long for the relatively short view taken by private capital, which under a competitive system is the exclusive agent of the introduction and establishment of the new branch, UE 51. The foundation of the argument, then, comes down to this: to set up production in a new location takes longer than to alter the scale of production in areas where a line of business is well established. The period required is long enough for private capital to be unwilling to do the job, despite the profits it would reap at the end of the day. In 221 theoretical terms, there is no doubt that this is a good argument, and a fairly well-known argument too. It is the basic argument for tariffs to protect infant industries. It does not seem to me to be enough in itself to explain the pattern of development of the world economy over the last 2 centuries, though it may be an important part of the explanation. The first thing that has to be explained is the rapid development of areas of European settlement, the USA, Canada, etc., in the 19th century. Private capital did flow into these areas, and established new industries there. Why were infant industry problems overcome in some places, while in low-wage areas, where export production should have been very profitable, the problems of establishing new industries were insuperable? Second, in Emmanuel's framework it does not matter what branches of production the high-wage countries specialize in, since they will benefit from unequal exchange anyway. However, in practice, the rich countries are those which have a large, modern industrial sector, even where they export primary products as well, while the poor countries are those which have a large peasant or pre-capitalist agricultural sector. The rich countries are also those that are advanced in a more general sense. This has to be explained, and I do not believe that wage differences are the primary cause. Lewis's version of unequal exchange, 1969, 17-22, makes an interesting contrast with Emmanuel. In Lewis's model, labor is the only cost, and all countries produce food, which is traded, and hence has a single world price. Underdeveloped countries have much lower productivity in food production than advanced countries, so they must have correspondingly lower wages. Other goods are produced only in advanced countries, manufactures, or only in underdeveloped countries, products of tropical agriculture, so their prices must reflect the different wage levels in those areas. Exchange in non-food goods is unequal in a sense rather like Emmanuel's, and for very much the same reasons, prices reflect wage differences. In Lewis's model, however, wage differences stem from productivity differences in the industries which exist in both areas. 222. 9.6 Summary. Immanuel's essential contribution was to extend the analysis of prices of production, equilibrium prices in a capitalist system, to the determination of international prices, when capital is mobile between countries and labor is not. His analysis hinges on the existence of a given, predetermined, pattern of international specialization. In this, as in other aspects of his work, Immanuel had much in common with dependency theorists. The major weakness in Immanuel's arguments is that he was unable to explain why all capital does not flow into low-wage areas. He argued the contrary, that high wages attract capital, since markets are large, and induce the use of more mechanized methods of production. I have argued that this analysis can only be justified on rather special assumptions. Appendix to Chapter 9. In this appendix, I will briefly set out the algebra of prices of production, first with a single wage rate, the usual case, and then with different wages in different sectors, assumed to represent different countries. I will not use Immanuel's notation, UE, Appendix V, which is based on that of Sraffa and seems to me to be rather clumsy. Instead I will use my own notation based on that of Morris Hima, 1973, which is now fairly widely used. I will also alter Immanuel's model in some technical matters to simplify the exposition. I assume that all means of production are used up in a single period of production, in order to avoid complications connected with depreciation. Immanuel did not make this simplifying assumption, and disputed Sraffa's treatment of depreciation, in a note added to the English edition. As far as I can see, Immanuel's method is simply a different way of writing Sraffa's equations. I also assume that the purchasing power of the wage is given as a list of physical quantities of different goods. This is one alternative considered by Immanuel, who favored a model in which wages are fixed as a quantity of the money commodity. He noted that the commodities actually bought by workers depend on prices, so both of these devices are somewhat artificial. 223. The basic problem is as follows: given the technical conditions of production and the real wage, find a set of prices such that the rate of profit is the same in all industries. First, define some notation. Number all goods, 1 to n. Let ij be the quantity of good I required, as means of production, to produce 1 unit of good j, and lj the amount of labor. These coefficients are assumed to be fixed. Let the wage per hour of labor be w, and the prices, as yet unknown, p1, p2, pn. The wage, we assume, must be sufficient to buy quantities of goods given as b1, b2, bn, so W equals P1 B1 plus P2 B2 plus Pn Bn. If, say, the ith good is used only as a means of production, then buy equals 0, and if it is used only in consumption then ij equals 0 for all j. Luxuries, goods which do not enter into the real wage and are not used as means of production, can be ignored. Wages are assumed to be advanced at the beginning of the period of production, following Marx and Immanuel, but not Sraffa. Let R stand for the rate of profit, as yet unknown. We can now write down the equations. Capital advanced, per unit of product, is the same as the cost of production, because capital is simply the sum the capitalist has to lay out in order to produce. Cost plus profit must be equal to price, and the profit must equal the capital advanced multiplied by the general rate of profit, so, P1 equals, P1A11 plus PN1 plus WL1, L plus R, P2 equals, P1A12 plus PN2 plus WL2, L plus R. Pn equals, P1A1N plus PNN plus WLN, L plus R. Incorporating the equation for the wage gives P1 equals P1, A11 plus B1L1, plus Pn, N1 plus BNL1, L plus R, P2 equals P1, A12 plus B1 L2, plus Pn, N2 plus Bn L2, L plus R. Pn equals P1, A1N plus B1 Ln, plus Pn, N plus Bn Ln, L plus R. There are n equations with n plus 1 unknowns, n prices and the rate of profit. However, only relative prices matter, so we can fix the price of one good arbitrarily and solve for the remaining n1 prices. 224. And the rate of profit. Counting equations is a rather primitive approach. Any mathematician knows that it ensures neither that a solution will exist nor that it will be unique. Fortunately, it can be shown that prices will indeed be determinate and positive, if the real wage is set at a level that permits a profit to be made at all. The analysis can be written more compactly in matrix form. Let A be the matrix with elements, ij, B the real wage vector, L the vector of labor requirements and P the price vector. We can write the equations as P equals P, A plus BL, L plus R. Where BL is the matrix, not the scalar, product. This is a, slightly, disguised form of a standard problem, finding the eigenvalues and corresponding eigenvectors of a matrix. Now for Emmanuel's main subject, pricing with different wages in different sectors. Let Wj be the wage in the JTH sector, corresponding to a real wage vector Bj equals, B1j, Bnj. The equation for good j must now be written as Pj equals P1, A1j plus B1j Lj, plus Pn, Anj plus Bnj Lj, L plus R. The structure of the equations is not changed in any essential way. There is, of course, no need to have a different wage in each sector, there could be just two wages for two countries. Notice that changed Bij coefficients enter into the equations in much the same way as a change in methods of production. An increased real wage in any sector is equivalent to a cost-increasing change in technical coefficients. It can be shown, e.g. Himmelwade 1974, that any change which reduces costs, at the prices ruling before the change, will increase the rate of profit, and conversely that cost increases reduce the profit rate. Hence an increase in wages in any sector reduces profits, and low wages anywhere raise profits. 225. 10. Classes and politics in the Third World. It is almost an axiom of Marxism that international relations, political or economic, can only be understood in terms of the internal structure of the states concerned, conceptualized by Marxists in terms of classes and modes of production. In the 1960s and 1970s an upsurge of interest in Marxist theory and a rediscovery of the Marxist classics provoked a series of debates about the appropriate way to analyze social and economic structures in underdeveloped countries, surveyed to the mid-70s, the most active period of debate, by Foster Carter, 1976. I shall concentrate on those aspects of the debate relevant to theories of imperialism. Advanced capitalist countries all have a rather similar structure. The country that is more developed industrially only shows, to the less developed, the image of its own future. Marx, capital I, 91. The transition to fully developed capitalism, however, takes very different forms in different places, depending on the previous stage of development, the pre-existing mode of production, on whether it comes early or late in the development of capitalism on a world scale, and so on. Class structures and class alliances are particularly complex during the transition, now underway in the Third World. Study of classes and politics in the Third World must therefore take the form of case studies. There is no sign of any general theory to cover all cases. Section 10.1 surveys the Marxist tradition and the idea of the articulation of modes of production, developed by P. P. Ray. Section 10.2 describes debates over Indian agriculture, and 10.3 to 10.5 outline three influential case studies of African. 226. Societies, Giarigi on the difference between southern and tropical Africa, Ray, again, on Congo-Brazzaville, and see Lees on the development of a national bourgeoisie in Kenya. Finally, 10.6 presents a very different, non-Marxist, view of the relation between imperialism and third world politics in the work of J. Gallagher and R. Robinson. 10.1 Modes of production. Until recently, most Marxists thought of modes of production as successive stages in the evolution of human society, following each other in a predestined order. In a transitional period, the old mode decays, while the new mode first emerges within the previous system, and then replaces it. The development of new forms of organization actively undermines the old and accelerates their decay. At some stage, a revolution reconstructs the political and legal superstructures to fit the needs of the new mode of production. The relation between the two modes is therefore one of contradiction, and the new ruling class establishes itself through class struggles in which it is irreconcilably opposed to the old order. Each nation must go through the sequence of stages, though external influences may accelerate or slow the process, or even allow a stage to be skipped. This brief summary is, of course, a caricature, but I think it brings out the key ideas that underlie more sophisticated accounts. There is some warrant for it in Marx's own writings, especially the preface to the Critique of Political Economy. Trotsky had a somewhat different view. Although his thinking remained in essence bounded by a stages perspective, he stressed the importance of relative backwardness, and argued that the structure of societies that started to develop late was not the same as those that had led the way. This thesis, as applied to Russia, is scattered through his works, see Niipos 1978, for Trotsky's views and for detailed references, also Zymansky 1981, 55. Russia, he argued, came under pressure, military and economic, from the more advanced West, and the Russian state, reacting to this pressure, took the initiative in promoting both industrial development and, limited, measures of social and administrative modernization. 227. Designed to increase the military efficiency of the state. The state machine had a larger, and the bourgeoisie a smaller, relative weight than in the countries of Western Europe, and there were massive disparities between the industrial cities and the impoverished and backward countryside. This is summarized in the phrase uneven and combined development, meaning that nations, sectors, and areas develop at different rates, but do not do so in isolation from each other. What is distinctive about Trotsky's view is his emphasis on the role of the state. As it stands, it is difficult to think of many areas except Russia, Japan, and parts of Southeast Europe to which it is relevant. In other areas, national states went under when confronted with Western pressure. Ex-colonial territories frequently exhibit a rather similar enlarged state apparatus, though they have reached this condition by a different route. The classic account of a transition from feudalism to capitalism is Lenin's The Development of Capitalism in Russia, 1974, first published 1899. Russia was in the middle of the transition, and Lenin, grappling with the problems of political strategy in a relatively backward country, looked in detail at the process of transition and at the transitional forms created. The issues he focused on are substantially those that concern Marxists in the underdeveloped world today, the prospects for capitalist development and the class struggles and possible class alliances inherent in the situation. Lenin identified four main processes at work in the countryside. First, commodity production and exchange were emerging through the progressive separation of successive industrial activities from agriculture. These activities formed distinct industries, perhaps organized on a craft basis but rapidly penetrated by capitalist relations of production, linked to each other and to agriculture by exchange. Recall Marx's similar analysis. Second, there was a progressive differentiation of the peasantry, as the middle peasantry of relatively self-sufficient family units broke down into a rural bourgeoisie, the kulaks, and a rural proletariat. Third, the role of the landlord was transformed as the feudal, corvée or labor service system was supplanted by capitalist agriculture based on the employment of wage labor. Capitalist agriculture emerged by two routes, the rise of a rural bourgeoisie from the peasantry, and the conversion of the landlord's economy into 228. capitalist estates. Finally, there was a developing pattern of specialization within agriculture itself, and thus a development of commodity exchange within agriculture as well as between agriculture and industry. In this process a great variety of transitional forms were created. The systems mentioned are actually interwoven in the most varied and fantastic fashion. Lenin 1974, 197. Lenin was able to make sense of them only by setting them in the context of a process of transition from one fairly well-defined system, feudalism, to another, capitalism. I suspect that at least part of the debate about contemporary underdeveloped countries is bedeviled by a desire to link immediately observable features of society, the fantastic form that Lenin described, directly to the defining features of various modes of production without setting them adequately in the context of a historical process. The classical Marxist analysis has had considerable success in analyzing European history, when applied in a creative and undogmatic way. Whether it can be used with the same success in dealing with non-European societies is a matter of dispute. In a stages perspective, one must either say that underdeveloped countries are pre-capitalist, that they are capitalist, or that they are in transition, thus implying that they are becoming capitalist. In the orthodox Marxist view, the capitalist stage has three main characteristics: first, commodity production; second, the relation between wage labor and capital; and third, the pressure to accumulate and to introduce new methods of production. In underdeveloped countries the penetration of commodity production went ahead rapidly, but, for a long time, wage labor and best practice levels of productivity were confined to small sectors. Either these countries are not becoming capitalist, in which case what are they, or capitalism has quite different laws of motion in underdeveloped areas, in which case, what use is the concept of capitalism? Some attempts to solve these problems have already been discussed. Frank and Wallerstein took the most drastic line. Capitalism, they argued, is a world system, defined in terms of production for the world market, whether wage labor is employed or not. This is a fundamental shift of definition. Its laws of motion, too, are quite unlike those analyzed by Marx. Capitalism does not promote 229 general development, it promotes the development of some areas at the expense of others. I have criticized Frank and Wallerstein for the lack of any well-worked-out theoretical analysis to back up their sloganistic generalizations. A means analysis is an advance, using more traditional concepts of modes of production in an overall framework derived from dependency theory. It is open to criticism, but on other grounds. An alternative to Frank and Wallerstein, more faithful to Marx, is to treat the wage relation as the defining feature of capitalism, as Lacan suggested, section 8.3 above, and argue that different modes of production can coexist within a single society, either permanently, abandoning the stages perspective, or over a very long drawn-out transition. Various phrases have been used in this context. One can talk of a conservation-dissolution relation, between capitalism and the subordinated mode, of a block transition, preserving a stages view, at least verbally, or, as Bettelheim does in another context, of a transition between two stages without implying movement in one direction or another. All these devices seem to be essentially semantic. What matters is the substance of the analysis. The case for focusing on the relation between the direct producers and their exploiters, and thus on the wage relation as the defining characteristic of capitalism, was put most forcefully by Brenner, 1977, in work on the origins of capitalism in Europe, see also Brenner 1985, and discussion reported in Aston and Philpin 1985. He argued that the production of relative surplus value and the tendency to increase productivity differentiates capitalism from all previous modes of production. The logic of Wallerstein's position is that capitalist underdevelopment is as much the cause of capitalist development, as capitalist development is the cause of capitalist underdevelopment. Such an argument is not compatible with the view of capitalist economic development as a function of the tendency towards capital accumulation via innovation, built into a historically developed structure of class relations of free wage labor. For from this vantage point, neither economic development nor underdevelopment are directly dependent upon, caused by, one another. Each is the product of a specific. 230. Evolution of class relations, in part determined historically outside capitalism, in relationship with non-capitalist modes. Wallerstein resorts to the position that both are essentially the result of a process of transfer of surplus. He must thus end up by ignoring any inherent tendency of capitalism to develop the productive forces. Brenner 1977, 60-1. The existence of free wage labor matters for two reasons. First, because only in a system of free labor can labor be reallocated from one task to another and gathered into ever larger and more complex productive organizations. Capital can only be genuinely mobile where it can gather labor and means of production freely in the market. Second, and perhaps more important, in a wage labor system all the needs of reproduction have to be bought in the market and competition then acquires coercive force. Any enterprise that fails to keep up with socially established levels of productivity is driven out of business. The process of concentration and centralization, an essential part of the development of capitalism, thus depends on the wage relation. Labor-saving innovation allows costs to be cut by making workers redundant, an option not open in feudal systems in which peasants are tied to a particular estate. Competition forces capitalists to minimize costs, constantly recreating a mobile reserve army of labor. In a feudal system, the needs of reproduction are met by peasant plots, so the domain product, which may be sold on the market, is all surplus product. A feudal lord, maximizing short-run profit, will attempt to restrict peasants' mobility, to keep them under his control, and to reduce the land and labor time devoted to the peasants' plots, not by increasing productivity, but by increasing absolute surplus value, even to the point where the long-run reproduction of the system is threatened. An extension of market opportunities can even intensify feudal exploitation and promote regression in the forces of production. Brenner had a telling example, in the Poland of the Second Serfdom, one of Wallerstein's favorite examples. Despite the orientation of the entire economy to exports, it could send out at best 5% to 7% of its total grain produce. Brenner 1977, 69-70. Peasant plots were more productive than demesnes, and could generate a larger marketable surplus per acre, but they were ruthlessly cut down to expand the 231. Lords' profits. Here profitability, for the rulers, generated regression. A switch to wage labor would only be profitable for the lords in the very long run, if at all. Wage labor was only used where serfdom had decayed beyond possibility of restoration. An alternative system in agriculture is small peasant proprietorship. Here again the market lacks coercive force if peasants can produce their own subsistence, cf. Luxembourg, and here again the attachment of producers to the means of production inhibits flexibility and thus technological advance. England was the one place in Europe where serfdom had been eliminated without small peasant proprietorship taking its place. There are also cases in which the producers are wholly dependent on the market for their subsistence, without labor power, as such, becoming a commodity. Peasant producers of industrial raw materials are an example. In these cases fully capitalist production can penetrate relatively easily. The mode of production, defined by the relation between the direct producers and the owners of the means of production, is thus not a purely formal characteristic of the social system, nor does it define classes opposed to each other in purely distributive terms. It is of crucial importance in determining the evolution of the forces of production, and in determining development and underdevelopment. Brenner displayed the mechanisms linking structural features of the mode of production to its dynamics, and thus demonstrated their relevance rather than merely asserting it. Development and underdevelopment are the product of class structures which are themselves the outcome of a historical process of development that cannot be analyzed in the abstract. Perhaps the most important and sophisticated discussion of the role of modes of production is by P. P. Ray. It predates Brenner's work, and is more directly aimed at the analysis of contemporary underdeveloped countries. The rest of this section will be devoted to a discussion of Ray's theoretical framework, while his case study of Congo-Brazzaville will be dealt with in section 10.4. In L'articulation de modes de production, which makes up the bulk of Les Alliances de Classes, Ray 1973, cited below as alliances, Ray set out his main theoretical perspective and discussed the transition from capitalism to feudalism in Europe. Colonialisme, Neocolonialisme et transition au capitalisme, Ray 1971, cited below as 232. Colonialisme is a detailed study of the transition from the lineage mode of production to capitalism in Congo-Brazzaville. Capitalisme négrier, L. Brice, Ray, and Samuel 1976, is a collection of studies of migration by African workers, both within Africa and between Africa and France. The theoretical introduction by Ray is a good concise summary of his views. One of the starting points for Ray's work was a debate among Marxist anthropologists about the nature of social relations in the part of Africa which Ray studied. For these debates see Malasu, 1964, Terry, 1972, and Ray, 1975, as well as colonialism. There are useful discussions of Ray's work in English in articles by Bradby, 1975, and Foster Carter, 1978. On the notion of an articulation of modes of production, see Walp, 1980, and Miles, 1987. Ray's starting point was the distinction between a mode of production and a social formation, drawn by Althusser and Balibar. The best statement of these concepts and their interrelations is to be found in Balibar's essay The Basic Concepts of Historical Materialism, Althusser and Balibar 1970, Part 3, and in the glossary in the English translation of the same book. Put simply, they insisted that a mode of production, capitalism, feudalism, etc., is an abstract, timeless concept, defined by a particular, exactly specified, relation connecting two classes, except, of course, for classless modes. A social formation is also a conceptual construction, but of a more concrete kind. A real society can be thought of as a social formation. There are some tricky philosophical issues here, concerning the relation between abstract concepts and reality, which I will not pursue, cf. Ruxio and Simon 1986. Both mode of production and social formation must be analyzed from the point of view of their reproduction, that is to say that their different components must interlock to produce a functioning system which can maintain itself in existence, at least for a time. For a critical discussion of these concepts, see Cutler, Hindus, Hurst, and Hussain, 1977. What is most relevant in understanding Ray's work is the idea that a social formation, like Lacan's economic system, may contain more than one mode of production. Althusser and Balibar insisted that one mode of production dominates, defining a dominant or ruling class, except during brief periods of transition. Ray's concept of the articulation of modes of production is firmly 233. Set in a classical Marxist analysis of transition, analyzed in Althusserian style. As noted above, the classical Marxists conceived of modes of production as stages of development which succeed each other in turn. Since one mode cannot replace another overnight, there must be a long process of transition in which the old mode dominates at first, while allowing the new to grow up, then the new mode comes to dominate, while the old persists for a further period. Ray's originality is in insisting that this process takes so long that transition is the normal state of affairs, and analyzing the process with the rigor usual in the study of pure modes. In a transitional social formation, the two modes of production are not independent of each other, just sitting side by side. There is an interaction, in which each affects the workings of the other, so the evolution of a transitional social formation cannot be understood by analyzing the logic of one mode of production in isolation. The two modes are in contradiction, in the sense that one will replace the other, but, during the transition, each must be reproduced, so the conditions of their reproduction must be compatible. This Ray called the articulation of two modes. In all the cases Ray dealt with, the expanding mode is capitalism. Like Luxemburg, he insisted that capitalism has an inherent tendency to expand at the expense of the pre-capitalist societies it finds around itself. This insistence on what Foster Carter, 1978, called the homofiance of capitalism, literally, having the same effect, put him firmly in the classical Marxist tradition and led him to reject any explanation of underdevelopment in terms of restrictive behavior by capitalists, as proposed by Barron and Frank. Let us cease to reproach capitalism with the one crime that it has not committed, that it could not think of committing, constrained as it is by its own laws always to enlarge the scale of production. Let us keep firmly in mind that all the bourgeoisies of the world burn with desire to develop the underdeveloped countries. Alliances, 16. Why then have some areas advanced, while others have not? If capitalism by itself has the same effect everywhere, the difference 234 must be in the other half of the articulation, in the pre-capitalist modes that are the medium and soil, in Luxemburg's words, of capitalist development. Ray criticized Luxemburg for not taking the internal workings of these modes seriously. Capitalism prospered where it succeeded feudalism, while generally speaking, non-Western countries, apart from Japan, have shown themselves and still show themselves to be wretched environments for the development of capitalist relations of production. Alliances, 11. Ray proceeded by considering the conditions required for the expanded reproduction of capital. The first is a class of free wage laborers, so the articulation with the pre-capitalist mode must be such as to exclude a growing section of the population from pre-capitalist production, or at least to ensure that they have to spend a part of their time or a stage in their lives working for a wage. Capitalism is relatively slow to establish itself in agriculture, especially in the production of basic foods. The capitalist sector must, therefore, obtain means of subsistence for its workers by trading with pre-capitalist agricultural producers. In the heartlands of capitalism, where it succeeded feudalism as the dominant mode, these needs were met by the expulsion of peasants and the sale of a surplus product extracted as rent, as Marx showed in his account of primitive accumulation. In the rest of the world, however, pre-capitalist modes did not evolve naturally to meet the needs of capitalism, so capitalist relations of production could not arise from within. These areas could, and did, engage in exchange, and were drawn into the world market, but exchange reinforced the hold of pre-capitalist ruling classes and strengthened resistance to the implantation of capitalist relations of production. This is really the most crucial part of Ray's argument. He argued it in detail only for a particular area in Congo-Brazzaville, section 10.4, and it is not at all clear that the argument generalizes to other areas. Since the preconditions for capitalist production did not arise naturally in most parts of the world, they were imposed by external force. To open up these areas for capital, it was necessary to displace the existing ruling class and reorganize indigenous societies. Direct military and administrative coercion was used to recruit workers and to compel villagers to sell cash crops, especially food crops. Ray called this system of administrative coercion the colonial mode of 235. Production. Once the pre-capitalist framework has been transformed to fit the needs of capital, it can be left to itself. Capitalist reproduction and growth can be assured by economic means and by the local state, the neocolonial pattern of the underdeveloped world today. Formal decolonization is no threat to the economic interests of capital. The expansion of capitalist relations of production is, however, hindered by the persistence, in a modified form, of pre-existing modes, since capitalist mechanisms cannot, for a long time, provide for reproduction on their own. Ray deduced his central political conclusions from this account. Capitalism and the restructured pre-capitalist modes of production need each other and sustain each other. It is therefore impossible to try to abolish pre-capitalist forms of oppression without at the same time seeking to overthrow capitalism, while anti-capitalist revolutions, Russia, China, have been able to abolish these archaic restrictions in a very short space of time. On a world scale, the development of capitalism went ahead in previously feudal areas, but was blocked elsewhere. Capitalist and non-capitalist areas were linked by exchange, but pre-capitalist societies did not respond well to market signals, since exchange does not alter the basic relations of production and does not provide any strong stimulus to a more rational organization of production. There were thus good reasons for capitalist expansion into non-capitalist areas, but the means were lacking. The blockage was broken when central capitalism reached the stage of finance capital, according to Ray, because it was only at this stage that capital could impose capitalist relations of production from the outside. This part of the argument is not very clear. European states did, in fact, reorganize the mode of production in colonial territories much earlier, e.g. Latin America from the 16th century, but they imposed pre-capitalist, not capitalist, modes of production. Ray's whole chronology is geared to Africa. The epoch of finance capital is thus also the age of imperialism and colonial conquest, but for reasons rather different from those proposed by Lenin. See Michelet, 1976, for a reinterpretation of Lenin on similar lines. Michelet and Ray differ on most other points. Gathering the story together, it goes as follows. Capitalism emerged in previously feudal areas, and went through a whole process of development there, the capitalism-feudalism. 236. Articulation, with a corresponding, massive, development of the forces of production, the rest of the world was drawn into relations of exchange without the transformation of relations or forces of production. The rise of finance capital was the signal for forcible conquest and transformation of underdeveloped areas, followed, in the end, by decolonization, leaving capitalist relations of production dominant, but with development still retarded by the persistence of pre-capitalist modes alongside capitalism. Ray drew heavily on the classical Marxists. Like Rosa Luxemburg, he emphasized the role of coercion in the expansion of capitalist relations of production, but he distinguished between the transition from feudalism to capitalism, coercion by the feudal ruling class itself, and other transitions, coercion from outside, and also between the transformation of a natural economy into a commodity-producing system, which need not involve coercion, and the transformation of relations of production by the creation of a proletariat. His argument has obvious, and acknowledged, roots in Marx's treatment of primitive accumulation, of the Asiatic mode of production, and of merchant capital. The aspects of Marx's work that Ray built on had been substantially neglected in the intervening period, so to point to these roots in Marx is not to decry Ray's contribution. More important, he provided an explanation for a neocolonial stage following colonialism, connecting the present stage of development to its predecessors and to a coherent account of the history of capitalism. 10.2 Indian debates. At about the same time as the Frank-Laka debate, about Latin America, and the work of Ray, Arrighi, and others on Africa, there was a debate in India over rather similar ground. The point at issue was ostensibly whether Indian agriculture should be described as capitalist, a rather uninteresting semantic question, but the real question was whether the backwardness of Indian agriculture was caused by capitalism or by the absence of capitalist relations of production. Rudra, 1969, 1970, provoked the debate with a rather naive statistical survey of large farms in the Punjab, from which he 237 concluded that there was no clearly defined class of capitalist farmers. Patnaik, 1971a, b. 1972, criticized this conclusion, and Chattopadhyay, 1972a, b. criticized both for being insufficiently Marxist. A general melee ensued, Banerjee 1972, 1977, Frank 1973, Sau 1973, Alavi 1975. The debate has been surveyed by McEachern, 1976, and Foster Carter, 1976. There was general agreement that the Green Revolution, the introduction of high-yielding varieties of cereals, was associated with increased differentiation among the peasants, since rich farmers were better able to pay for the necessary irrigation and fertilizers. All the participants in the debate, except Rudra, seem to have agreed that this represented a development of capitalism in agriculture. The point at issue was whether agriculture in India had been capitalist during the colonial, pre-1949, period, as Chattopadhyay argued, making the Green Revolution a stage of development within capitalism, or whether agriculture had not previously been capitalist, as Patnaik and others claimed. The basic facts were common ground. The agricultural sector had been producing for the market for a long time. A fraction, 30 to 40%, of the rural population consisted of agricultural wage laborers, but development in methods of production had been very slow, with little reinvestment of surplus. See Alavi 1975, for a useful review of the facts and their historical context. It is convenient to start with Chattopadhyay, 1972a, b, ignoring the chronological order of debate. He argued that Indian agriculture had long been substantially capitalist, though still in transition, since commodity production and wage labor constitute capitalism. India was in substantially the same position as Russia in Lenin's time. The slow pace of development was not a problem, for the theory, since the early development of capitalism had been slow everywhere else as well. In short, he restated a traditional Marxist analysis in which each nation, in its turn, passes through substantially the same stages of development. McEachern, 1976, generally supported Chattopadhyay's diagnosis of India in terms of a classical Marxist analysis of transition, with more emphasis on the external dimension. He was unwilling to accept any idea that modes of production may be combined, except during relatively brief periods of transition, and argued that 238. Surviving pre-capitalist forms in India conceal the real, capitalist, relations of production. Patnaik, 1971a, b, 1972, with Sao, 1973, and Banerjee, 1972, 1977, also distinguished apparent forms and underlying reality, but to support the opposite conclusion. The existence of wage labor, she claimed, is not conclusive evidence that Indian agriculture was capitalist, since workers were not really free, given the lack of employment opportunities. Further, one should not speak of capitalism unless the surplus is productively invested within the same sector or even the same enterprise. There are two issues here: whether to define capitalism in terms of accumulation, the third major characteristic of capitalism in the classical Marxist view, commodity production and wage labor are the other two, and whether the definition applies at the level of a firm or farm, or at some higher level. Brenner, discussed above, argued in the European context that the introduction of capitalist relations of production led to capitalist development and increased productivity. The Indian debate hinged on the apparent failure of this connection in India. Frank, 1973, remarked that the surplus was indeed invested, in England. The question of definition is semantic. What matters is to discover the necessary and sufficient conditions for accumulation to take place, and the forms it takes. Patnaik had an explanation for the stagnation of agriculture in the colonial period. Industry failed to develop because of British competition, backed by the colonial state, so markets for agricultural products were stagnant. Agriculture was exploited by antediluvian forms of capital, merchant capital, usury, and generalized commodity production. Led to a prolonged disintegration of the pre-capitalist mode without its reconstitution on a capitalist basis. Patnaik 1972, A149. Independence led to state-sponsored industrial development, and hence to scope for investment in agriculture. Patnaik, then, argued that Indian agriculture, in the colonial period, had not been capitalist, but she did not offer any definite alternative classification. Banerjee, 1972, and Alavi, 1975, proposed a concept of a colonial mode of production to cover colonial India and other colonial territories. Banerjee subsequently abandoned the idea, so I will. 239. Concentrate on Alavi's arguments. It is worth noting that this concept is not the same as Ray's colonial mode, though there are common features. Alavi's main idea was to restore the classical conception of modes of production as stages of development. He argued that colonial India was neither feudal, since there was widespread commodity production, nor capitalist, since there was little accumulation. He was unwilling to talk of a combination of modes, because different modes of production can only coexist in a state of contradiction, and no one has demonstrated that there is any conflict between the rural capitalist class and the feudal landlords. He did not, apparently, notice that one could say much the same of early modern England. Colonialism does not correspond in any simple way to a capitalist or to a feudal stage, so it must be something else, a colonial stage. His colonial mode is characterized by colonial bourgeois state power, internal disarticulation, generalized commodity production, a transfer of surplus to the metropolis, and a lack of accumulation, cf. Barron's typical underdeveloped country or a means peripheral capitalism. Alavi is entitled to call this a mode of production, if he chooses, but it is not remotely like any other Marxist concept of a mode of production. It has no defining relation of production, and it does not define any specific class opposition. It is difficult to see what can be gained by calling it a mode of production. Banerjee, 1977, developed the idea that capitalism is identified with capital accumulation. Modes of production are a definite totality of historical laws of motion which must be discovered by analysis, and cannot be reduced to simple abstractions, such as commodity production, or wage labor. Any given mode of production may be compatible with a variety of forms of exploitation. How then are the laws of motion of the various modes to be distinguished? They seem to amount to different, socially determined, motivations or purposes on the part of those who control production. Capitalism is production directed to accumulation, feudalism is directed to meeting the, socially determined, luxury consumption needs of the landlords, and the patriarchal peasant mode is governed by the subsistence needs of the peasant family. The latifundias of Latin America are, he argued, feudal estates, while superficially similar production units in 240. Plantation agriculture are capitalist, since they are orientated to the accumulation of capital, albeit only in the long run, as a relatively slow and mainly sporadic tendency dominated by feudal modes of consumption. Banerjee 1977, 16, I find this distinction hard to grasp. Although there are many incidental felicities in this provocative article, such as the demonstration that wage labor was as common in 13th century England as in present-day rural India, the main argument seems to remain very much up in the air. Where do laws of motion come from? The political economy of consumption and the social basis of motivation are important and neglected topics, but they must be explained, not introduced as a deus ex machina to define different modes of production. To trace them back to their roots in relatively permanent features of social structure would, I suspect, lead back to relations of production. Two major issues emerge from the Indian debates. The first is the role of forms of exploitation, wage labor, serfdom, etc. Many writers have pointed out that superficial or juridical relations may be misleading. A nominally independent peasant, for example, may depend on advances from a merchant and receive a price for the product that is more like a piece rate wage than a genuine market price. This is no problem. Marxists commonly distinguish between juridical and real relations. It is a quite different matter to claim, for example, that a slave plantation can be capitalist, when the slaves really are slaves who can be bought and sold in slave markets. There are strong reasons, explained by Brenner, for thinking that, real, not juridical, relations of production are important. The second question concerns the appropriate level of analysis, world system, nation-state, unit of production, or whatever. This is a non-problem. There can be no question of choosing to analyze at one level and ignore the others. Any adequate account of the world system must incorporate them all, and their interrelations. The only problem is semantic: to what kinds of entities can the adjectives capitalist, feudal, and so on be attached? Can one talk of a capitalist farm, or a feudal nation? In isolation, these are meaningless questions. 241. 10.3 Origi. Some of the most original work on the persistence and transformation of pre-capitalist modes of production emerged from studies of Africa, perhaps because capitalism penetrated much of Africa more recently than most other parts of the world. I shall discuss three writers on Africa: Origi, Ray, and Lees, starting with Giovanni Origi. His most important contributions, some written in collaboration with John Saul, are collected in Essays on the Political Economy of Africa, Origi and Saul 1973, cited below as EPEA. Page references are to this collection, though the original articles are listed in the bibliography. The best known of these papers is Labor Supplies in Historical Perspective, a study of the proletarianization of the African peasantry in Rhodesia, which is rightly regarded as a classic. Origi studied the penetration of capitalism in Africa south of the Sahara. He argued that this area divides into two regions with very different histories, tropical Africa and southern Africa. In his analysis of both areas, the implicit, sometimes fairly explicit, basis is an account of the articulation of the indigenous modes of production with capitalism. From Origi's description, it is clear that he regarded the indigenous societies of tropical and South Africa as essentially primitive communal. The vast majority of the population of tropical Africa consists of independent producers. Individuals can customarily acquire land through tribal or kinship rights. Only comparatively rarely is land acquired or disposed of through purchase or sale. Market exchanges were peripheral. Feudal elements, landowning classes, and national bourgeoisies are either non-existent or not sufficiently significant, politically and/or economically, to constitute the power base of the state. EPEA, 13-14, 141. The indigenous peasantry has, however, been very responsive to market stimuli, supplying goods and working for wages whenever it paid them to, though not otherwise. In contrast to Ray, Origi did not see the indigenous mode of production as a substantial. 242. Obstacle to capitalist development. The lagging development of tropical Africa is due to the failure of capitalist development to expand the demand for labor power and for the products of pre-capitalist agriculture, not to a deficient supply of either. The main characteristics of tropical Africa derive from the limited extent to which capitalism has supplanted pre-capitalist modes of production. In the earlier stages of capitalist penetration, the main demand was for unskilled labor, and was not met by the creation of a distinct proletariat, but by migrant laborers who kept a foothold in the pre-capitalist mode of production, where their families could produce a large part of their subsistence and where reciprocal obligations guaranteed the individual security in illness and old age. A low-wage, low-skill pattern developed. Origi argued that this migrant labor force was part of the peasantry, not a proletariat, as subsistence was guaranteed in the pre-capitalist sector, so there was a capitalist mode of production without any substantial proletarian class. Modern international corporations, however, use capital-intensive methods of production requiring a smaller number of semi-skilled workers. To make it worthwhile to train workers even for semi-skilled work requires a stabilization of the labor force, which requires, in turn, a substantial increase in wages above the migrant level, to induce workers to sever their ties with the traditional economy. At the same time, the state apparatus, taken over substantially unaltered from the colonial powers, supports a relatively well-paid elite and sub-elite. These groups, together, Origi called a labor aristocracy, while admitting some unease about the term. In the absence of any substantial indigenous bourgeoisie or landowning class, this labor aristocracy forms the political basis of the state. Cf. Lees's account, section 10.5. State policies understandably favor relatively high wages, which encourage the use of capital-intensive methods of production and correspondingly low levels of employment. The result is growth without development, in which the small, modern sector offers relatively few opportunities of employment, and buys relatively little from the traditional sector, since the relatively highly paid proletariat proper spends its income largely on the products of the modern sector or on imports. The high demand for imports, together with the lack of a substantial capital. 243. Goods sector, leads to balance of payments constraints which inhibit any acceleration of growth in the modern capitalist sector, while the pre-capitalist peasant sector stagnates for want of any stimulus from demand. The relative impoverishment of the peasantry may lead to differentiation and the formation of a kulak class of capitalist farmers, but the slow growth of demand for agricultural products restrains the incentive for, and financial ability of, the emerging kulaks to expand wage employment so that it tends to produce an impoverished peasantry without fostering its absorption in capitalist agriculture. APEA 126. This formulation is strikingly similar to Putnaik's, section 10.2, and to the dependency theorists. Arrighi was mainly concerned with the effects of a particular pattern of economic development on class structure, and therefore did not explain in detail why foreign investment should take the particular form he described. In addition, he assumed almost without discussion that there was no scope for small-scale, locally based development. Lisa's discussion of the formation of an indigenous bourgeoisie in Kenya, section 10.5, suggests that the prospects for development may be better than Arrighi thought. See also chapter 11 below, for more general discussion of capitalist development in the Third World. De Janvries, 1981, Analysis of Agriculture and Development in Latin America makes an interesting contrast with Arrighi's description of tropical Africa. De Janvries argued that there was an alliance between the industrial bourgeoisie and the landowners in most Latin American states. Protection raises the price of industrial products, while a number of policy measures, including food imports, keep down the prices of staple foodstuffs, allowing wages to be kept down. Food production is unprofitable, and is left to the peasantry, while large estates concentrate on non-food agricultural exports. Policy is designed to support the export agriculture sector, in order to keep the support of the landlords and bolster the balance of payments. The export sector also benefits from cheap food and low wages. Investment in food production is unprofitable, so food production has grown slowly, storing up trouble for the future. The class structure is different from that in Africa. Wages are kept low, not high, because of the power of the local bourgeoisie and the landed elite, but the results are rather similar. The peasant sector loses out in both cases, and agricultural growth suffers. 244. Southern Africa, by contrast, is distinguished by the much larger scale of capitalist penetration in the 19th and early 20th centuries, the result of mineral discoveries, and also by the presence of a substantial settler colonial bourgeoisie drawn by the opportunities, real and imagined, created by this earlier boom. The difference between tropical and southern Africa thus arises from the different opportunities that capital found in the two areas, not from any important difference in the pre-capitalist mode of production. Arrighi studied Rhodesia, Zimbabwe, though he argued that developments in South Africa were similar. During the early stages of capitalist penetration it proved difficult to recruit a sufficient labor force locally, not because of any unwillingness by Africans to respond to market incentives, but because producing goods for sale gave a better cash return on effort than wage labor, at the rates the mines were prepared to offer. At this stage, the African peasantry could meet their subsistence needs without participating in the cash economy. Sales of produce or labor power were a use of surplus labor time to increase living standards. The solution to this problem was, in essence, simple. The African peasantry was expelled from the land, the classic centerpiece of a process of primitive accumulation. There are, however, some distinctive aspects of primitive accumulation in Rhodesia that make it worth looking at in a little more detail. The expulsion of the peasantry from the land could not take place at once, since there was a need for food supplies for the mining sector. Most of the land in Rhodesia was expropriated at a very early stage, By 1902, APEA, 195, but the African peasantry was left in occupation since land was plentiful but labor scarce. European owners of land initially exploited the Africans through the establishment of semi-feudal relations, the exaction of labor services, or rents in money or kind. Rent and tax charges forced Africans into the cash economy, but did not force them to sell their labor power rather than their products. Extraterritorial African workers from what is now Zambia and elsewhere were essential to capitalism in Rhodesia until the slump of 1921-3. During this first stage, various counteracting tendencies were at work. African peasants invested in improved means of production, mainly of a land-using type, draft animals, plows, increasing 245 their capacity to produce, but at the same time they developed new consumption habits, became more dependent on the cash economy, and were progressively excluded from the best lands by European capitalist farmers. Supplies marketed by capitalist farmers drove down the prices Africans could get for their products, while their capacity to produce was reduced by land scarcity and subsequent loss of fertility due to overfarming. The slump of 1921-3, when agricultural prices fell sharply, marked the turning point. From then on, the African population was essentially a proletariat, dependent for subsistence on the sale of labor power, and in a quite different position from the peasantry of tropical Africa. The foothold African workers retained in the peasant economy allowed the wage to be held down to the subsistence of a single worker, with the costs of reproduction of labor power met by the work of the rest of the family in the tribal reserve areas. After the Second World War, average African wages rose as oligopolistic industry introduced more modern techniques and stabilized sections of the labor force, while the wages of other sections of the proletariat remained at the single-man subsistence level. Origi summed up in a much-quoted sentence, "Real wages remained at a level which promoted capitalist accumulation not because of the forces of supply and demand, but because of politico-economic mechanisms that ensured the desired supply at the desired wage rate." EPEA, 214. Origi's analysis is a superb application of the Marxist analysis of primitive accumulation in a particular case. It has often been misunderstood as illustrating some specifically colonial mechanism. What strikes me is how similar it is to the origins of capitalism in, say, England. The semi-feudal stage, and the expulsion of peasants by individual landowners converting themselves into capitalist farmers are strikingly familiar. The really interesting question is why other places where superficially similar semi-feudal structures existed, e.g. the Latin American latifundia system, have so far evolved in a very different way. Origi's explanation seems to be that Rhodesia's economy expanded rapidly because of the implantation of competitive capitalism with a numerous national, settler, bourgeoisie. 246. 10.4 Ray's general theoretical framework has already been discussed. His analysis of the impact of capitalism outside its homelands rests essentially on a single case study of lineage societies in Congo-Brazzaville, Ray 1971. It can have few equals in its combination of rigorous and creative Marxist theory with detailed study of a pre-capitalist society and its penetration by capitalism. Ray claimed, first, that he could define a lineage mode of production, in a strictly Marxist sense, which was dominant before the installation of capitalism in the area studied, and, second, that the history of the area could be understood by looking very carefully at the interaction of capitalist and lineage modes of production. Specifically, the lineage mode of production was very well suited to generating a supply of slaves for export during the period of the slave trade, rather poor at producing goods for export, and quite incapable by itself of generating either a proletariat or a marketable supply of food to support a proletariat. These facts condition the history of its interaction with capitalism. According to Ray, the lineage mode of production defines two classes, chiefs, or elders, and their dependents, or juniors. Each chief has a group of dependents. Individuals are allocated to positions in the system by, real or notional, kinship relations. Subsistence production is carried out in groups of various sizes, the chief's subsistence being produced mainly inside his own household. Groups are connected by a network of exchanges, carried out by the chiefs. The class status of chiefs, and the lineage mode of production are defined by the chief's role in these exchanges. Prestige goods, obtained in previous exchanges or produced by the surplus labor of dependents, are exchanged for each other, for slaves, until 1920, or for women, as brides for group members, for whom a dot or bride price is paid. Other writers have described this, or similar systems, as primitive communal, that is, classless. Ray presented a very careful definition of class. We shall speak of class conflict in any society in which a particular group controls a surplus product, the partial or total. 247. Use of which is for the reproduction of the relations of dependence between the direct producers and this group. Ray 1975, 60. Capitalism too is defined by an exchange relation, the sale of labor power, and in the capitalist mode, as in lineage societies, the surplus product may not be devoted to the personal consumption of the ruling class. It has been argued that chiefs, elders, are not a distinct class, because juniors succeed in their turn, but Ray retorted that the majority of the population, slaves and their descendants, women, most free males, are excluded. Slavery and the exchange of slaves are clearly of vital importance to the history of this area. It should be understood that slavery within lineage societies was quite different from slavery in the plantations of the Americas. When an offense was committed, theft, witchcraft, the offender could be handed over to the chief of the offended group, so enslavement always took an individual outside his group of origin. The receiving chief could pass the slave on in a further exchange or settle him in his own group. Once settled, he was no longer saleable and acquired a status little different in practice from other members of the group. Slave production did not exist, nor did a permanent status of chattel slavery. Ray argued that this circulation of men together with the circulation of women, as wives, functioned to redistribute population from overpopulated to underpopulated groups, in a society in which population was the main resource. It is easy to see how this system fitted in with the slave trade. It is often argued that commodity exchange with merchant capital has a dissolving effect on pre-capitalist societies, and one would think at first sight that the export of literally millions of slaves, from Africa as a whole, over a period extending from the 16th to the late 19th century would have had the most appallingly destructive effects. Ray argues, on the contrary, that lineage societies remained in good shape during this period, since the trade in slaves was no more than an extension of the normal functioning of these societies. European traders acquired slaves through the coastal kingdoms, hierarchical lineage societies each of which monopolized one of the few usable harbors. Traders bought slaves through the chiefs of important lineages, so trade with Europeans was assimilated to the 248th system of exchanges between chiefs. Coastal lineage societies received considerable revenues, in commissions and the like, from the slave trade which could be used to acquire slaves, over and above the number exported, who could then be settled and incorporated into the society. Throughout the whole period of the slave trade the Kingdom of Longo enriched itself both in goods and in men. Colonialism, 279. Much of the same goes for lineage societies further in the interior, which served as a transmission belt moving slaves towards the coast, and European products inwards. The category of prestige goods came, during this period, to consist almost exclusively of European products. The wealth and power of the dominant chiefs increased and the network of exchange relations between them was extended rather than being undermined. The depopulation of lineage societies was slowed down by the mechanisms of control over the circulation of men, and above all compensated by the mechanisms of reinsertion of a part of the slaves who came into them. Colonialism, 279. The main areas of depopulation were far inland, in areas without a lineage structure or where the lineage mode of production was weak, and failed to provide for a net acquisition of slaves. This illustrates Ray's general thesis that exchange relations with capitalism do not necessarily break down pre-capitalist societies or pave the way for the establishment of capitalist relations of production. As the slave trade declined, for reasons external to Africa, European merchants tried to develop trade in products as a substitute. The products involved were primarily ivory and rubber, products of hunting and gathering obtained in traditional and extremely wasteful ways, which threatened to destroy the natural sources of these products. In 1898 to 1900, the French state, having taken formal authority over the area, tried to establish rational production for export by dividing the territory between concessionary companies, sociétés concessionnaires. This episode is important in Ray's argument, since the failure of this initiative is his main piece of evidence for the incapacity of capitalism to establish itself by primarily economic means. The concessionary companies found they had to deal with local chiefs, since French colonial power had not, in practice, been imposed. Attempts to introduce capitalist production proved unprofitable since wages 249 paid to the chiefs were high, and supplies of labor power and provisions for the workers were unreliable. The companies ended up continuing the traditional pattern of trade by barter, on a limited scale, from trading posts in the interior instead of at the coasts. Trade was restricted in volume, since lineage society only met its needs for prestige goods through exchange. Subsistence continued to rest on traditional production outside the sphere of the market. Because of the wasteful methods of production, supplies dried up and the companies effectively ceased to exist. The period from the completion of military conquest in 1920 to 1934 was characterized, according to Ray, by the dominance of a colonial mode of production, defined by the forced recruitment of labor and the forced sale of products. This was the first stage in the articulation of the capitalist and lineage modes of production, corresponding to the stage of primitive accumulation in the homelands of capitalism. The previous contacts between capitalist and lineage societies were wholly external, and did not constitute an articulation. The centerpiece was the construction of the Congo Ocean Railway by forcibly recruited labor, an enterprise that cost 15,000 or 20,000 lives. In the beginning, after the failure of the concessionary companies, a subsistence society only exchanging with commercial capital to meet its needs for prestige goods. Afterwards, in the period from 1934, or even 1932, to today, free sale of labor power, and continually growing sale of products. This is because, during the period of construction of the railway, workers who had lived in the self-sufficient subsistence economy became simultaneously wage earners and buyers, while the men who remained in the villages and above all the women became sellers of provisions. The unity of the producers and consumers was broken. During a first stage, workers on the one hand, products on the other were obtained by force, because the society did not know what to do with the money that was forced on it in payment. But soon enough the situation was reversed and money became the intermediary, not only for goods, but also for the bride price. Colonialism, 365-6. 250. The colonial mode of production was not set up deliberately to transform lineage society, though the administration certainly had in mind a civilizing mission, for civilization read capitalism. They had little choice in the circumstances they found themselves in. In 1921, the administration were forced by facts to use the only form of intervention which was adequate to the scale of their projects, the reorganization of the mode of production itself. We consider that a very large number of economic and even technical choices which were made had the essential function of transforming the social mode of production, whether or not that was the conscious aim of those in charge. G. Sauter does not judge them to have been intelligent enough to have consciously attempted such an intervention. Colonialism, 367. The lineage mode of production adapted to the needs of capitalism through the monetarization of the bride price. Ray stressed that the social relations of the lineage mode of production are expressed in money form, just as money rent is, according to Ray, a monetary expression of a feudal relation of production. Money circulating among chiefs of lineages as bride price payments is generally not diverted to other purposes. At the same time, the chiefs require young men to make money payments to them as a contribution to the bride price. The sums of money available for payment in the form of bride price have thus continually increased, and the level of the bride price has inflated correspondingly. Young men are forced to work for wages or sell products in order to pay their share, so the lineage relation of production, the control of chiefs over the circulation of women, serves the needs of capitalism by forcing products and, above all, labor power onto the market. Simultaneously, the inflation of the bride price keeps it out of reach of a wage earner unless it is augmented by the accumulated hoard of the chief, so the chiefs keep their hold, the lineage relation is maintained. During the colonial period, the political structure of lineage society was first disregarded and disrupted, then reconstituted, in much the same way as the economic social structure. The traditional system of chiefs was absorbed into the administration. 251. And previous patterns of dominance between tribes, clans, and lineages reappeared. The nascent indigenous bourgeoisie and the political leadership of the independent state of Congo-Brazzaville are derived from the same group who controlled and profited by the slave trade, a comprador group with centuries of experience in acting as intermediaries between capitalism and native society. The stage is set for the neocolonial period. In this stage, capitalism can see to its own reproduction by purely economic means, but needs a pre-capitalist mode alongside it to provide a source of additional labor power and also to provide food for the capitalist labor force. There is less to be said about this period than about its predecessors, since the capitalist mode of production now dominates, and the workings of capitalism are relatively well understood. In Congo-Brazzaville this stage got fully underway in the 1950s, after an interlude of 20 years in which first depression and then World War held up development. The dominant motive force in this period is investment by metropolitan finance capital in the export sector. Only metropolitan capital has the means to invest on a large scale. The colonial period had created a suitable environment for capitalism, but had not formed any substantial capitalist class. The transformation of the lineage mode had ensured the availability of plentiful, cheap labor, and the natural resources of the region were now open to capitalist exploitation. The external market dominated, since the internal market, created by the separation of producers from the means of production, was primarily a market for food, met by small-scale production. Ray's most important claim about the neocolonial period is that development is still held up by the persistence of the pre-capitalist, lineage, mode of production. This is no longer a matter of labor scarcity, but of the dominance of tribalist politics in the newly independent state of Congo-Brazzaville, though this is asserted rather than demonstrated. The reinforcement of the lineage system is undoubtedly an obstacle to development. Many well-intentioned European observers believe that the capitalist states of the West could, from a technical point of view, have an interest in supporting the development of an efficient modern bureaucracy as against the 252. Tribalist bureaucracy. They forget one thing, that capitalism is not interested in the technical aspect of development, production of use values, but in the social aspect, development of capitalist relations of production and above all the extraction of surplus value. Colonialism, 462. For this reason, capitalist states support tribalism and maintain the lineage mode of production and, in other parts of the world, maintain other pre-capitalist forms. Throughout the world, capitalism today plays a fundamentally counter-revolutionary role. It keeps the most archaic forms in existence, it restores them when they are threatened. See for example the Sultanates of Chad, Colonialism, 463. Pre-capitalist forms of exploitation are maintained by capitalism and stand or fall with it. Capitalist expansion will not remove the burden of these archaic forms except at a snail's pace. Only a socialist revolution can remove the double burden suffered by the workers of underdeveloped countries. Victory over capitalism will sweep away pre-capitalist forms as well. Ray's analysis is open to criticism. First, it can be argued that lineage societies are in fact classless, primitive communal systems. This criticism would harm Ray's claim that analysis must be founded on the defining relations of production of the dominant mode, but would otherwise leave his account untouched. Second, the notion of a colonial mode of production is profoundly unsatisfactory. The idea seems to be a product of Ray's Althusserian structuralism, which he later rejected. There must be a dominant mode, and it could not at that stage be capitalism since the conditions of capitalist reproduction were not yet assured. This is only a problem on the local level. Capitalism had a secure base for its reproduction in its homelands. Ray insisted, in other contexts, that a mode of production must be defined by a relation between classes which reproduces the domination of one class over the other. What is this relation in the colonial mode of production? What classes does it connect? The colonial organization clearly did not reproduce itself, rather it produced the conditions of capitalist domination. There is no need to describe colonialism as a mode of production at all. We can simply describe forced recruitment of labor and forced sale of products as a form of state intervention generated by the articulation of the capitalist and lineage modes of 253. Production at a certain stage of development, and serving the interests of capital. A more serious question is whether the area in Congo-Brazzaville studied by Ray is typical even of other parts of Africa, let alone of other continents. Cf. Crumme and Stewart 1981, Van Binsbergen and Geschire 1985. Ray's assertion that lineage societies could absorb the impact of the slave trade and survive with their essential structures intact does not seem to apply to other parts of Africa. The destructive effects of the slave trade in many areas are fairly well documented, e.g. Ammon 1976, 319-22, and references cited there. For a more general discussion of slavery in the history of capitalism, see Miles 1987. Origi found that in other parts of Africa the indigenous inhabitants were willing from the start to sell agricultural products and labor power, though only if the price was right. Force was used in southern Africa to displace Africans from the land and force down the price of labor power. As it was in Europe, it was not used to force the population into the market, but to impose the desired terms on them. It remains true, however, that force was used, and that it came from outside and not from an indigenous ruling class, so Ray's analysis is not wholly undermined. 10.5 Lees. The first wave of writing on modes of production and classes in the Third World understandably concentrated on the persistence of pre-capitalist relations of production in agriculture. Insofar as changes in class structure came into the picture, the stress was on the formation of a proletariat from the agricultural population. Many writers accepted the dependency theorists' pessimism about the prospects for capitalist development, and explained what they assumed to be slow development in terms of the persistence of pre-capitalist economic systems. Ammon, discussed in Chapter 8, is a paradigm example of the way analysis of modes of production can be slotted into a dependency framework. Lee's study of the formation of a national bourgeoisie in Kenya, 1978, marked a new stage in the debate, particularly as he had previously established himself as a leading exponent of dependency. 254. Theory in the African Context, Lee's 1975, a perspective he now explicitly rejected. Kenya, he argued, had experienced fairly rapid growth over a substantial period, accompanied by a steady extension of capitalist relations of production, increasing productivity in industry, and a small net inflow of capital. Dependency theorists had claimed that examples of growth in the Third World were exceptional. The Kenyan case could not be explained away so easily. At the same time, Lees did not go all the way with Warren's claim that a general process of capitalist development was underway. On Warren, see Chapter 11 below. Instead, he argued for the study of specific cases to establish why development proceeds more rapidly in some places than in others. Before colonization, a class of accumulators, in what is now the central region of Kenya, had gained control of land and livestock through migration to new territories, raiding, and trade. Installed as chiefs by the colonial state, they found access to land curtailed by settlers, but were able to defend and even advance their status through education, wage labor, and commerce. They also established a dominant position in the nationalist movement, and emerged as the leaders of an effective power bloc when the country achieved independence. This group, who became a nascent national bourgeoisie, were able to transmit capital accumulated before conquest through the colonial period, and emerge as the dominant class at the end of it. Lees credited M. Cowan for laying the basis of this analysis, mainly in unpublished papers. The state played a crucial role in the next stage. The state apparatus superintended a series of measures which rapidly enlarged the sphere and rate of indigenous capital accumulation, Lees 1978, 250. Settler capitalism had created the preconditions for capitalist development, a proletariat, infrastructure. The national bourgeoisie, sponsored by the state, displaced settlers in sector after sector, starting with agriculture, then urban real estate, commerce, and finally manufacturing. Lees insisted that the state did not play an independent role in this process, but reflected the existing class power of the indigenous bourgeoisie, based on the accumulation of capital they had already achieved, 1978, 251. He rejected as mystification the idea of a modernizing elite and equally of the state as mediator between foreign and domestic. 255. Capital. While one can see his point, he may have overstated it. Surely the state has some degree of autonomy, and a political elite has to balance conflicting pressures and construct a workable power bloc. It seems too crude to treat the state as no more than the passive instrument of a dominant class. In the 1970s, primitive accumulation continued through modern forms of plunder, winked at by the state, but there was also a movement of indigenous capital from commerce, with its quick returns, to manufacturing, where returns are slower but more secure, because there is less competition. The national bourgeoisie stabilized its position and started to develop all the appurtenances of an established bourgeois class, the emergence of different fractions of capital, of associated adjutant groups, lawyers, accountants, and so on, of a distinct bourgeois culture and lifestyle, private schools, magazines, and the like, and of class organizations, the Federation of Kenyan Employers, and class consciousness. Lees did not claim that the Kenyan case was typical. It depended on certain special features of Kenyan experience, notably the existence of a pre-capitalist class of accumulators sufficiently developed to survive the colonial era, and the existence of a settler class which established the preconditions for capital accumulation ready for the national bourgeoisie to take over. Other cases would have their own special features. Lubeck 1987 contains studies by various writers of different parts of Africa. Lees did claim that capitalist production relations may be considerably extended in a periphery social formation, and the productive forces may be considerably expanded within and through them, for reasons having primarily to do with the configuration of class forces preceding and during the colonial period, and that the limits of such development cannot be determined from the sort of general considerations advanced by underdevelopment and dependency theory. Lees 1978, 261. 256. 10.6 Gallagher and Robinson. The history of empire and of imperialism has, of course, been studied extensively, but most non-Marxist historians have been very unwilling to theorize or generalize about imperialism as a whole. Refusal to see the wood for the trees is almost an occupational qualification for historians. One very notable exception is the work of John Gallagher and Ronald Robinson. I shall argue that they anticipated some of the themes discussed in other sections of this chapter, albeit using a very different style and terminology, and that Marxists can learn from their work. The seminal article on the imperialism of free trade, Gallagher and Robinson 1953, was followed by a full-scale study of Africa and the Victorians, Robinson and Gallagher 1961. Some more recent articles, Robinson 1972, 1986, summarize what Robinson now calls the eccentric view of imperialism, For a full bibliography of his work to 1988, see Porter and Holland, 1988. The 1953 article started by rejecting the idea that the free trade era of the mid-19th century was a period of indifference to empire. As Gallagher and Robinson pointed out, Britain did not abandon any territory in this period. Indeed, the formal empire expanded significantly, while the area of informal control was extended even further. A second theme, stressed more strongly by Robinson in his later writings, is a rejection of the Eurocentrism of existing theories, that is, of the idea that the major developments in the history of empire must be explained by corresponding developments in the imperial centers, and that the colonies were simply passive victims of events at the center. The eccentric theory, eccentric, centered outside Europe, is a manufactured opposite of Eurocentric, emphasized the role of local collaborators with imperialism, compradors, in Marxist and radical terminology, an idea reminiscent of Frank's, later, notion of a chain of metropolis-satellite relations. Imperialists aimed to get empire on the cheap, the maximum return for the minimum cost and risk. They therefore preferred to manipulate rather than to control directly, and they relied on local collaborators wherever possible, and used local resources. The imposition of formal empire represented a failure of this policy, and was adopted reluctantly when informal control broke down. Different non-European societies had different structures, and 257. Hence offered different opportunities for manipulation and different sorts of potential collaborators. Differences in the history of imperialism in different areas can be explained by differences in the structures of indigenous societies, and the evolution of imperialism by the evolution of politics and society in the periphery, not by changes in the center. Robinson, 1972, 1986, drew a distinction between areas of European settlement, on the one hand, and Africa and Asia, on the other. White colonists were ideal collaborators, tied culturally to Europe, ready and willing to seek out mutually profitable patterns of trade and investment. Hence the informal British Empire in Latin America and the steady shift of power to local administrations in Canada, Australia, and so on. By contrast, in Africa and Asia, the institutional barriers to Europeanization proved intractable. 1972, 276, a local bourgeoisie was lacking, and the imperial powers had to turn to ruling oligarchies and local elites. As these areas were drawn into the net, local political systems were destabilized, and sooner or later the imperialists were forced to choose between retreat or taking over and reconstructing collaboration from the inside. 1986, 278. The exact pattern still depended on the available local resources. At one end of the scale, where the imbalance of power was at its greatest, proconsuls demolished indigenous structures and imposed the most inordinate terms. 1986, 278. Interestingly, Robinson named Congo-Brazzaville as an example, cf. Ray on the Colonial Stage, section 10.4 above. More often, local structures could be reconstructed but retained and made to bear most of the costs, and provide most of the personnel, of empire. Divided India conquered itself, and paid the costs into the bargain. The end of formal empire is explained in similar terms. Imperialism depended on a series of contracts between European powers, the conventions dividing Africa, for example, between imperialists and collaborators, between collaborators and the mass of the subject population. After 1940, these broke down fairly rapidly, with the rise of nationalist movements and the decline in the power of the European colonial powers relative to the USA and USSR. Empire became too expensive to maintain, cf. Zymanski 1981, 119-20. What are we to make of this account? I see little or nothing in it that is incompatible with Marxism, if that matters, at least as far as 258. The main outline is concerned. Robinson was surely right to remark that the endless debate as to whether imperialism is economically or politically motivated seems ultimately futile. 1986, 281. It is true that accepting the Gallagher and Robinson story would involve abandoning the idea that imperialism entered a new and quite different stage at the turn of the century, but that idea looks fairly threadbare anyway. On the other hand, I suspect that Gallagher and Robinson took the eccentric element of their theory a bit too far. They simply took the expansive impulse of capitalist Europe for granted, seeking to explain everything by the obstacles it found in its way in the periphery. Robinson, 1972, for example, asserted almost casually that Europe was the source of a drive to integrate non-European economies into the system as markets and investments and to secure them against rivals, and assumed without discussion that Europe had a great advantage in economic and military power over other areas throughout the process, allowing it to assert control, at a cost, wherever and whenever needed. The extent and character of the European lead surely varied over time, which may help to explain the relative costs of different options, while the opportunities of gain from, formal or informal, control also varied over time as a result of economic and political changes in the capitalist centers. If the history of imperialism is to be explained by the balance of costs and benefits, to the imperialists, offered by different courses of action, it must be recognized that costs and benefits were affected by developments in the center as well as in the periphery. 10.7 Summary. The classical Marxists defined modes of production in terms of the relation between the direct producers and their immediate exploiters, and treated them as successive stages of social development. This approach can still be defended, but it does not seem to work well when applied to modern underdeveloped countries. One alternative is to redefine modes of production as stages of development on a world level and to deny the relevance of production relations, but this leaves little to put in their place. Another possibility is to modify the conception of modes of 259. Production as successive stages by arguing that a variety of relations of production can coexist within a single society, either permanently or during a very prolonged transition, an articulation of modes of production. In itself, this only provides a framework for analysis, but a number of writers have used it to construct illuminating accounts of development in particular places. Two main questions emerge from the debate. First, how important are relations of production in explaining development or underdevelopment? For some authors they are central, while others explain the persistence of underdevelopment in terms of factors which can occur in a variety of social systems, such as the extraction of surplus, or by unequal exchange in a wholly capitalist world. My own view is that a single explanation is unlikely to apply to all cases at all stages of development, so a complete theory may draw on both views. State Policy Matters, an important and growing body of literature, links analysis of modes of production to class alliances and state policy. Political independence is important, because it greatly increases the scope for action by local political forces, though it does not by itself guarantee national political autonomy. Second, and this is a very closely related issue, how can changes in the relations of production be analyzed? Some writers regard production relations as very durable, only subject to alteration as a result of catastrophic events, such as conquest, or of protracted class struggles. Others regard forms of exploitation or modes in which labor is recruited and compensated as fairly easily altered in response to economic conditions. Again, it is not clear to me that one can safely generalize. 260. 11. After imperialism. The classical Marxists thought of capitalism as an engine of change, advancing in a generally predictable direction through a series of crises and disturbances. There was no presumption that whoever was on top at any particular stage would stay on top, because capitalism generates uneven development. Marx, for example, expected full capitalist development in India, once independence was achieved, and Lenin expected that the centers of accumulation would shift from more advanced to less advanced areas in search of cheap labor, accessible natural resources and higher profits. The end of formal empire might be a crucial turning point, seen in this framework. By contrast, Many post-war Marxist theorists assumed that capitalism always accentuates existing differences in levels of development. In Frank's picture, a chain of metropolis-satellite relations ensures development for the metropolis and underdevelopment for the satellites, reinforcing the chain. This leads to a prediction that the United States, as the most powerful imperialist center, will continue to dominate the system, and that underdeveloped countries are bound to remain subordinate unless they break away from the capitalist world system altogether through socialist revolutions. The end of formal empire is of no significance, in this view, which was, after all, first advanced to account for the poor performance of independent Latin American countries. The classical Marxist view, never completely lost, returned to prominence in the 1970s and 1980s. The modes of production debate, Chapter 10 above, with its emphasis on internal causes of underdevelopment, is part of the revival of a classical perspective. This chapter deals with recent trends in the development of 261. Capitalism, and with the way they have been analyzed in the new climate of opinion among Marxists. The first section is a brief discussion of the multinational corporation, the latest form of capitalist enterprise. The second section surveys debates about the future of central capital. Is U.S. domination assured, or is a return to rivalry between relatively equal capitalist centers likely? The final section is concerned with the future of capitalism in the periphery. Is the Third World doomed to remain underdeveloped, or is the complete capitalist industrialization of the world a real possibility? 11.1 Multinational corporations. Multinational corporations are capitalist firms which operate in more than one country. There is no clear line between multinational and national firms, since all multinationals started as national firms and expanded their operations abroad by degrees. Multinationals are generally thought of as large. This need not necessarily be so, but most of the world's largest firms are multinational, and larger multinationals are the principal subject of concern. Some writers restrict their attention to firms with production activities in more than one country, excluding commercial and financial companies, which are also rapidly becoming multinational. Multinationals may alternatively be referred to as transnational or international firms. The terms are, usually, synonymous. By far the most important fact about multinationals is that they are capitalist firms. Both national and multinational firms sell products and by means of production in markets that are usually fairly well integrated on a world scale, and both buy labor power at wages substantially determined by local labor markets. Both are subject to the same competitive imperative to minimize costs and to accumulate. Not surprisingly, these circumstances, determined by the working of the capitalist system on a world scale, place close limits on their behavior. Consider, for example, a system without multinationals, in which firms in several different countries compete in selling, say, raw materials. The lowest cost supplier will generally succeed, while the others fail. All try to reduce costs to the minimum. Now compare that with a multinational firm operating 262 in all the different countries concerned. It, too, will concentrate production in the lowest cost location, and try to minimize costs. The outcome is likely to be exactly the same. It is pointless to attack foreign firms for disregarding the needs of the national economy when there is no reason to suppose that domestic capital would behave any differently. Criticism must be directed at the system. This example also suggests that state control of industry is likely to be relatively ineffective as long as the imperatives of competition in a world market remain. The second important fact about large multinationals is that they are large, and may have a degree of monopoly power. Large firms have the organizational resources to control operations scattered over several countries and to deal with the legal and financial complications involved. Much of the literature, especially on multinationals in underdeveloped countries, conflates the effects of capitalism, of monopoly capitalism, and of foreign capital under a single heading, the impact of multinational companies. This does not make for analytical clarity. It would be a mistake to overstate the novelty of multinationals. Merchant capital has operated internationally since its beginnings. The organization and financing of mines and plantations abroad also goes back to the beginnings of capitalism. By the late 19th century, international flows of capital were occurring on a large scale, and a noticeable part of this flow of capital took the form of direct investment, that is the investment of capital in productive activity abroad by a firm already engaged in production in its home country. Multinational firms even today often have the bulk of their activities located in the state where they have legal domicile and their head office. Nevertheless, it is possible to speak today, if only as a tendency, of companies which have a global perspective, and look over the whole world for potential locations for production. The emergence and significance of multinationals cannot be adequately analyzed at the level of the firm. It must be seen as part of a much wider process of internationalization of production and of capital, see Paloyan 1973. Multinational firms can be seen as organizations that channel the international movement of goods, of capital, of technical knowledge and organizational capacity, and of 263 skilled personnel. They are not by any means the only channel for any of these flows. Relations between capitalist firms, within a single country or in different countries, can range across a whole spectrum from impersonal market exchange to incorporation under a single ownership. There are, for example, licensing arrangements for the use of technology and brand names, joint ventures, management contracts, and turnkey contracts for the supply of complete industrial plants together with the necessary training. The emergence of multinationals is a result of the concentration and centralization of capital on a world scale, in the context of the continuing internationalization of capitalism. It would be very surprising if the formation of giant firms were confined within national boundaries. Bukharin analyzed these processes, chapter 6 above, but expected the formation of national blocks of capital to predominate. It has not turned out quite that way. The multiplication of links between capitalist firms across national boundaries represents the internationalization of the relations of mutual dependence and domination described by Hilferding at the level of a single national economy, chapter 5 above. Michelet, 1976, argued that the development of multinationals is the defining feature of the imperialist stage of capitalism. Orthodox economic theory deals with relations between distinct nation-states, assuming free mobility of capital and labor within but not between nations. This approach he called international economies. Many Marxists, Marx, Luxemburg, Ammon, have adopted this approach. The alternative approach, world economies, conceives of production and capitalist relations of production as international, or rather worldwide. Lenin was not guilty of adopting the first of these approaches. Even Bukharin does not completely escape the charge, but was incomplete and ambiguous in his analysis. Michelet thus felt free to rewrite Lenin, making capital export the fundamental characteristic of Lenin's imperialist stage, but insisting that the essential element is not the export of money capital but the export of capitalist relations of production. Capitalist relations of production on a world scale are created by direct investment by 264 firms or financial groups which create subsidiaries abroad, as opposed to portfolio investment through loans, or the purchase of shares as purely financial assets. The emergence of large monopoly firms and of finance capital is a necessary precondition for the creation of overseas subsidiaries. Michelet thus identified imperialism, in Lenin's sense, directly with capital export and the emergence of multinational firms. He dated the start of this trend to around 1900, though it was held back by depression and war, so it appears even now as a novel phenomenon. He described three main forms of capital export. First, capital export in Lenin's time was aimed mainly at obtaining raw materials. This is of declining relative importance now. Second, it may be aimed at penetrating markets that cannot be effectively penetrated by exports, generating a structure in which production facilities are replicated in several different countries. This is the dominant form today, as a result of oligopolistic rivalry, and, possibly, General realization problems, Michelet's argument is unclear. Third, and of increasing importance, capital export may be aimed at exploiting cheap labor to produce goods for re-export to the home country or to third markets. Michelet particularly stressed this form, which leads to the creation of integrated production organizations cutting across national boundaries. There is a real movement to transfer production to the low-wage periphery, not merely by way of import substitution, the second motive above, but to produce for the markets of the center and the whole world. I have already mentioned this possibility and argued that it has been neglected by most Marxist writers. Michelet, however, argued that it will not eliminate the center-periphery gap, since capital-intensive methods of production keep employment in the periphery low and hence keep wages down. He did not, however, except in passing, 1976, 154, note the possibility that wage and employment levels in the center might be dragged down towards those in the periphery. Like many other writers, Michelet argued that the growth of multinational companies and of relations of production on a world scale represents a lessening of the importance of the nation-state. Here I think he went wrong. The internationalization of capital makes a conception of the world system in terms of distinct national. 265. Economics increasingly irrelevant, but it does not follow that the nation-state is unimportant as a site of class conflict, of political integration, and of a state apparatus that has at its command more potent weapons than those of monetary and fiscal policy. I shall argue below that the nation-state in this sense is a very important and durable institution. I shall not give a complete survey of the literature on multinationals, it is rather scrappy and much of it is irrelevant to the topic of imperialism. It is better to look at the effect of multinationals, along with other aspects of capitalism, in the context of more specific problems. Radis, 1975, provides a useful collection of articles, which also has a bibliography. Perhaps the most influential writer on the subject has been Heimer, who started out writing from a critical position within the mainstream of economics, then adopted a Marxist standpoint not long before his tragic death. See Heimer 1972, 1976, Heimer and Rothorn 1970. The most important result of the emergence of multinationals is that the expansion of the national capital of a particular country, i.e. of the firms based there, is no longer tied directly to the expansion of the national economy. The implications of this are explored in the next two sections. 11.2 Central Capital, Unity or Rivalry. Multinational corporations, by definition, operate in several nation-states. Other capitalist firms are involved in the world economy, though production for export, through the use of imported materials or components, through the use of technology licensed from abroad, through the sale of licenses to others, and so on. Commercial and financial capital is also internationalized. None of this means that any specific capital lacks a nationality, a definite base in a particular capitalist nation-state. The idea that multinational firms are somehow above the petty conflicts of nation-states is a fiction. Virtually all multinationals have a very clear national base, each company has historical roots in a particular country, and in most cases its top management is recruited in its 266 home country, and the largest part of its capital and production is still located there. The few exceptions include firms based in small countries, e.g. Nestle of Switzerland, and two Anglo-Dutch giants, Shell and Unilever, which have dual nationality. Capitalism and the nation-state grew up together. The analytical primacy, in Marxist theory, of the economic over the political does not imply a historical order, nor does it imply that the division of the world into distinct nation-states and the determination of their boundaries can be explained at the economic level. At the beginnings of capitalism, and for a long time after, the productive activities of industrial capital were locally based, while the markets it served were as often local or international as national. It would be a mistake to think of an integrated national economy or national social formation coming into existence and then conjuring up a state to match. Rather, the existence of a state, and the extension of its boundaries to the point where the resistance of other nation-states limited further expansion, created and delimited national interests, national markets, and so on. Each capital looked to its own state for support against other capitals forming in other nation-states and, through the common need for state support, formed an alliance with other regional capitals within the same nation. The need for compromise between different sectional interests within the capitalist class, and the need to contain conflict with other classes, created a dense network of political and ideological links, which is what constitutes a nation. As capital extends outside national boundaries, it must, of course, create links with other states as well, at least to the extent that it needs conditions that can only be provided by state action, a legal framework, a monetary system, infrastructure. Murray, 1971, discussed these questions, and drew the general conclusion that internationalization weakens the nation-state vis-a-vis private capital, a conclusion contested by Warren, 1971, and, briefly but cogently, by Rothorn, 1971, who argued that the key question is not about the power of the state vis-a-vis particular capitals, but about how a state can support its own capital when it operates abroad. The essential point is that capital needs the support of a home state to protect its interests. The whole range of needs that are 267 met internally by the state, protection of property, enforcement of contracts, and so on, are met internationally by negotiations and agreements between states. A large part of the diplomatic apparatus through which nation-states deal with each other, in time of peace, has grown up precisely to negotiate the regulation of commercial activities. A stateless corporation, while not in principle impossible, would be at a disadvantage, since it would have no representation in the system. Rothorn, 1971, took the analysis further, looking at the particular example of Britain. British capital is relatively strong, while the British national economy is relatively weak. Individual firms respond by shifting more of their activities abroad, where growth prospects are better, thus further weakening the British economy. In the end, this weakens the British state's capacity to defend their interests, while nationalist policy measures to improve the performance of the national economy are blocked by the threat of retaliation against the vulnerable foreign interests of British capital. Leading sections of the British bourgeoisie have been effectively denationalist, not through their own weakness, but through the weakness of the British state and their own home base, Rothorn 1971. Hence the anxiety of British capital that Britain should join the EEC, which may provide, ultimately, a more substantial home base. The strength of a particular nation-state and its capacity to defend the interests of its national capital thus depends on the strength of the national economy as well as the national capital. The history of the capitalist world economy has seen periods of acute rivalry between capitalist powers, separated by periods of relative peace. Marx wrote at a time when it seemed reasonable to predict the obsolescence of the nation-state, while Lenin and his contemporaries analyzed a period when inter-imperialist rivalry was at its most violent. After the Second World War, the United States emerged as very much the strongest capitalist power, and when Marxist discussion of imperialism revived, it was generally assumed, almost without debate, that inter-imperialist rivalry had been superseded by U.S. dominance. This seemed particularly obvious to those American writers who took a special interest in 268. Latin America, the area most clearly within the American sphere of influence. However, the rapid recovery of the European and Japanese economies, the weakness of the US dollar and the American defeat in Vietnam raised doubts about this view of the present stage of imperialism, and provoked a fresh debate in the 1970s. A number of writers anticipated a fusion of national capitals within the European Community, EC, to form a unified European capital. Mondale, 1967, 1975, predicted such a development, which was also discussed, more cautiously, by Rothorn, 1971. It must be said that the formation of truly European companies, as opposed to the takeover and absorption of a company from one country by another from a different country, did not progress at the pace that these authors expected. It was not until the 1980s that any number of European companies started to emerge, and then only rather slowly. Fusion of capital on a European scale would strengthen European capital vis-a-vis that of America, while continued divisions in Europe correspondingly favor American capital. The prediction of Europe-wide fusion of national capitals is of course bound up with the possible evolution of the EC into something closer to a nation-state. Again, development has proceeded, but only very slowly. The slow development of European unity reinforces the argument above that nationality is a very deeply rooted thing. The dense network of political links that constitutes a nation-state represents the institutionalization of a multitude of compromises between classes, fractions of classes and other interest groups, which is very difficult to reconstruct on a new basis. An alternative possibility raised in the 1970s debate was that national capitals would merge under U.S. dominance, as American multinationals absorb enterprises from other states or subordinate them through licensing agreements, subcontracting arrangements, and so on. This seems to be Palanzas's position, 1975, Chapter 1. This case, however, differs little from one in which national capitals remain distinct, but in which other imperialist nations accept a subordinate role because they know that any challenge to American domination would be sure to fail. This prospect was presented forcefully by Nicholas, 1969. Many writers thought that U.S. 269 capital was overwhelmingly dominant in modern imperialism, without spelling out the details. For example, Magdoff and Sweezy 1969, Magdoff 1969. At that time, American corporations predominated in the listings of the world's largest firms, and American domestic production and overseas investments were much larger than those of any other country. The size and growth of American investments in Europe seemed particularly significant. The breaking up of European colonial empires enabled American capital to penetrate areas of the world formerly denied to it, hence American anti-colonialism in the post-war period. American military dominance in the non-communist world was, and is, obvious. The trend of development was less clear. America clearly enjoyed a quite exceptional superiority immediately after the Second World War, and one would expect some relative recovery by other powers. Some writers argued that more rapid growth in Europe and Japan as compared to America was no more than a return to the trend, e.g. Palanzas 1975, while others claimed that it was a real threat to American dominance, presaging an epoch of relative equality between the main capitalist powers. Mondale, 1967, 1975, and Rothorn, 1971, both predicted a narrowing of the gap between America and other imperialist centers and a consequent intensification of rivalry. Rather oddly, on both sides of the debate attention focused on the relative strength of American and European capital. The relative failure of moves towards European unity hampered the competitive strength of European capital. It was justly said that the largest beneficiary of the formation of the EC was American capital in Europe, which was much quicker to treat Europe as a single market. However, even in the 1970s it should have been clear that Japanese capital was the most formidable rival. It is not divided on national lines, and maintained a rate of growth quite unprecedented in the history of capitalism for some 3 decades. The debate centered on the interpretation of the large flow of capital from America to Europe and the consequent rapid growth of American capital in Europe. Ironically, the 1980s have seen a massive reversal of this flow, with American nationalists expressing 270. The same fears about foreign ownership that were heard in Europe in the 1970s. Palanzas, 1975, saw American investment in Europe as decisive evidence of American hegemony, on the grounds that the export of capital is the dominant factor in the expansion of capital in the imperialist period, but offered little evidence for this assertion beyond a reference to Lenin. Rothorn, drawing on his work with Heimer, Rothorn and Heimer 1971, countered ingeniously, pointing out that American capital still operated predominantly in America, European capital in Europe. Since European markets were expanding more rapidly than American, American capital had to increase its penetration of the European market simply to maintain its relative position. Expansion in other markets could not offset the loss of ground relative to Europe, since the Japanese market proved difficult to penetrate, and other markets were very small by comparison. Combining the effects of market growth rates and changing market shares, big American firms are having and will have increasing difficulty in keeping ahead of their foreign rivals, Rowthorne 1971, 163. Rowthorne thus agreed that American investment in Europe was, in itself, a gain by American capital relative to its rivals, offset by the fact that European companies still had the larger share of the more rapidly growing European market. Mondale, 1967, similarly argued that American expansion in Europe was a defeat for European capital. They are open to criticism, because the relative rate of growth of different markets cannot be taken as given. Not only was the more rapid growth in Europe the result as well as the cause of the greater dynamism of European capital, but the inflow of investment from America may well have contributed to European growth, helping rather than hindering the growth of European capital. In more general terms, the expansion of one capital may complement, rather than compete with, the expansion of others. If we accept that there is a trend towards relative equality between a small number of capitalist centers, as Mondale and Rowthorne argue, we must ask what kind of relation between them is likely. Rowthorne took rivalry and antagonism for granted. Relations between capitals are always to some extent antagonistic, the degree of antagonism depending both on the area of actual or 271. Potential competition and on its intensity, Rowthorne 1971. This is undoubtedly true of individual capitals at a microeconomic level. The overall rate of expansion of the market in which they are competing with other firms is beyond their control, and they are struggling over shares of a given market. However, it is not clear that similar antagonism must exist between capitalist states. Jenkins 1987 distinguished between interfirm and interstate rivalry. Once the overall rate of expansion of the whole economy is treated as a variable, the expansion of one capital may be complementary to that of another. The state is in a position to try to reconcile the two aspects of the relation between capitals, complementarity and antagonism. It may thus be possible to resurrect Koskai's notion of ultra-imperialism. Imperialist powers could agree to cooperate and exploit the world jointly. The choice is not simply between predicting inter-imperialist rivalry on the one hand or ultra-imperialism on the other. It is more relevant to ask how far the recognition of common interests can contain the antagonisms generated by other, divergent interests. That some degree of cooperation, some limits to conflict, are taken for granted is indicated by the fact that few post-war writers have even considered the possibility of inter-imperialist war, which Lenin and Bukharin regarded as inevitable. Sutcliffe, 1972, mentioned the possibility in passing, as did one or two others. My own opinion is that if states really did act rationally in the interests of their national capital as a whole, as some rather simple Marxist analyses have assumed, then it would not be difficult for them to cooperate. Koskai would be proved right. However, state policies are the outcome of real political practice, which has to reconcile the interests of different groups and is deeply affected by a long history of compromises and of the ideologies that go with them. This is the relative autonomy of the state. As a result, state policies are not necessarily rational in any simple sense. Since the date of the main writings discussed here, the world capitalist system has been subjected to a succession of tests, in the two oil crises and the subsequent world recessions, and in the debt crisis. Although cooperation between the major capitalist states has clearly not been perfect, most commentators predicted far more. 272. Severe rivalry than in fact occurred. In the 1970s, the measures taken by oil companies to redirect supplies when some oil importing states were embargoed by Arab suppliers, and the surprisingly successful expedients taken to preserve the world monetary system from potentially disruptive movements of petrodollars, were examples of private sector adaptability based on interstate cooperation, and the rescheduling of debt in the 1980s, if rather more conflict-ridden, has, so far, proved enough to stave off the worst fears of international financial collapse. Although the dominance of the United States is visibly coming to an end, it would be unwise to expect rivalry between capitalist states to lead to any immediate breakdown of the world capitalist system. 11.3 Capitalist development in the Third World. Perhaps the most important single question about the future of the world system is whether capitalist development in the Third World can start to close the gap between the developed and underdeveloped countries, as the classical Marxists expected. In the first half of the 20th century, there were relatively few signs of capitalist development in underdeveloped countries, and many Marxists came to argue a position almost diametrically opposed to that of the classics. Where it had been argued that capitalist development had to come first to create the possibility of a socialist revolution, it was now argued that the absence of capitalist development made socialist revolution necessary. When Europe and North America industrialized, the world economy was relatively unintegrated. Transport was expensive and risky, so goods were only traded where production costs were very different in different areas. Most basic subsistence goods and means of production were produced locally, by craft techniques. There was therefore scope for local development of capitalist production at the expense of older methods, while competition from more advanced centers was limited. Capital was relatively immobile, and technology was embodied in the skills and experience of the labor force. Thus any capitalist development that did take place created an independent local bourgeoisie and a local concentration of skills. 273. And technical knowledge. Independent capitalist development in many centers was possible and its progress was determined largely by local conditions, except where it was suppressed by a colonial state. Frank and Wallerstein would not accept this analysis. They have argued that an integrated capitalist world economy existed from an early stage. The facts are against them. Up to the Industrial Revolution, the bulk of intercontinental trade was in luxuries such as sugar. Slaves are an exceptional case, and the impact of European colonial dominance was primarily through its effects, often direct and brutal, on the mode of production in the subordinated areas. During the later part of the 19th century, transport costs fell dramatically. Organizational forms were found that permitted large-scale international capital flows, and the systematization of technical knowledge made international transfers of technology much easier. All this, of course, was the result of capitalist development, and it led to the progressive creation of a relatively integrated world capitalist economy. The situation facing an underdeveloped country today is therefore quite different from that of earlier periods. One can ask whether industrialization on the pattern set by, say, Britain is possible today. One can also ask whether industrialization on that pattern is a relevant standard to set in present-day conditions. On the one hand, underdeveloped countries now starting a process of industrialization face competition from advanced centers with centuries of capital accumulation and technical progress behind them. As a result, a world pattern of specialization has been established in which the underdeveloped areas export mainly primary products, or did until recently, and import industrial products. Industrialization means displacing imports, or breaking into export markets, rather than displacing primitive craft industries. On the other hand, capital and technology can now be imported, and rising wages in the advanced countries offset the advantages of high productivity there. There has been a substantial amount of industrial development in the Third World in recent years, typically in the form, to begin with, of import substitution, starting with the production of relatively light consumer goods using imported capital equipment, often using at least some imported funds and with some sort of involvement of multinational companies, wholly or partly owned subsidiaries, joint subsidiaries, licensing arrangements, and so on. 274. The central issue in debate is whether this merely reproduced relations of dependence between center and periphery in new forms, as Ammon, Frank, Sutcliffe, and others argue, or whether it marks the beginning of a breakdown of the center-periphery division, as Warren claimed. Sutcliffe, 1972, was one of the few writers who tackled the question of the prospects for development in underdeveloped countries explicitly, and recognized clearly how different the present Marxist orthodoxy is from classical Marxism. Barrett Brown 1972 covered some of the same ground. Sutcliffe recognized the facts of industrial growth in the periphery, but argued that the evidence did not answer the critical question, can there be a full independent industrialization like that of Japan, or, failing that, can there be enough development to create progressive socio-political forces, a proletariat like that of Russia in 1917? Apart from some problems of measurement, the figures may overstate the extent of development. He gave two reasons for discounting the observed industrial growth. First, growth has often been by import substitution concentrated in the production of luxury consumer goods for which the demand is limited, and this type of industrialization reinforces the unequal income distribution and social structure which limits demand. This is the argument of the dependency theorists, see Furtado 1973, to be acceptable it needs to be supported by some explanation of the failure of industrialization to penetrate into other branches of the economy or into export markets. Second, growth of industrial output may not be matched by growth in employment, since high productivity, capital-intensive methods are used. With production in the hands of foreign capital, the result is the absence of a bourgeoisie and the absence of a proletariat, cf. Origi, Chapter 10 above. Hence capitalist development may not create the kind of class structure that Marx described, in which the vast majority of the population is drawn into the proletariat. This marginalization of masses of people has been stressed by many writers. It should be remarked that Marx in fact predicted a growing relative surplus population, and it could be said that the underdeveloped countries fit Marx's model of capitalist accumulation more closely than do the advanced countries. Sutcliffe proposed various criteria for independent industrialization, which, he says, does not mean autarky, but 275. Carries with it the idea that industrialization is not merely derived from the industrialization of another economy, 1972, 174. His criteria for economic independence are that production should be orientated principally to the domestic market, that investment funds should be raised locally or at least should be under local control, that there should be a diversified industrial structure, and that technology should, in some, not very clearly defined, sense, be independent. The basis of these criteria is not clear, they show the rather nebulous character of the concept of dependence. In any case, why should it matter where development is derived from? The results are surely more important. Economic independence also has its social and political counterparts. Here Sutcliffe's argument seems stronger. Economic development only happens when the surplus gets into the hands of those who will use it productively. This partly implies the need for an industrial bourgeoisie supported by a state that is capable of defending its interests. The state must be largely independent both of those local social interests opposed to industrialization and also of foreign interests. Sutcliffe 1972, 176-7. This is the nub of the matter, is an independent national bourgeoisie formed? Independence in this sense does require that development be, mainly, financed locally and under local control, but it requires technological independence only in the sense that use of foreign technology may lead to effective foreign control through conditions attached to licensing agreements, and the like. C. P. Putnaik 1973, for a detailed case study of the dependence that can result from reliance on imported technology through joint subsidiaries. I see no reason why an independent capitalist class should not be formed on the basis of export-led industrialization or copying of techniques. In an interdependent world, a degree of specialization, together with large-scale exchanges of goods, capital, and technology, are to be expected. Sutcliffe's concern with technological independence seems to stem mainly from a different concern. He evidently thought that foreign technology, can technology have a nationality, is unsuitable because it is too capital-intensive, 1972, 176. This line has been widely argued, Capital-intensive technology means 276. Relatively little employment, which has further consequences for the structure of demand. However, it is likely that capitalist firms, whether foreign or national, will adopt the technique that maximizes profits. Underdeveloped countries constitute a large enough market for capital goods for it to be profitable to adapt technology to prices and wage rates there. It is thus unlikely that local firms using locally devised techniques would make very different choices. There are, in any case, reasons to think that a choice of technique that maximizes reinvestable surplus may be the optimum choice from the point of view of long-run growth. Dobb 1955, 1960, Sen 1968, Amin 1976, 320. Emmanuel, 1982, has argued forcefully that underdeveloped countries should welcome inward investment as a way of acquiring technology, and should adopt best practice techniques. Sutcliffe argued that independent development, in the sense in which he defined it, was unlikely, unless the links between metropolis and satellite are disrupted by inter-imperialist war or acute capitalist crisis. The prospects of development are limited by the relative backwardness of the underdeveloped countries, by monopolistic control based on technological superiority, and by the pumping of surplus out of underdeveloped countries by repatriation of profits and by unequal exchange. These are all familiar arguments. By the 1970s and 1980s, the tide was running very strongly against Sutcliffe's kind of dependency theory, and classical Marxist ideas were making a strong comeback. One of the most important contributions to this trend was Bill Warren's Imperialism, Pioneer of Capitalism, 1980, left incomplete by his tragically early death, and published posthumously. The main lines of his argument had already emerged in a number of earlier articles, Warren 1971, 1973. For a trenchant critique of Warren, see Ahmed, who describes Warren's work as shallow and wrong-headed, 1983, 65, a more measured attempt by Foster Carter, 1985, 21, to preserve some of dependency theory seems to empty it of most of its content. Warren's writings are very much in the spirit of the Communist Manifesto and of Marx's writings on India, see Chapter 2 above. Capitalism is a progressive mode of production, which differs from all preceding forms of society by generating continuous technical advance, freeing individual creativity and at the same time allowing economic gains from large-scale production. The humanistic side. 277. Of capitalist culture promotes equality, justice, generosity, and the spirit of inquiry and adventure, and has done so since the beginnings of capitalism. It is a bridge to socialism, not only economically, but also culturally and politically, since parliamentary democracy, the normal political form of a capitalist state, provides the best political environment for the socialist movement. The process of expanding parliamentary democracy has thus far proved to have a powerful and irresistible momentum within capitalism. Warren 1980, 30. He defined imperialism as the penetration and spread of the capitalist system into non-capitalist or primitive capitalist areas of the world, 1980, 3. Given his strong emphasis on the progressive role of capitalism, it is not surprising that he treated imperialism as historically progressive, since the devastatingly superior productivity and cultural attributes of capitalism are bound, in the end, to subordinate all other modes of production and eventually eliminate them entirely, 1980, 40. As Warren defined it, imperialism can continue after decolonization, but it is inherently self-limiting. Once the whole world becomes capitalist, or socialist, the spread of capitalism must come to an end. Colonialism, direct political and military control over subject territories, is a specific stage of imperialism. It is, as Warren recognized, hard to support the undemocratic imposition of outside control on a subject population, but he argued that it was time to shed liberal feelings of guilt, and recognize the positive achievements of colonial regimes. The most dramatic evidence of the benefits of colonialism is the improvement in health which followed colonial conquest, measured by improved life expectancy and the resulting population explosion. Like Marx, Warren took a very positive view of population growth as a stimulus to economic development, and dismissed Malthusian fears more casually than most commentators feel able to do. He also stressed the improvement of education under colonial rule, which transmitted both the technical and the cultural achievements of capitalism into new areas of the world. This does not mean that he dismissed democratic, anti-colonial struggles. Modern anti-colonialism is itself a product of the transmission of capitalist culture into the colonies, and is both inevitable and desirable. What he did argue was that Marxists should not deny the achievements of colonialism, that they should have no truck with sentimental and backward. 278. Looking opposition to capitalist penetration, and that they should not confuse bourgeois nationalism with socialism. Warren's essential argument was that development based on foreign, or foreign-controlled, capital is complementary to the development of national capital, 1973, 39, given a state apparatus which exerts pressure on foreign business and promotes national capitalist development. He argued the case, in his 1973 article, largely in the context of resource-based international enterprises, fuel and materials, showing that local governments have successfully extracted greater shares of revenue and greater control. Since then, of course, the OPEC countries have gone much further in this direction. The same developments, he argued, were taking place in manufacturing. In particular, the position of the host country is strengthened as its nationals acquire greater experience and knowledge in particular industries, as a result of the simple presence of the industry and even more as a result of government pressures to employ and promote local residents. Partly owned subsidiaries of multinational companies tend to come more and more under the control of local shareholders, who thus form the basis of a national capitalist class. Multinationals transfer technology, and, more generally, modern capitalism into the Third World. What of imperialism as a system for draining surplus value from the periphery to the center? Warren argued forcefully that even if the outward flow of repatriated profit exceeds the inward flow of investment, this does not demonstrate that the economic effect is harmful, since what exactly is done with the capital in between, so to speak, is ignored. Under capitalism, exploitation is the reverse side of the advance of productive forces, 1973, 39. Capitalism both exploits and promotes development. If the extension of capitalism into non-capitalist areas of the world created an international system of inequality and exploitation called imperialism, it simultaneously created the conditions for the destruction of the system by the spread of capitalist social relations and productive forces throughout the non-capitalist world. Such has been our thesis, as it was the thesis of Marx, Lenin, Luxemburg, and Bukharin. Warren, 1973, 41. 279. There is an obvious objection to this view of imperialism. There have been few examples of successful capitalist industrialization since Lenin's time. Japan was well on the way before the First World War. Over much of the period, the gap between advanced and underdeveloped countries has been widening. Warren replied that the period since the Second World War has seen the breakup of colonial empires and the establishment of independent states in the Third World. We must presumably see the history of imperialism in stages: first the creation of a basis for national, political, independence, and then full capitalist development. National independence was crucial, according to Warren, both because it provided a political framework for popular pressures for higher living standards, compelling governments to promote industrial development, and because it broke the monopoly hold of the colonial power, permitting newly independent states to take advantage of inter-imperialist and East-West rivalries to bargain for favorable treatment. Capitalist development does not require the prior existence of a national bourgeoisie. Other ruling classes can and must promote industrialization. These industrialisers may themselves become industrial bourgeoisies, or may be displaced by the industrial Frankensteins they have created, or they may become fused with them, 1973, 42-3, cf. Zymanski 1981, 120, Jenkins 1984, and Lees 1978, discussed in Chapter 10 above. In addition, imperialist states have positively supported development, by right-wing, nationalist regimes, to contain socialism. In terms which must have been calculated to provoke, he asserted. Imperialism was the means through which the techniques, culture, and institutions that had evolved in Western Europe over several centuries, the culture of the Renaissance, the Reformation, the Enlightenment, and the Industrial Revolution, sowed their revolutionary seeds in the rest of the world. Warren 1980, 136. Defending himself in advance against charges of ethnocentricity and arrogance, he argued that societies do not develop at the same rate, so some must logically be ahead of others at any given moment, and that to refuse to use the standards of the most advanced is to abandon any conception of human progress. In this, as in most of 280. His argument, Warren followed Marx, who never hesitated to pass judgment on systems and societies he regarded as backward. If Warren's argument seems shocking and perverse to many Marxists, as it does, despite its close resemblance to Marx's own views, it is natural to ask what had happened to Marxism in the interim. A substantial part of Warren's book is devoted to a critique of the course of Marxist thinking on imperialism, from Lenin onwards, designed to answer this question. I shall summarize it briefly. Lenin is the villain of the piece. His earlier work, especially his development of capitalism in Russia, escapes censure. Indeed, his attack on the backward-looking ideas of the Narodniks fits Warren's case well, and is cited approvingly. In Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, however, Lenin emphasized the parasitism and decay of monopoly capitalism, presented capital export as the result of a lack of investment opportunities at home, and conveyed an impression of a world in which the prosperity of a few countries was based on the exploitation of half the world. By doing this, he was able to present imperialism as the last stage of a capitalism which had become retrogressive everywhere, so immediate revolution was the only hope. I am not convinced that Lenin painted quite as gloomy a picture of the prospects for capitalist development in relatively backward areas as Warren made out, though some of his followers certainly did. According to Warren, Lenin's picture is the reverse of the truth. Imperialism is the work of young and vigorous capitalist economies. Capital export is not an alternative to investment at home, but is complementary to it. High rates of growth at home created demands for materials, and hence for investment in raw material producing areas. Rapid technical change created new investment opportunities at home, and also opportunities to apply the new techniques in other countries. Railways are an example. In any case, capital export expanded before the rise of monopoly, and declined after the First World War, and after Lenin wrote, when monopoly was more widespread. The First Congress of the Comintern, in 1919, restated the classical Marxist view that the emancipation of the colonies must follow socialist revolutions in the metropolitan countries. However, as the 1920s wore on and hopes of immediate revolution in Western Europe faded, communists from colonial countries pressed to be let off the leash. By degrees, Comintern policy shifted. 281. Towards encouraging alliances with bourgeois nationalists, and towards seeing socialism as an alternative path to modernization, bypassing capitalist industrialization altogether. In 1928, the Comintern declared formally that imperialism was economically retrogressive in the colonies. The idea that a political organization could settle such a question by decree is itself revealing. From then on, according to Warren, Marxism allowed itself to be captured by bourgeois nationalist ideas, in which all ills were blamed on foreigners, and the goals of national independence and socialism were conflated. The notion of neocolonialism is a layout for nationalist governments. If independence fails to bring the hoped-for benefits, it must be because the hated foreigners are still conspiring to undermine real independence. Warren's attitude to dependency theory is summed up by his chapter heading, dependency theory as nationalist mythology, his own view could hardly be more different. Empirical observations suggest that the prospects for successful capitalist development of a significant number of major underdeveloped countries are quite good. That the period since the Second World War has been marked by a substantial upsurge in capitalist social relations and productive forces, especially industrialization, in the Third World. That the imperialist countries' policies and their overall impact on the Third World actually favor its industrialization, and that the ties of dependence have been and are being markedly loosened. None of this is meant to imply that imperialism has ceased to exist. What we wish to indicate are elements of change. Warren 1973:3-4. To justify his position, Warren had to show that capitalism has been, and still is, progressive in underdeveloped areas. He claimed that the evidence shows unprecedented improvements in productive capacity and in the material welfare of the bulk of the population of the Third World, in the period after the Second World War. This development has been very uneven, so some countries, sectors, and regions have advanced much more than others. Indeed, he questioned whether the Third World can be regarded as a valid category at all. 282. There is no need to reproduce the mass of data marshaled by Warren to support his case. The main features of the case can be summarized quite briefly. For capitalist underdeveloped countries as a whole, the rate of growth of per capita GNP has accelerated since the Second World War. The Third World is growing faster now than the developed capitalist countries did at any stage in their history. Per capita GNP is not a perfect measure of welfare, but it is closely correlated with other measures of welfare and development, so the observed growth of per capita GNP does represent a real growth of welfare. There is no evidence of any general increase in inequality, though it has to be said that the evidence is so shaky that it would be unwise to draw any conclusions at all from it. There is also little evidence of the alleged marginalization of large sectors of the population. Open unemployment shows little trend, and there is equally little evidence of underemployment, at any rate in the sense that individuals are unable to work as much as they want. Hours of work are often very long. Poverty, of course, exists, and much work is still wasted by low productivity, but both are declining. The Third World's share of world output and of exports of manufactured goods has grown over the period. Agricultural performance has not been so good, but this is largely the result of mistaken policies. Improvement is possible. The 1980s, it is true, have been more difficult than the earlier periods covered by Warren, and the heavy debt burden of some Third World countries will hold back gains in welfare, if not in output, but these are minor qualifications. China and India, the two most populous countries in the world, did well in the 1980s. Warren's tone is at times irritatingly Panglossian, but his main conclusions cannot be denied. Capitalist growth in the Third World in the post-war period has been a striking success. Socialists have often implicitly defined development in such a way that capitalist development is effectively ruled out. If development is defined by reference to the needs of the masses, then Marxists are unlikely to accept that capitalist development can fit the bill, but this leaves us unable to distinguish between continued stagnation, and development that is successful, in capitalist terms, in that it creates conditions for continued reproduction of capital. Two more substantial criticisms of Warren's arguments remain. First, he was too ready to generalize about the whole of the Third World. As he admitted in passing, the record of development is 283. Strikingly uneven. Some countries have grown at quite unprecedented rates, but there are others, notably in sub-Saharan Africa, where per capita incomes have actually fallen over substantial periods of time. This should not give any comfort to dependency theorists or to those who blame capitalism for failures of growth, since the low-growth countries are, in the main, those least involved in the capitalist world system, but it does suggest that it is more important to explain exactly why capitalism has succeeded so dramatically in some cases and not in others, than to insist that it is equally effective everywhere. Second, his claim that capitalism generates development conveys, and I think must have been intended to convey, a further message, that only capitalism can carry development to the point where a genuine socialist revolution is possible. Throughout the book, the implication is that there is a single mainstream of historical development, running through the development of capitalism in Europe and spreading to encompass the whole world through the agency of imperialism. Now this may be true, it is certainly consistent with Marx's views, give or take some famous but lightweight remarks about the possibility of a distinctively Russian route, but it is clearly a case that needs more discussion than Warren gave it. It is possible, for example, to argue that capitalist development is taking place, but socialism offers a better alternative. One cannot blame Warren for not arguing the case more explicitly, since he did not live to do so. 11.4 Summary. In the 1960s and 1970s, Marxist writers generally predicted continued United States dominance in the capitalist world, and saw little chance of underdeveloped countries improving their relative position without a complete break with the world capitalist system. Both predictions look pretty doubtful now. Multinational corporations are subject to the same market pressures as any other capitalist firms. The only way they can evade the imperatives of competition is by turning to their home state for support, but the capacity of the state to help them has been drastically curtailed. U.S. hegemony in the capitalist world is clearly over, so the fiercely independent states of the Third World can play off one capitalist. 284. Power against another. The most important limitation on the growth of any one Third World country is likely to be competition from others, so growth will continue to be very uneven, as capitalist growth always has been. Established industries in advanced countries are threatened by the continued development of industrial centers in low-wage areas. Perhaps it is the center, not the periphery, which now has most to lose from participation in the capitalist world system. The world order created by imperialism is changing quite rapidly.